I give up because when I get a community guideline strike, yes, I just had to appeal, and actually YouTube agreed with me that it was not hate speech. So congratulations, Matt, moderators. You've actually, you know, you did a great job apparently. Congratulations. The appeal worked.
Like, what part of it was it or no?
No, they didn't identify it in this one.
Okay. Mm.
But
And
I but I am done recording Clubhouse because honestly at this point to like continue to put more Clubhouse into YouTube is impossible. And probably detrimental to what I'm, hoping to do. And so I'm putting out a lot of like infographics created by Grok, putting them onto YouTube, putting them onto Instagram, and those are really high quality pieces of content. And it's very informative to voters and to citizens and to politicians, etc.
are you ever extract all the YouTube, or not all of it, but at least let's say like 2 days worth of all the streams you've done on YouTube and put it into a sentiment um, of Clubhouse kind of thing, like so like if you had enough rooms, you could kind of get a feel of what somebody or what the sentiment would be around a subject or something through AI or something. I don't know, like
Well,
down that way. Done that before? No.
I have an AI wearable now called Loki, and it has something called story mode, and it creates a 10-second clip, and then it also has a recording feature. And then it auto creates a storyboard and a playlist and content and articles about your AI story. And it's called Loki, and I don't know who manufactures it.
Like the audio, or is that just something a story that you're coming up with? Like I'm trying to figure out like
It's
how
a
do you,
separate app.
but it's creating a storyboard like around what is going on your YouTube channel or no?
About what it's seeing. So it's like literally, if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, it's creating images of me in my office in a cartoon format.
You gotta make it. I was that's kind of cool. I can see that. I was just thinking maybe it could be applied to a clubhouse room, like how that all like the comedic characters would come out in a video if you want to take it there. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of interesting. Like you have Pepe doing his little show in a comedic kind of format in a video, and then Anne being the goofy blonde that she is, and then so on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could actually like produce the Clubhouse show, but that's what Clubhouse is.
That'd be kind of cool. Be like the what do you call it? The real life, or like the stupid shows that we have. They had totally just replicate a show around it, produce a show from a clubhouse room. That'd be pretty funny. Other than that, congratulations, retired from streaming, which is not true probably,
No,
but
I just restarted it. I just restarted it because I mean, I gave a great speech. I was like, what's the point of even making a speech?
I got to bring up Black Totem Pole. He got a little bit, disrespected. He ended up Pepe got a little. Everybody got on him. I want him to get his thoughts out. How you doing, Black Totem Pole? Disrespected. Okay, I just assumed that you thought this. Yeah, go ahead. Well, you gotta do. Obviously, you want to echo chamber. Yeah, I just pop in and pop out part of the room, and it's on my timeline. If China owns a
No, we don't want an echo chamber. We need you. We're so happy to have you. Bye.
you just since when we went and started comparing cities, you guys were talking all this stuff about blacks being so violent, not knowing how to use themselves. Well, we started talking about the black cities. Denver, Colorado, head to head with Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte's a better place to live. Median income's better, and it's safer, less drug use. than Denver head to head, and Charlotte's a black city.
Well, you know, yes, there are some good cities, but when you go like, there's a lot of.
You can go Portland, Oregon, up against Baltimore, or you can go to the whole state of Oregon up against Maryland. Maryland is
I'm saying like Philadelphia, and then you got Chicago. Those cities were the inner. I don't know.
Let's summarize kind of what I thought I had to say. You said that I agree. It's true.
History with blue.
White cities, in so many ways, or towns, however you want to look at it, they have a drug. Yeah, and like I don't think any of us disagree with that, right? Well, when you look at a drug problem, drugs for crime. They also
Actually organizes anything. Nobody's ever.
And they also there are people like you, Jessica, who have such a area with drugs. So it's
38
whether you want to like
the United States credit. Except we all $5 trillion a year. That's what we all pay. Government spends
it's head or tail type thing. I don't disagree with that. I don't think we just couldn't get there because it was a heated conversation from many angles. There was a lot of things going on in that room at that time. I don't think. Does anybody here disagree on that part? Cool. See, I think you're the only one right now that might. I don't know. Go ahead. Cool. See, are you there now?
This is
okay. So I don't think anybody disagrees. So where are we going with that conversation? By the way, I want to go back around on the real conversation. Yeah, but go ahead. Cool. See, I'm done. Yeah, you're in the blender big time, buddy. Yeah. I'm done. I wanted to say that I'm finished. God, we did all that room yesterday. It was out of control, and that's all we had to clear up. That's insanity. But okay. Yeah, go ahead. And then I want to get back to what originally started the conversation.
Like, I agree, there are great black communities, but then you got Kensington and Allegheny in Philadelphia saying that.
another one. And you're always winning. Listen, you know, you sit home with your wife, you play lots of married couples. Right, get ugly deadlock. Like they go. And one half now the wife on always wins. Not every good player likes a sprightly opponent who sometimes wins. Wins a little bit. Wins a great time. Yes. So the unknown space, death, darkness, negative, you don't have the light. So the unknown life consists of something else. Why win? You need to sit down and win because somebody tells you why win all the time, forever, always. Fact doesn't exist. Because fact sure is not. It doesn't exist. You're trying to exist. Non-existence is the necessary condition for existence. Just like you have to have a front before you can have a back. Back before you can have a front. They come into being, so existence. So what do you think of? It's already gone. So we well, surely this is not
I think I've seen it all. This is beyond disgusting.
I have but in some way
I got the wood chipper.
I think of a one-up shit. You can't always play. If you say I won't play, it means I got more interesting game than yours.
What colors?
Oh, we've got black, we got white. That makes it even. Something else is going to be a tertiary quid, a new basis instead of new basis. All right, you black and white, A and B, you constitute the two ends of the base of the triangle. I'm the apex. I say that's odd. It's odd. Those two were even. See, it's not that anything should have happened. Said it's not. Then they recognized something had nothing. They said, all right, that's right. We can do it. So there's no comes along and says, no. They say, you're odd. Well, stand over against us. And that makes two. We, you, right? So that makes 2 out of 3. Equals 2. We recognize we're black and white. One with the other, so we're together. You say you want to be different. Okay? That makes black and white different from whatever you say you are. So we got the new yang and yin. Same all over. Page 5 is same all over again. This was our Leibniz reason. An arithmetic that could represent any number using merely 0 and 1. How we get out of this? What would you were allowed? Leibniz was God. You're question. What do you want to know? Because you know, you can sort this over now. You know better about the opposites, about the yang and the yin. And you say, Daddy, what do you think? Well,
Hey, Daddy, we give me a tip to beat the game.
all the things you might. Oh, electric guitar, $1 million. And you know that would be yang. Along with it somewhere. So you can say, God, what is God? I charge your question has no meaning. One chance lost. Friend of yours say, you go in. He says, you ask him, what question should I ask him? Oh, what question should I ask? So you do want to. But you've got. What? There's human. You have you didn't have a problem. You wouldn't know you were here. It's like you can't be yourself. That's something you call up. How somebody else is somebody else altogether. That was the sensation. I don't mind. Yeah.
David. You can tell me that conversation is like.
That's the exoteric. Esoteric means I am the other. There is some people. How can have self without other? How can the other without self? You other on me. Self on yourself. I self on me.
It's not like telling you. It's not like your.
What? Can I finish what I was saying? Y'all always talk about how we're so progressive here, and it's not. It's not as inclusive as it should be, and y'all people don't trigger.
No,
Understand that.
I mean, there's no place in the world that's as progressive as you like it.
I can't come off. I'm not coming at you at all. I don't come at. Okay, I hear you. I love coming at these men. Like you know how like why like I'm passionate.
Respond. You know, look. Ever since we've been in Tucson, this is. I'm so tired of this, and yet one must soldier on in this the perspective of some, and I will give them, I will, understandingly pat them on the head and say, yes, yes, I understand why you feel that way. But this boils down to something very simple. Muslims and Islam has been a pain in the ass since its inception on the entire world. And Andrew Jackson, one of the early presidents of our country, had to deal with the Islamic dumb fucks in his presidency when they were holding so many Europeans and Americans. They were even
So the future is always the opposite. And what we witness as our in the map, known from the unknown. You're not big. Decide to really see it. It's this vibration going. Also now wait a minute. Help another that means it's voluntary versus involuntary. What I do and what happens. What do I do? I can be nice to you or nasty to you. I would regard those as my doing. Lots of stop. I wouldn't say I've done it. I would have said it happened. Will say, your heart stopped. That was your karma. It's nothing else except doing. It's your doing that your heart stopped. That doesn't mean, don't take it literally, superstitious way that because you spat in someone's face in a past life, you're having a failures in touch for this time around. The universe is not geared to be a kind of judicial system. We figure it that way in order to frighten people. But instantly, if you die and break that, it's not what you I do. Now, I don't look to the black is white. That what you do is what happens to you. And what happens to you is what you can tell the difference between you and you. Unless something happens to you. Contrast it with vice versa. You can't tell something that happens to you. And it's just something. Let's take a look at our breath. Are you doing it, or does it happen? So I'm doing it. I'm breathing, just as I might raise my hand. But after a while, I breathe out. I feel like breathing out. And I forget all about it. It goes on. That's why yoga, which means yoga means union. That's the Latin yoga. Why yoga means what you do. You could make the very best. The Holy Spirit.
Really?
Now, most people's normal breathing. Small Holy Spirit. Breath is forced. It happens. But it's nirvana breath. Blow out. Same thing as Holy Spirit. Unforced.
Hey, what's up, John?
That's why when monks chant, or devotees of any kind chant, they have the idea that I am a flute, and the breath, the prana, the spiritus of the divine. That's what chanting's all about. Make yourself a tube for the divine.
John.
That's what's is why we get confused with all of how. No one shall save. So you decide. I've decided to invest by this brand. How did you make a decision? Well, I gave the evidence. I had enough price. I kept it. No, I know all that. How much was the machinery? The computer in your head. You know, you pushed all these buttons. What's underneath the buttons? Why not? So you see that involuntary growth called the brain underlies your voluntary decision. Because when you decide, you don't just decide to decide. And decide to decide. You just decide. That means there's something else behind it. But I think that's terrible because if what I do happens to be and I'm really doing it all, then I'm going to say that it's succeeding. Yes, but I said on the other hand, that's stupid. Yeah, the thoughts in your head drift apart. Stuff. They come to me. So in the same way, it's all strange. What? That time. The frustration of it is what you need my heart. How it goes. And the eye collapsed. Everybody. No, that was building up this person. The other easy. Because navigate is even more substantial in your body. It's like music, which vanishes as soon as it's played.
Your It continues with session 4 on Zen.
I've heard of Zen.
Oh my God, look at Zen! Maybe you've heard of this guy. His name is Chris.
I'm not trying to convert. I have nothing to sell. That when you go to a concert, you listen to someone play Mozart. He has nothing except the sound of the music. He doesn't want to convert you to anything. He doesn't want you to join an organization in favor of Mozart's music as opposed to, say, Beethoven. And I violin. I just want you to enjoy the point of view I enjoy. When that's said, I mind the breath. Let me information. About 500 AD. And about AD, it migrated to Japan, where it exists today. And it's a way of life that has had an influence on the art and architecture, the poetry and architecture of the Far East. It interests many people in other parts of the world. Now, normally, this is wrong Buddhism. As Buddhists, say I am a Catholic, or a Methodist, or a Baptist, or an Episcopalian, or a Jew. In our today in the West, probably the nearest therapy, when a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst, what problem? Not necessarily because he has hallucination or excessive singing in the ears with no clear physical origin. But when a person feels that his whole life is somehow disoriented and wrong, because the preacher only moralizes to it, says, my man has more faith in God or something. So in our day, is with the son has more prestige than a man on the tag of religion. It goes to work on you. Change your state of consciousness. That state of consciousness, your state of mind, one of being day after day constantly depressed. The objective of going to a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist is to have your state of consciousness changed to one of happiness. Now, in a somewhat similar way, the objective of Buddhism in all its forms is about a fundamental change in everyday state of consciousness. If I get more specific, it's to bring about a sense of personal identity. That is to say, in your sensation of who and what you are. I suppose you know, is a method of changing consciousness, or by a man called Gautama, who lived after 600 BC, who was Buddha, one man who woke up. Therefore, that title suggests that all people are a very wise man. We used to give lectures like this, and when he came in, he would be silent, and he'd look at the audience. Everybody would begin feeling vaguely embarrassed. And when he prolonged say, go, if you don't wake up, I won't give any lecture. So we would say that almost all human beings have a phony sense of identity. As to who they are. I'm very interested in this problem of identity. And I find out fascinating questions. Who do you think you are? Now, what seems to be most people think that I, of sensitivity, when I their skin, give differed about this. Some people effects. But in American culture today, or in the Western culture in general, most people feel that they exist in here. Which all walls, has all messages, and has in front of him things which enable him to influence the upper leg and to get all sorts of information from the nerve end. And that I am a body, but I have one. Because I in the same way as I own an automobile. I take the automobile to the mechanic, and occasionally in the same way I have to take my body to the mechanic, the surgeon, the dentist, the doctor, and have it repaired. But a child, for example, can ask the mother, Mom, who would I have been? My father has been someone else. For a child to ask, because your parent, your body, moment of conception, or maybe at the moment of birth, of souls in heaven, and your parents simply provided the physical vehicle. Especially in the Western world, I say, I walk, I talk, but I don't say I beat my heart. I don't say I shape my bone. I don't say I grow my hair. I feel that my heart beating, my hair growing, my bone shaping is something that happens to me. I don't know how it's done. And then I my body is quite different. Not outside my body. Number one is and then, but they are all little men, kids, and they're full of love, virtue. But then number two is for nature. It has emotions, maybe, in animals, but on the whole, dog is dog. And when it gets to the geological level, it's as dumb can be. It's a mechanism. That's what we live in the middle of. And the purpose of being human is we people subjugate nature, make it obey our will, and we arrive here, we don't feel that we belong in this world. The words of the prophet Hoffman, I am a stranger and afraid in a world I never made. Today, we see the with nature. I'm house in the Hollywood Hills. We're overlooking a lake. And on the other side of the lake, the whole hill has suddenly been interrupted with a ghastly gap where they have made the building of the kind you would build on a flat plain. This is called the conquest of nature. These houses will eventually fall down the hill because they are causing soil erosion and they're being stupid. The proper way to build a house on a hillside is in such a way as to effect with the nature of the hill. After all, the whole point of living in the hill is to live in the hill. There's no point in converting the hills into something flat and then going and living there. You can go down the ground. The more people live in the hills, the more they spoil the hills, and they're just the same as people living on the flat ground. I mean, how do people do that? This is one of the symptoms of our identity, of our history, We are something lonely. World that is not me. Now, the philosophies like Buddhism, the sensation of being a separate brought about by this course, the way we are brought up, being a chief of it, of course. I remember have very similar memories to mine that were interested in identifying, played with other children, and there was something other children to look up to, and you came home of that other child, and your mother said to you, Johnny, Johnny, Peter, how you behave. Somehow you let her down. Not Mrs. Jones's child, Peter. And so in many ways, we're all taught this. For example, we're all taught in childhood that we will only voluntarily. Now, a child must love his mother. But I don't want you to I say so, but because you really want to. Politics. Every democracy. And you see, you're ordered. Or a joke. Oh, the Lord is joking. Most people in our culture are offended because they have a very moronic conception of God as a person totally devoid of humor. But the Lord is highly capable of joking. Because joking is one of the most constructive things you can do. When you are told who you are, that you must be free, furthermore, that you must survive, you must go on living, and that becomes a kind of powerful get mixed up. If you must do something which will be required of you if you do it freely. Therefore, will isolate. Are center of awareness locked up in bags of skin of our identity. Created to be false by the disciplines of our own science. When we describe a human being or any other organism from a scientific point of view, we're describing it carefully. What and what a human being does. All right. And we without describing saying what they say, what the world around him is doing. About that, me, you couldn't see the stage, you couldn't see the microphone. You could only and my important with that, which is the field of vision. Now, what you would do, my nose, my eyes, and so on, but you wouldn't see my life of which we are mostly ignorant. Of identity is called avidya, and that means ignorance. Identity is the result of ignoring certain things. By behaving up here in a kind of a more or less interesting way, I cause you to ignore my background because I concentrate attention on me. In all here, he talks to you about his fingers and how empty they are, and he can pull something out of his pocket and maybe you don't notice it. And so a magic happens. All right. Way. We concentrate on the background. And so we come to think that figure exists in the background. Actually, they go together. And they life goes with death. Right. They're all one. They look different. They need each other. Just as male needs female. Vice versa. But we are ordinarily unaware of it. Start paying that behavior of the organism is inseparable from the behavior of its environment. So you see, if I'm to describe what I am doing, what am I doing? Waving my legs back and forth, walking. In order about the space which I am walking, about the floor, about the in relation to what kind of room, what kind of stage, what kind of situation. If it's done, I can't very well walk. Of what I'm doing involves the description of the world. So the biologist say that what he is describing is no longer and its behavior. He is describing a which he now calls the organism-environment. What the individual actually is. Now, this is very clearly recognized in all sorts of science, but the average individual locked up inside a bag of tin. Or of psychological training. And out. The whole cosmos fell here. The whole cosmos expressing itself there, 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 and there, and so on. Fundamentally, my skin. Outside my skin. My skin inside it. Everyone look from the ocean. Waving. I'm wave. I can wave in many ways. I can wave this way. And we are at wave. But the wave is fundamentally the ocean. Identity would be turned inside out. You work, forget your name and address, your telephone number, your social security number, and the role you're supposed to occupy in society. But you would know that this particular role that you play, the personality that you are, is superficial. All that there is. Or of psychological training. Self. The whole cosmos. Self here. Your identity would be turned inside out. You wouldn't forget your name and address, your telephone number, your social security number, and what sort of role you're supposed to occupy in society. But you would know that this particular role that you play, the personality that you are, is superficial and all that there is. Of the sense of identity, of the state of consciousness which the average person has, is the objective of Buddhistic disciplines. Something in Buddhism is rather different from methods which we use in the Western world. In the Western world, a good teacher makes for the student clearly. So you can take a course in mathematics without fear. Well, they have an almost exactly opposite conception, and that is that makes you find out something for yourself. In other words, quit by throwing the baby into the water. Then about how a burglar taught his child to burgle. One night on a burgling expedition, and locked him up in a chest in the house that he was burgling. And the poor little boy was all alone, locked up in the chest. And he began to think, how on earth am I going to get out? And they heard this shriek coming from inside the chest, and they unlocked it, and he rushed out. And falling out. And he went by a well. He picked up a rock, dropped it in the well. And everybody thought the poor fellow jumped into the well and committed suicide. And he got away. He got home. His father said, "Congratulations, you have learned the art." Once said, "A fool who persists in his folly will become wise." By the fools persist in their folly, but they have very hard analogy situation. Under a Zen master, what will happen to you? Well, let's ask the question, why would you want to do this anyway? I can make the situation fairly universal. It might not be a Zen master that you go to. It might be a Methodist minister. It might be a Catholic priest. It might be a psychoanalyst. But what's the matter with you? Why do you go? Selves. Get rid of ourselves. Ourselves. So we watch television, go to the movie, and read stories.
Fully outside of the Constitution. The real question is, what are you going to do about it? What is your duty and responsibility in the face of a government that acts outside of the Constitution? You certainly don't have any remedy through the Congress. The Congress has already been completely humiliated. They've surrendered.
They've been compromised.
Whether the fact of the matter is that they have a constitutional duty under Article 1 that they are watching the executive completely violate his constitutionally limited authority, and they're not doing anything about it. So I agree. You have to admit the Constitution is a dead letter, and then if it is, responsibilities of the citizen who believes that the Constitution needs to be consistently and uniformly enforced.
Well, as an indigenous Black Negro, as I look at it and as as the indigenous Black Negro, what we want to do is pop some popcorn.
Wait, you indigenous?
Accents.
Totem Pole, you indigenous?
I'm indigenous. I am indigenous. And so what we want to do is we want to pop popcorn, pour a little butter on it, and we want to sit back, get a Pepsi Cola, or maybe even Heineken.
Totem Pole, let me respond to John the Baptist real quick.
Do what you're supposed to do.
Totem Pole. Let me respond real quick to a solution which is improbable and but pragmatic is really, I bought this AI wearable device, and so technically if everybody had to wear a police body cam, it would actually in a way make society safer because politically those are the most dangerous people. It's not the police that need to wear body cams, it's the politicians. So all I'm trying to say is the non-lethal way is really through organization and social media because if you don't have freedom of speech to provide a contrarian view to a Democrat politician, that's a problem. The second biggest problem is obviously the legal industrial complex, which John the Baptist here is proclaiming. And so we need an army of conservative Republican lawyers to destroy the army of the liberal intellectual Democrat lawyers. But that's not going to happen because there's just too many of them. So, Rabono Shalom, I give you back the mic to John the Baptist.
Like I was saying, um, we've got to pop some popcorn and watch you Anglo Saxons handle your business. Now, before you stormed the Capitol, you guys got really upset and busted windows and stuff like that. What we want to see you do this time is put your president in check. As far as the indigenous Negro, well, I don't see that we have much to worry about because the reality of it is, it's our land to begin with. We were here before any Anglo was here. We were here to begin with.
Oh, I feel like living in the twilight zone.
You are Ben.
Huh?
Who started the Capitol?
Who start? Oh, I thought it was
It is the Twilight Zone.
Anglo Saxons were angry and they stormed the Capitol last time. What the Negroes were doing is sitting back and we want to watch
Jamal.
You guys shoot out on the street and kill each other and loot. We go and have ourselves a proper protest.
You see, I'm gonna mute anytime Dr. Piki comes up. He's too risky.
I'm neurotic or whatever it is. And one goes and say, my problem is me. Now, if you go to a Zen teacher, say, well, I've got a problem. Everything's perfectly clear. That one over. You say, Robert, now, I really want to be a student. So I know
America is drowning in debt. $39 trillion up.
the psychiatrist goes out and takes steps. It's a double take in that saying, see? Anybody who goes with spiritual problem to a Zen master, it finds himself as a nut. And the teacher does everything possible to make him as nutty as possible. That's my mistake. I don't teach it. I have no I have nothing whatsoever to tell you. So the student is very deep because it's nothing that he's talking about. There's nothing that he teaches. Now, shunyata is the Sanskrit for nothingness, and it's supposed to be the ultimate reality. But as you know, if you know anything about these doctrines, it's not nothing, not kind of just nothing there at all, not just blank, but it means no thingness. It's all separate and individual things, and that's something very deep and profound. So he knows that when the teacher said, I have nothing to eat, he meant this very esoteric no thing. Well, he might also say then, if you have nothing to eat, what are all these students doing around here? They're just stupid people who live here. But the higher stupidity of being humble and don't have intellectual pride. In the situation, he's defined himself as a nut, and then the teacher accepts. The teacher ask you a question. I want to know before your father and mother conceived you. Now, who is it wants to get one up? Your soul, your I, your identity. Your parents provided a body. Show me that. And he says, I don't want any words, I want to be shown. So the student may open his mouth to make an answer, but the teacher says, not yet. You're not ready. Then Mike, who live together, and the chief says, now what we do here is so and so, we have this discipline, but the discipline is life. So we had to what do you think? We lost one of our and in other words, nothing. No, but you must go to credit forging past it's pretty cool. Credit forging. That's great. Or if you get into a trance, or if you get dreaming, you stay quite clear and wide awake, but still doing nothing. And the idea is that out of this state of profoundly doing nothing, you will be able to tell the teacher who you really are. Who are you before your father and mother conceived you? Is there sincerity, spontaneity? I would say to you, no deception. I want you something that expresses you without the slightest deception. No more say, I want to see you. Imagine somebody else, especially a spiritual teacher, right through you, thoughts. He knows when you've been a little bit phony. That just like the psychiatrist. Discussing your problems with him and you start picking your nose. And the psychiatrist suddenly says to you, is it comfortable there? Like that? What oh, oh. And then you quick down. Nothing. I was. For real? I get. Why? Why you done? See? Well, that's the whole part of psychoanalysis, and it's them. It's the same thing. In other words, if perfectly genuine, it's like saying to a child, "Now, darling, come out here and play. Don't be self-conscious." Or it's like I would say to you, "Now, look, if you come here tonight at exactly midnight and put your hands on the stage, you could wish and have granted any wish you want, provided you don't think it's an elephant." They'll put their hands here, and they will be very careful not to think about a green elephant. Spirituality, where my ideal is to be unselfish, to let go of oneself. When of the will anymore, decide not to think of a green elephant. There is a story about one day who was a great Chinese philosopher. And now charity and love of one's neighbor and elimination of self-interest. Now is a positive manifestation of self. The order go upwards without exception. Water flow, be like this. All your nonsense is like beating a drum in search of a fugitive. Go his way. All examples of the thing the master play on you. In your mind, that you are a separate, independent, isolated individual. What he's saying to you is, show me this individual. I had a friend who was studying Zen in Japan, and he got pretty desperate. The answer of who he really is. And on the way to an interview with the master, to give an answer to the problem. A common sight in Japan, a big bullfrog sitting around in the garden. And he bullfrog up and dropped it. And then he went into the master. And who he was, he suddenly produced the bullfrog. It's not the thing. So, wow, what? When that there is of the self. There's also no way. You can't like something. Can't. Now tell I got. Now what do you do about that? Love God. You ask yourself, why am I doing this? Find out you're doing it because you want to be on the side of the big battalion. You want to be right. After all, the Lord is the universe is big. that state. So you realize I'm loving him just because I'm afraid. And you think that's pretty lousy love, isn't it? And you think that's a bad motivation. I wish I could change that. I wish I could love the Lord out of a genuine heart. But why do you want to change? I realize that the reason I want to have a different kind of motive is that I've got the same motive. So I say, oh, heaven's sakes, God, I'm a mess. And will you help me out? And then find you. Why are you doing that? Now you're just you're asking someone else to take over your problem. So you suddenly find you're stuck. No way. But what is called the Zen of the koan, it's Elijah, the person who swallowed a ball of red hot iron. He can't gulp it down and he can't spit it out. Or it's like a mosquito biting an iron bull. The nature of a mosquito to bite. It's the nature of an iron bull to be unbiteable. And both go on doing their thing. It is their nature. And so nothing. No way out. Now what does that mean? I can't do the right thing by doing. And if I can't do the right thing by not doing, what? I who states to all this am a hallucination. No independent self to be produced. There's no way at all of showing it. Wake up and think. They call that Satori. That's awakening. First step in awakening. Let me try and translate this. That what isolated center of action and experience locked up in your skin. That thing. You have a new sense of identity. Realize that what you are, I said, the whole world of nature just that cosmic forces. So in the same way, when your own sense of identity changes from being what the cosmos is doing at this place, not it, but more truly and more exclusively an individual than ever. Same paradox, which the Christian knows in the form, whosoever would save his soul shall lose it. Now, I think that it's something of very great importance to the Western world today, because we have an powerful technology. We have stronger of change than has ever existed before. how are we going to use it? There's a Chinese proverb that if the right means work in the wrong way. That our technological knowledge, the right means. What people are going to do with knowledge? Are they going to from it? Or people who love the physical world and feel that the physical world is their body. The whole physical universe, the galaxies, simply one's extended body. Now, at the moment, the general attitude of our technologists who are exploring space, and they are shell-like objects to go to the sky. Because who is get anywhere in a rocket? It takes a terrible long time even to get to the moon. And it's going to take longer than anybody can live to get outside the solar system, just to begin with. The proper way to study space is not with rockets, but with radio astronomy. Going back with a top fist to the sky. More senses. That's radio astronomy. And everything will come to you. That will examine the rock on Mars with greater care. You are holding it in your own hand. But you see, this whole attitude as a method of fighting the world. As we are doing with the uninformed, short-sighted methods of getting rid of insect pests, of forcing our fruit and tomatoes to grow, of stripping our hills of trees, and so on and so on. Thinking all this is some kind of progress when actually it is turning everything into a junk heap. Who are in the forefront of technological progress are materialists. Material and to its transformation into junk. Los Angeles. By people who love material, it's all made out of comes in any flavor. The important lesson, in other words, is technology, power, must be handled by true material. Love, cherish wood and stone and wheat, animal, above all, one's own body.
Your It continues with Session 5. The Art of Controlled Accident, Part 1.
Yes, I was giving you a general outline of the foundations of the Zen feeling for naturalness in art and life by describing the fundamental principles of the Taoist philosophy and then of the Zen discipline itself. And we saw that roots of the idea of spontaneous living, conception or rather, it isn't so much a conception as a doing, something much more subtle than might ordinarily be imagined. A lot of people think that the spontaneous or completely natural life, as it's understood by these Far Eastern philosophers, is to act according to whim. There was, for example, a great Zen monk of shortly after 1000 AD, who had a very peculiar way of thinking. He had long hair, and he would soak rice wine. Then he'd soak his hair in ink and slosh it all over the paper. He would do a Rorschach test on it. What kind of a landscape it actually was. Suddenly, out of this apparent mess, a great landscape would be evoked. But the whole lay in putting in the finishing touches. And also, there's a very curious thing. If a person who is untrained in painting makes a mess with a brush, it's liable to be just a mess. Whereas if a person who has the feeling of painting in them for a long time, and they make a mess with a brush or just do anything, it looks interesting. And that's why if you try copy the best people in modern abstract non-objective painting, you'll find it's a very difficult thing to do. Because it's more spontaneity than peace and disorder. I want to try and explain what that is. I mean, absolutely on the spur of the moment. Not make any plans, not feel that, well, you might make plans, because you could make plans spontaneously, but not to worry about whether you make the right decision, whether you'll be good or bad, selfish or unselfish, and not hesitate. In one of the great applications of Zen was to the art of fencing. And when you learn fencing, you see, you have to learn to be spontaneous. Because here of all places it is true that he who hesitates is lost. If you're in combat, stop to think what sort of a defense or attack you ought to make. The enemy's got you. So the way they teach people spontaneity in fencing is very interesting. In fencing school, you of course live with the teacher as a kind of background. And you're given a janitorial job. Now, wash dishes, put bedding away, and things like that. While you're going about your daily business, the master surprises you with a practice sword, which is made of 4 strips of bamboo, rather loosely tied together. And he something well. And you are expected to yourself with anything available. With the bedding, with the broom, with pots and pans. But the worst thing never knows when it's coming, or what direction it's coming from. And he begins to go around everywhere on sort of a watching which direction it's coming from. Feeling that the master is probably lurking around that corner. It's all set to go for him at that. Gets that practice sword. Suddenly gets hit from behind. He gives up. There's absolutely no way for the attack. And so he just wanders around. Because from a specific direction, and it comes from some other direction. You have to withdraw from the direction which you had expected it. Send your energy in another direction, and that takes time. So what you do is you go around with a mind of that is called mushin or munen. It's a very important Zen expression. It all must be an empty mind. You could also call it no heart, because the character Shin means both heart and mind, but it isn't quite the same as our word heartless, as we use it, and it isn't the same as the word mindless as we use it, meaning stupid. The state of Mushin is to have a mind like a mirror. The Taoist sage Zhuangzi said, the perfect man employs his mind as a mirror. It grasps nothing, it refuses nothing, it receives but does not keep. When it comes in front of a mirror, it reflects it instantly. The mirror doesn't wait to reflect it. They also say, when the moon rises, all bodies of water instantly reflect the moon. I mean, they don't bother with physics about the speed of light or anything like that. It's relevant. Or they say, when you clap your hands, the sound issues immediately. That's not consider whether it will issue. And so sparks from the pin, when it's struck, they issue instantly. But to do this, you can't try to be quick. Master corners you with a funny situation. He puts you in a quandary, expecting spontaneous action from you. Don't try to hurry. I watched Suzuki wait a whole minute before answering. But wait. And he can answer with silence just as well as with a formal response. Why something? When people want to study Zen, they were taken by a Japanese monk who interviewed the master and act as interpreter. And one of them had some practice. He knew a bit about it. And so after they'd had tea together and just discussed formalities, the master said in a very easy way, well, what do you gentlemen know about Zen? And one of these threw his fan, which he hadn't unfolded, the fan was still folded up, he threw it straight at the master's face. The master slightly moved to one side, and the fan went through the wall. And the master laughed like a child. That's the stuff they get. Once the master was going around through the forest with a group of students, and he picked up a tree branch. One might pick up a tree branch. Suddenly he turned to one of his students and said, what is it? He hesitated to pick up the branch. And so another student was there, and he turned to him quickly. He said, what is it? He said, I want to see it. I'll tell you. So the master tossed the branch and he hit the master. Now you may think all this is kind of a rough stuff. But another story which is on a rather different level. A certain Zen priest was having dinner at a party, and the party was being served by a geisha girl who was so elegant and so skillful in serving that he suspected she might have had some Zen training. So he decided to try her out. And she immediately came to his place and sat down in front of his little low table. See, everybody would be seated, probably, in front of low tables all around the room, and the geisha servants, people move up and down in the middle. And so she sat down and sat down in front of him and bowed. And he said, I would like to give you a present. She said, I would be most honored. Now, on the table, there are hibachi, which are little vases with hot charcoal in. And you move the charcoal around with iron chopsticks. He took a piece of charcoal out in iron chopsticks and offered it to her. She had long sleeves on it, and what she did was this. She wound them all around her hands, charcoal. Immediately got up and went to the kitchen, disposed of the charcoal, changed her robe, which had holes burned almost all the way through the sleeves, came back. And she sat down in front of the master and bowed. And she said to him, I would like to give you a present. He said, I would be most honored. Iron chopstick and had charcoal. And he pulled out a cigarette. Said, that's just what I wanted. That cigarette. Oh, here's the lesson. situation was the kind of thing that good Canadians who down that way make all sorts of jokes and turn any situation jest of some kind. There are all sorts of people who do that. People who are kind of like Dorothy Parker. In that shot of repartee, the characters get developed in a very fundamental way and to a very high degree. Now, the way in which it's developed requires a situation. Because if we all started to act on the spur of the moment without the slightest consideration or deliberation, if we all started to act on pure whim, everybody would and people would point all the police and things like that. But what they do is this. They start you doing this in the context of a certain situation where there are rules, almost some instance in which all those rules still have. And you're able to understand. When you start acting spontaneously, you're not used to doing it. And therefore your responses are unintelligent. But when people and when emotion of no mind or no deliberation, then that's mature. And you find that you're accustomed to respond as the Zen master did in lighting his cigarette from the charcoal. So also in the dark swordsmanship, when he has given up defending himself, his mind for attack, then he's got a mind. This is also likened to a vessel of water, like a wooden barrel. When you make a hole in the barrel, the water goes out of the hole. Because the water is always choose. And so you could also say that Mushin is what Krishnamurti calls choicelessness. And choice in this sense is not quite the same thing as decision. Choice is some people who, before they start to write something down, they wiggle their pens a little. Over the paper, and then they start to write. And so in the same way, a lot of people constantly in the life situation, they dither, because that dither is anxiety. That's the question. But there's no question about the be or not. Because to be and not to be go together, as we saw, they arise mutually. So then, the situation of the Zen community, safeguards are set up which you can learn how to act without integration, which is, in a sense, going back to the state of innocence. Now, it doesn't mean you should give up. It doesn't mean you become high-intellectual. You all can also learn, this is part of the later phases of Zen training, how to create spontaneously. The saying is, you see, stand or walk as you will, but whatever you do, don't wobble. So this is our difficulty, because the human mind has a feedback system. Has a peculiar susceptibility to nervousness. There was a young man who said, though, it seems that I know that I know. What I would like to see is the eye that knows me when I know that I know that I know. Now, in this way, we think about thinking, worry about worry, and then when it's is bad. You worry because you worry about worrying. Now that is the analogous example to the kinds of vibration that are set up in certain mechanical systems. For example, if you, I did this book on television once. I had the television set in the studio where you see what you're doing. So on the show, I said, now I'm going to show you a picture of anxiety. Don't worry about your sets. There's not going to be anything wrong with your set, so don't turn it off. And I said, Mr. Cameraman, will you please turn the camera on? Does that, and what does he do? All in the same system. System starts going to set up an oscillation. And you see on the screen all these jagged lines dancing across. Now that's what's induced by hesitation, attachment, block. All that which the Zen discipline is designed to overcome. And because the human being is such a peculiar organized nervous system and has this tremendously subtle cortex, which is capable of all kinds of thinking about thinking. But you can turn yourself on in the most extraordinary ways by, for example, getting earphones, which repeat what you say just a fraction of a second after you say it back to you. They delay it. And you so this way so that you suddenly yourself behave and all throughout. Wait for yourself to go on. Wait on what you say. And you get this sensation of going faster and faster and faster and faster until you just have to close the whole thing off. You'll go crazy. So that's what we're doing. And our civilization and our social institutions reflect this in hundreds of ways. And this would be true of any civilization. Because all civilization is based on the development of consciousness and feedback, that is to say, the property of self-control, of self-conscious, looking at what you've done, and then being able to criticize it and correct it. Now, who criticizes? Is the critic reliable? When you criticize yourself, who will criticize it? See? Or to put it the other way, custodiate ipsos custodiates. Who will guard the guards themselves? Who will take care of the police? Who will govern the president? And that is the big problem. The Chinese got tied up in it because they were simply a very high order of civilization. So did the Japanese. There has to be a break. Somebody has to start growing. Otherwise, everybody will go insane. So, Zen out as a way of from civilized. Now, you see, in Japanese culture, people are with propriety, with good manners, with keeping up with the Jones. One of the funniest things in the world is what Japanese people having a bowing contest. It's a very frequent thing when friends meet or take leave. They go, they bow and they bow and they respond. It goes back and forth and see who puts the last one in because I'm more polite than you. And the worries about when somebody comes, you visit the family, you always bring a gift. Let's not worry. Is the gift suitable? What is it? Anything as good as the gift they last gave us? And is it right for the occasion? Have we thought about it enough? Is there some symbolism in this gift that connects with this person's name or their birthday or something like that? Think about this. And thus they cultivate in the northern culture a sexual nervousness in it. You often see girls who cover their mouth, say, I'm not really giggling. Also, the funny things happen because of this immense social awareness and nervousness. Now, Zen picks that up. Only it does it in a way that has high artistry to it. So you see, let's just take the aesthetic domain for the moment. Oldest ceramics. The Chinese developed some of the most elegant work imaginable. You are aware, I don't think you're specimen of the great work of the Sung and Korean potters. Very often, jade-like green was gorgeous texture. As if it was carved out of jade. Well, that led on to the high techniques of the Ming Dynasty with translucent porcelain, white clay, both subtle designs, all. And that style went also to Japan. And the very, very rich, say, books like The Tale of Genji, and you must see it, Gura, the story of the 47 Ronin. Around that Luxes in pure gold and it just did different stuff. But then it's just like having too much eclairs and ice cream or that French cook who made everything look like an Oriental palace. And now what happened? Instead, suddenly, or the vision of thought, but two. One was that they were fascinated with what happened spontaneously. What happened would make when handled roughly and the hairlines show. They also, because they practice sazen, which is sitting quietly, not anything special, having an open mind, that puts you into a state where you get much better eyes and ears than you ordinarily have. And you start seeing. So you know that big cycle poem, the old part, log jump then, plot, Japanese, that plot, don't know, down in the water. And there's another poem, just like it, in the dark forest, a berry drops down in the water. Just the sound of the water. It's moment. That's all. They found that they could cheat, I suppose. The poorest, cheapest time for peasants to eat out of. And suddenly it struck one of these Zen masters that that was an incomparably beautiful art. Also have this labels, bamboo, and then a stick in it. And one day somebody noticed that this ordinary, everyday fishing utensil was just nothing. And so in the same way, they found that it was quite as satisfactory. This was a kettle boiling as this for an elaborate function. What they started manifold will send no very small blue guests. Little nuts. Walls. And where they would go and sit, and out of the simplest utensils, carefully chosen by a superb artist, they would simply sit and enjoy life. So was born the Now, look at that context. That's terribly important. Was a going back to the primitive after people were sick of too much civilization. What's going on rather than back? Because the people who selected all those things, they knew the whole tradition of their civilization, their culture. They weren't barbarians. The shogun had tea with me. Everybody started getting ceremony. The whole thing is awful. Because what's happened today is this. Ceremony is essentially something to enjoy. Now, people know how to observe the ceremony. And it's an extremely congenial, quiet conversation, simple and unostentatious manners, and really lovely things to look at. I'm celebrated by a Zen monk who happens to be in there's a lot of money there. Therefore, with him at all times, the sort of equipment that you take on camping in the mountains, because he does a lot of climbing in Japan. So, won't you, nice to have a ceremony, and you once before, and it was service. Would you serve it? Or it's a tea ceremony in the style that Zen monks do it, which is rather simple and direct, much more comfortable than all these well-educated ladies who are tittering about it and are nervous and hoping they won't make a mistake and all that kind of thing. It's dreadful. So suddenly came with a small primer stove. Set that down. Then he had an old mug, which had inside it an aluminum mug. Mug out, pour water, set that on the primer stove, but he ritually pumped up the primer stove. He did everything in the style of tea ceremony. But this was a dirty old primer stove. Suddenly the thing began to flame like the god Buddha, and away with the whisk, and all the perfect, lovely manners, handing us the aluminum cup. And we got into a lot with it. It's the custom after the tea ceremony, after the drunk, pass all the utensils round. This is exactly what happened. And we found that at the year 1945 stamped on it for some reason. About styles of aluminum cup. But it was a ceremony into the modern age. Of course, the tea drunk ceremony is that powdered green tea, which you don't steep like you make ordinary whiskey. It's with a small amount of hot water into a froth. It's called liquid jade, and it's a bit of an acquired taste for most Westerners. Tastes a little bit like a mixture of mate tea and Guinness. But when you get to know it, it's very invigorating and very awakening. And if you make up a strong mixture of it, it's a good thing to use if you want to stay awake all night and do work. So you see, the legend was that Zen monks started this interest in tea because they needed it to stay awake during practice of meditation. And it said that Bodhidharma is always drawn with eyes that are wide open. Why? Because he hasn't got any eyelids. Once when he was meditating, he fell asleep. He was furious, had his eyelids on. And as they dropped on the ground, up the first two plants. That's why they have leaves shaped like eyelids. And are drunk ever thereafter for staying awake. So the plant of Buddhism, tea is the Buddhist, just like wine is the Christian drink, coffee is the Islamic drink, and milk the Hindu as its drink. So then around this kind of appreciation, born of illness, and culture is taught, entire culture of then art with its special kind of activity, its special ceramics, its special calligraphic styles, and its special gardens, which are now it's this is a water jar. They bottom unglazed. It's played that way. Our glaze has been allowed to run. That we would call not neat at all. You can watch somebody make one of these and watch the man up plate. And as he applies the design of the glaze, he just goes whoosh to the brush. Let's drop on. That's done. There's another man by wood smoke, and in his kiln he may put about 1,100 straw. Where the straw touches flat of orange color against the purple background. Now, you see the straw arranges itself according to the nature of straw. It doesn't follow strict human direction. When they open up that film and bring the things out, they look eagerly to see what has the straw done. So, this principle of letting glaze run to see what will happen. This is non-interference. This is motion also. No purpose, or it can also be translated, no specific intent. And now, of course, you see, sometimes this doesn't work. And the master picks it up and says, that's not very interesting. And rejects it. What are the canons of taste which decide whether he will accept one of these axioms or reject it? Because here, additional principle of control enters. Say in the practice of calligraphy, a man may sit down with a huge pile of paper in front of him and do piece after piece after piece, and if it isn't just right, he throws it away. So eventually a solution comes out. There's a famous story of a Zen master who was doing calligraphy, and he had a very smart monk standing beside him who was his assistant. And the monk said, to each one as he did it, you can do better than that. Oh, no. You know much better than that. This master got more and more furious. The monk had to go out to the toilet. What? And the monk came back and he said, a masterpiece. So it's this element of selection. See, now, what can this? How another example of this. There was a porcelain tea caddy, not porcelain, but clay. And when Senator Riku was having tea ceremony, he saw this tea caddy and made no comment on it. And the owner was so disappointed that he smashed it. One of his friends broke out of the trash can to a mender. He said, look, mend this with gold. Or gold back together. And so it had all over its surface spidery lines of gold. When you saw that, it was one of the most valuable caddies Japanese collectors. Spidery lines of gold following just the chance marks of a smash. There was a competition at the Art Institute at the University of Chicago in which was a sculpture class, and the competition was that each student was given a few foot of plaster of Paris. And they said, now do something with it. Well, the prize was won by a woman who said, it has no character, it doesn't want to be anything. So she flung it on the floor and smashed it all up. And she made dents in it, banged off the corners and put cracks in it. So then she looked at it again. She said, now I know what it wants to be. So she followed the grain, as it were, made by all these cracks, and used this marvelous piece of sculpture. You have in this area a very ingenious sculptor by the name of Donald Horde, who is a master at following the grain in wood and actually making grain that seems to suggest the muscles and the flow of the type of body that he when the master decides whether the accident came off, what he wants is this. He wants the thing of man and nature, of order and reverence. Now, this is a curious thing in the human mind. When we play games, we get most fascination out of those games which satisfactorily combine skill and chance. It's like bridge, poker, have a sort of combination of these two elements. But if you go on playing those games again and again and again, because you don't feel at the mercy of chance, as you do with dice, unless you cheat. And you don't feel completely at the mercy of skill as you do with chess, or especially with like three-dimensional chess. So it's sort of well, that's what this man is looking for. He's looking for optimal combinations. Artwork like the Persian miniatures or the jewelry of Chile and Chinese porcelain. It's too much skill, too much order. Like those houses you go into where you can't put an action at the frame because everything is so clean, so tidy. One prefers a house you see that gets anyone lived in. It's more genial, more comfortable, somehow invites you to sit down and you put your feet on the table. Whereas on the other extreme, some kind of clothes are thrown in the corner and put all over them and so on. That's the other extreme. We don't want that. But that's a curious thing in the middle. Now, hold for the middle. It's like walking the tightrope. That's why part of Buddhism is called the razor's edge. Because what happened? When is all this time of work in the course of history so fashionable? People began to add these styles. For example, When Seshu, the great master painter, worked, he would sometimes take a handful of straw and paint with that instead of a brush in order to get the sort of rough effect that he wanted. So exactly ink that brush that it would give precisely the messy effect that they had in mind. Would also much in such a way, and this is terribly decadent, they could have sort of line have got where the shadow was supposed to be, and or where the highlight was supposed to be. That's when they started getting mixed up with Western ideas about shadows and perspective. They didn't have that earlier. But they were so skilled in the handling of ink that they would do this sort of thing, and they would imitate, you see, all the so-called natural effects of the great Zen artists. And so today in Japan, a artist has decided it's time to break all that up. Barco, who was the great 17th century master of haiku, said, get a 3-foot child to write haiku. Because they were sort of direct things that children would say. Now that I'm the haiku poet, there will be 10,000 haiku people all over the country. And they get so stilted and so affected that one had never heard of haiku. Same thing is starting over here. Haiku competitions that Japan Airlines and other people sponsor. But it all after a while becomes built. And so somewhere again, the new thing has to break out, which is always so that you can do it again. You start doing it again. The thing is escape. Some time ago, there was a passion for having raw fish. It's the outline of a fish. Some artists originally, put this fish together and it's something out in the shop store, and they look perfect. So this is the mistake. But not only in the arts, lifestyles, in everything, you start saying, what is the technique for getting this? People say, well, this is it. It's gone. Same the moment you start thinking something, what question do you ask? How is there something whereby in our schools we could use from the music department ceremony 3 musicians of the stature of Bach or Mozart? Now, if we knew how to do that, that knowledge would prevent us from being surprised by the work of this. But we would know how it works. When you know how it's done, it doesn't surprise you. That's why there's a Zen poem which says, if you ask where the flowers come from, even the god of spring doesn't know. Certainly the god of spring would be supposed to know where the flowers come from. And so in the same way, if you ask the Lord God, how do you create the universe? He said, I have no special method. This is known in Zen as a very difficult, this is the most difficult virtue to attain. So many of these things begin with mu. Fuji. Fuji. It's nothing. No artificiality. Fuji is where something doesn't stand out like a sore thumb, but it's absolutely different from being modest. A Fuji person may be immodest in the sense that if he knows he can do something well, he just says he can. He doesn't go at all sorts of blushing violet things. Fuji is this serious quality of not special, no special method. Because if there is ever, we do know the method, we know it infallibly, it ceases to be interesting. No surprises left. And the element of surprise is gone. The zest of life is gone. That, you see, is why it's very difficult to teach Zen to yourself. Because you can't easily surprise yourself. The essence, you see, of this kind of spontaneity is response to a surprise. So the master, you don't know what he's going to do. He surprises you. It's like finding your hiccup. So, it's when you put yourself on the back, you know when you're going to do it. So you're all ready for it. But somebody else comes up and slaps you on the back. Now that's a surprise. And what you needed was a surprise. Or it's like jokes. What makes you laugh about a joke is the element of surprise. That's why jokes aren't funny after they've been explained. So in the same way, all these Zen stories, if explained, have no effect. They're in fact produce what I would call metaphysical laughter. That's the surprise. And so as to be surprised, there's no way of no use. For example, there's a book out there called Zen by Eugen Herigel, who studied archery. Many of you probably read this book. Who pulled the bowstring in the manner of a Japanese archer and let it go, but not on purpose. It's happening without thinking first, I'll let it go. And then let it go. He had to let it go. Now, that really bugged Herigel. But something not on purpose. Actually, if you're aiming at the target, well, the whole point is, if you shoot or you shoot, it's too late. The target's moved. That's why we have a thing like beginner's luck. If you simply point at something like that, if your finger was a gun, I would probably hit the light switch. And so you get a person who's naive about a gun. But up and bam. Up there. I a friend of mine was with me and was aiming away and not missing. I just stopped. They did. But I couldn't do it. So there was a master by the name of Ikkyu, who was a great lecturer. And he was out. One of those things. Somebody pay 100 yen. No amount of money. But why don't we see this be straight? Well, soon there was a whole crowd of people around that tree, lying on the ground, sort of way up the tree with a straight trunk. But Ikkyu had a friend who was a priest of another sect, and the smart boy went and said, "What about this Mr. Ikkyu's tree?" Oh, said, "That'll be very simple." He said, "You go and tell him the answer to seeing the tree straight is to look straight at it." So this man went over to Ikkyu. He said, "I claim the reward." He said, "You look straight at it." Ikkyu went away. Down the street. Let's look straight at it. And I was all this typical pamphlet, humble about
America is a tyranny.
that's why we say you it's no problem. Let go of it. Which was what you were supposed to do all the time. On instance again as a child. So this is the meaning of the person who was asked, what do you do here? Just stand next to him. He said, it's not a child. That's just like everybody else. They all do that. He said they do not. When they eat, they don't eat. They think of all sorts of extraneous matter.
Don't produce your own spell. You transcend that to the FBI, to the Secretary of War. It will take over. There's no way that America is not. I'm sorry. You know, when I say this, you guys get angry. But the signs are just there. Trump is the enzyme. The enzyme that is going to lead the catastrophic process that will lead to the collapse if time is not taken. You're talking of elections. I don't care about elections anymore. Whether Trump made the comment today or not, the Republicans saying everywhere you go, I'm going to buy gas now at Sam's Club. I'm going to spend $62 to fill my tank. I don't need Trump. My pocketbook is telling me what's important. Now I can afford it. I have a regular job. I also have a side hustle. A side hustle for other things, right? A lot of people talk about it. A lot of people. So I don't need. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers. It's going to be a shellacking for the Republicans. But I mean, as much as I want Republicans, I want America to go down. I still like America. So what can I do? Yesterday, Trump spent 8 hours to steal on Truth Social. The president of the greatest country in the world, posting like a toddler, talks like a toddler, insults people, calls people dumb. Anyway, like I said, Marshall, I hope when your eyes will clear, you'll come back to remind what I told you prior to the elections. Don't worry, everything will come to pass. My predictions, and I'm happy to say it, coming to pass. You're telling Americans that you don't care about their welfare, which is true. Trump has never really cared. He's a millionaire. Millionaires really don't care about poor people. So I don't know why people thought that being a billionaire is such a redeeming quality for Trump. But anyway, that's a different discussion. So Gary, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I don't want to waste so much time, but I always come to tell you, when I see topics like this, I will come to the room, I remind you, and reinforce what I told you earlier about what happened to America. It's no surprise. Let Trump continue doing what he's doing. I'll be here again to come back and tell you I told you so. Thank you very much, Ayud.
Thank you, Anwar. As you were speaking, I thought about something, and that is a lot of people voted for Trump because they believe.
Now, what I want to talk to you about this afternoon are some of the aesthetic principles underlying both Chinese and Japanese art. The Taoistic and Buddhistic philosophies that have inspired and to speak about them fairly technically.
Who voted for him because they said, this guy's a successful businessman, and therefore we can trust him to run the country because he's run businesses so successfully. That was the impression that they had. So here you have a president who says, I don't care about anybody. And I think about Bill Clinton, who came up in very humble surroundings in hope Arkansas. His grandmother basically raised him because his mother was struggling to be a nurse. And so, pretty modest. If you look at the house, which you can see online if you want to look at it, it's not palatial by any stretch of the imagination. And what is he known for saying? And whether he felt it or not, people believed him when he said it. I feel your pain. And I'm just wondering whether we should not necessarily look at someone who is a successful businessman or who walks into the Oval Office rich necessarily as an asset, because there may be a lack of empathy. I have known many very wealthy people who are outstandingly empathetic, who give away large portions of their income or earnings, um, their largesse, to causes that they believe in, and sometimes not so wisely, in my opinion. But I mean, they're trying to be philanthropic, etc., in their in whatever way that they can, and I think that's a great thing. But I've also known, and I'm sure many people have known folks who are in the upper financial stratosphere who are just not understanding, not feeling people's pain because they've never had the pain. There are studies, and the studies should not even be necessary because it's just logical what they find. That shows that an inflationary spiral, such as the one that we see now, of course affects people disproportionately who have less money than people who have expendable income. If you have the money to burn, it might frustrate you a little bit that something costs more, but you can afford it. It's not going to affect your quality of life. You're not going to cut back on your travel or your purchases, etc. It's the people further down in the economic ladder who do feel the pain. So it may not be so surprising that a president who was born into wealth might not feel folks' pain and say they don't really care about the effects of the economy on the common American. Just a thought to consider. Thank you, Odeon Ware. We'll go to Monsef, followed
Can I
by...
ask a question? Sorry, Gary, just a quick question.
Sure.
So, can you tell me at any point in Trump's life that he has ever been empathetic? Any points?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the totality of his life. I don't think any of us are qualified to answer that question. I get your point. And as I was making my comments, I was trying to think of philanthropic things that Donald Trump has done, and they don't come to mind immediately, but maybe they do exist, and we just don't know about it. I've known people who have donated anonymously because they actually think it's inappropriate to take credit for giving some of their extra income to different organizations and causes. I'm not talking about political causes. I'm talking about things to help people rise up from poverty or to fight diseases or protect animals, whatever it may be that floats their boat. And they do it anonymously because, so who knows whether Trump has done that or not? I don't know. Maybe it's been reported somewhere where he's acknowledged that he's never given one penny to one organization. Maybe he's a huge supporter of the efforts of the Salvation Army or the American Red Cross that we're unaware of. It could be. So I don't think I'm qualified to answer your question. Maybe somebody else here is qualified to answer it. Monsa, followed by Dave.
I have never heard that Trump has donated any sizable amount of money to any charitable thing, and this is known by the leaks in the tax returns that we experienced in the back. In the last few years, his charitable contributions were none. So, and when he does them, it's to places where he can deduct. I mean, the only thing he did on his tax return is depreciation on his real estate, so he can lower his taxable income.
So according to Forbes, he has donated to charity, but the scale, personal nature of his giving
Right.
have been subject to intense scrutiny and debate. He heavily utilized his own foundation.
That's right.
Largely funded by others to make donations, so that's not really his money, and often gave non-cash assets such as conservation easements. I don't know what that's all about. And Forbes also reports he also pledged his presidential salary to various federal departments. So I guess in that respect, there is an in-kind contribution to back to the government,
right,
but not to charity.
Yeah, and it's the same thing when you give when you donate non-cash items. It's the purpose of them is to lower your taxes rather than getting someone. I mean, you can lend your art collection to the New York Museum or whatever. Nothing comes out of your pocket. The government considers it a cash value as they give it a cash value, and it doesn't affect you in at all, but you do get to claim a deduction on your taxes anyway. That's a known fact. That with his personality, if he's given $1,000 to someone, he's gonna brag about it for a whole week. But getting back to this, it's the comments today was. I mean, I was glad that he's actually honest about what everybody else is saying. We all been saying this since the beginning. The fact that, I mean, is he gonna care about the hurt of the American people? He said in the beginning that it was gonna be short-term pain. He kind of was aware that it's gonna be an issue, but he made it sound like there is nothing to worry about here. We're gonna take a little excursion, and it's worth it. Now, for the people that elected this guy, I mean, he's on top of our military. He makes these decisions, whatever. We should be able to believe that if he's making such a big step, he's saying that no U.S. president for the last 47 years has taken this step. So is he just taking a stab at it because no one has done this before? Just so he's
Monsef, where'd you go?
different than if he has a real plan on how to deal with this crisis or war or excursion or a military operation or whatever in a successful way, planned, that telling the American people, like, this is this is how it's gonna be. We have a plan, we have whatever. I mean, we've been hearing that it's a victory since hour number one. All we're seeing is consequences of the war, being way worse than what we've been told before. The little hurt has turned into what now, 60 going to 70 days of issues with people, in local news, saying that they can't drive their cars, they have to take public transportation. There is people that only can use one car out of two cars. And you got MAGA that's saying, "Hey, the nuclear threat. It's gotta be whatever. The little pain is so mitigated." Uh, I don't think that that's the idea that we were presented for in the beginning. Can they at least come out and say, "But we were lied to in the beginning," because we're not willing to go 6 months, a year, with gas prices at in Florida. I mean, I paid 5.25. Unleaded was like 4.60, but yeah, anyway, 5.25. In California, it's up to $7. It's not something that the American people can live on. We're hearing stories that people are already don't have enough to finish the month because of all the inflationary other aspect that gas prices kind of put on the economy. You know, I mean, inflation numbers just came out. You read them earlier, Gary. It's not looking good. Um, Adding more salt to the wound, you got job numbers that are not doing so well, and again, bringing people in front of the camera to tell the American people that it's not a big deal. You got Kevin Hassett, you know, he's an advisor to the president, I guess, on the economy. And he's saying, hey, don't look at the job numbers being low as a bad thing. This is the effect, the consequence of not having about 200,000 immigrants in our economy. The fact that we don't have so many workers, now we get to count that we lost 200,000 jobs. I thought the whole story was that immigrants stole American jobs. So how come the 200,000 jobs that were lost were not replaced by Americans seeking work? But the bottom line is 200,000 jobs disappeared from the economy. 200,000 jobs that were adding to GDP are not adding anything to GDP. And the idea that we're blaming everything on, these scary things. Well, we're cleaned up the country from all these scary immigrants, but now we have to live with lower jobs in the economy. That's going to ruin the economy. I don't know why Steve is laughing. I think, Steve, in your condition, you're probably more going to be affected with this than me. I guarantee you. You've been making all these emojis of shit like this doesn't. And this is a problem with MAGA, really. Whatever happens, they like laugh it off. Because the most important thing with this president, with MAGA, and why they supported this guy, I mean, they knew he was a crook. They knew he was not good at business. They knew when he became president, he multiplied his net worth by 7. None of this matters to them. What matters to them is that they have a president out there, a leader that looks at immigrants uh, lowerly, like people like me, like Odie and Ware, real professionals that are pumping real dollars into the federal tax dollar system. I looked at less than, and I was told this a long time ago by your friend Steve on this stage. I was told that my Americanism compared to his was lower, less than, because he can trace his ancestors to the Civil War. Well, I can't. I'm not less than an American than Steve. I don't mean to pick on Steve.
This is Gary Baumgarten's room.
And this is the reason why Trump is popular. Because the shit that you go to your local bar and you hear people talk about the nasty Mexicans, taking our jobs, doing, raping our women, uh, dirtying the blood of our society. This is the fuel that lets people vote for someone like this and say to themselves that we are going to take the pain of paying higher prices, of accepting a president that lies to us all the time, of hearing something, but then I'm going to believe something else because I have such a confirmation bias that I'm gonna believe something else. He surely does not mean what he says. So this is why we here. I gotta correct a couple of items, and then I have a beef to pick with you, Gary. A friendly beef. The talk about the economy doing so well, and then you always hear that. Look at the Dow. Look at the S&P 500. Look at whatever. Yes, about 62% of households own stock, but the discrepancy on how those stocks are owned makes a big difference.
I don't think I mentioned the Wall Street at all.
Oh, no, no, I said earlier, not you. I said the mention that when the president talks about how well the economy is doing, that he always brings up the stock market as a sign that we're great. And then people mentioned that, yeah, not everybody is invested in the stock market. Yeah, about 62% of households are. But uh, the um, uh, the fact that 87% of stocks are owned by only the 10% of the population. So people might have 401ks and all that, but it's smaller 401ks usually. It's not the people that benefit from the stock market are not typically your, $50,000 a year households. Um, that's all. My only beef with that I'm gonna talk to you about, Gary. Last time, I always bring sources, numbers, and all that. And last time I was talking about how, I think we were talking about global trade, and I said something about uh, labor cost is cheaper in Asia and whatever. I mentioned some numbers, and I think you were talking to Ching, and you asked her about how things are in China, and they said, "Oh, maybe Monsef was just saying stuff to make his point." I would never say something that is not based on real numbers, real sources, to give you wrong, information to just make my point. Uh, I've known you for a long time. I usually send you my sources. Howard knows me forever. Marshall knows me. Merrill knows me. I was never known to. I mean, this is well, I work in finance. I would never give you wrongful information in order to make a point, whether it's good or bad. That's all. And I think you probably don't even remember, but I just didn't like the fact that you insinuated that I was just inflating my numbers to make my point. That's my intervention. Thank you.
I don't ever recall saying that, but okay, if I did, I apologize. Your point about the immigrants, it's really an important point. Because we are an aging population, the birth rate is down. People, our life expectancy is again growing a little bit. It was down somewhat because of the crisis of the opioids, but it's starting to inch up again. And a good percentage of the elder care workforce comes from other countries, and they're finding it difficult to get into the United States, and many of them, and I'm saying this anecdotally, I don't know that there are any figures to back up what I'm about to say, are reticent to find jobs here right now with this administration, because I know by virtue of my previous job, which put me in touch with a lot of people um, in other nations virtually, but it put me in touch with them. I know a lot of people who have been trying their darndest from impoverished nations, but folks that have a lot of skill in healthcare and in elder care to come to the United States. And many of them go to other nations as well. They go to Singapore, they go to Japan, they go to the UAE, they go to Saudi Arabia, they go to the United Kingdom and Australia and Canada, but a lot of them were coming to the United States. It's not on the top of their list any longer.
It's also the sorry to interrupt you, Gary. The nursing sector is affected greatly with this, and it used to be easier to get nurses from places like the Caribbean islands, like places closer to the U.S. But I got a friend. His wife is, she's works at a hospital as a registered nurse, and she's been telling me how hard it is that the procedures now to get qualified, because we don't have enough qualified American nurses in the U.S. that are willing to do the job. We just don't have enough. We need extra. I mean, that's a given.
You can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
You can make a lot of money if you don't have any roots. If you're not, if you want to be a traveling nurse, where you travel from hospital to hospital, town to town, and it's an adventure. Some people like doing that, and they'll help provide you housing and transportation. because these hospitals are in dire need of good RNs. And so there are folks that are doing that are making good money. Now they're not putting down any, they're not putting down any permanent stakes. Some of them are actually living in RVs, and some of them actually park their RVs at the hospitals. you know, that's a part of our economy right now. You can make a lot of money, and they're paying a premium for it because there's always a shortage of nurses in the hospitals, and so there you go. It's a problem, and it's going to be a growing problem. The approach to immigration might shift again with the next president. I don't know. Some people will think that's a good thing. Some people will think it's a backtracking, though. Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to.
Don't buy that Tesla stock yet, Gary. It's very inflated. And I forgot one point. The BYD, as much as we give the Chinese a hard time, BYD is the equivalent of Tesla, except they are the #1 sellers of electric vehicles in the world. They are all over Europe. I mean, I don't know who's here that lives in Europe or travels to Europe, but Europeans are buying BYDs way more than Teslas. Chinese are buying BYDs much more than Teslas, and the quality of these cars is unbelievable. The price is about a third to sometimes half off, and the technology is out there. They've been in Europe and whatever for several years now to prove that they are good cars. They are graded very well, so that being doing like an ostrich and just putting our heads in the sand, thinking that we're the best. It's not gonna work. We do have real competition, and it's time to wake up to it and be smart about it. But yeah, Tesla is very overvalued. I don't recommend anyone putting a lot of money into it unless they know what they're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Monsef. We'll go to Dave, followed by Steve.
The tightest war is about Iran war, and for Iran, for probably 70 years, they planned for one thing: the Shiite Islamic end-time war. And according to this, their goal is to kill 2 billion life, right? So that will include 350 American life. That's why every day, they get the people chant death to America. That means 350 life. That is their mission of life. So how do they going to achieve that? The most effective way, of course, is nuclear. If drop one, you kill quite significant population of American. And now it's becoming difficult because of the last couple of weeks of attack by U.S. and Israel combined. Although they spend billions in doing so, but as we understand how Trump understand life, Trump would spend 300 to 400, 500 million just to save one.
What does this have to do with the question of the room, though? Can you answer the question of the room?
I already answered the question of the room. That means we are dealing with Iranian war, and economics is nothing compared to life. And because Trump is willing to spend 300 to 500 million just to save one life, the 50 millions and the suffering of the American people about gasoline and everything is nothing compared to 350 million life that the Iranian Murad regime is willing to take. And this is plan A is to use nuclear. Plan B is to close Strait of Hormuz. That means like you have money, you can't buy things. And this is all consistent with biblical end time. The method C, which is now just happening, which is to kill as many American 350 million life through pandemics. And this is today's
I don't understand. It has nothing to do with the discussion in the room, Dave, and there are a lot of people waiting. So I'm going to move on to Steve. Followed by Merrill.
Yeah, Gary, when we talk about Trump making a statement, I don't care about the economic conditions of anybody. Well, that's it. That's in regard to any war. When FDR was involved in World War II and we had to ration gas, we had to ration all kinds of different things, there was tremendous pain put on the American people and economy. Did we say FDR was being irrational? No, of course we didn't say it's being irrational. And what card?
No, Steve, but the key distinction is during World War II, they rationed. This is totally different. My mother said this about the war in Afghanistan with Bush, that if we really wanted the American public to be linked to it, we'd have gone onto a war footing and rationed stuff so that everybody had to bear the consequences of the action.
Also, FDR was famous for his fireside chats where he was very empathetic in the messaging to the U.S. So if you have a chance to hear some of those, it'd be worth it.
Well, I mean, I can be empathetic, but the facts on the ground are the facts on the ground. I can tell you, I hate that you're in a bind, but if you're still in a bind, you're in a bind. That doesn't change the facts on the ground, no matter how you try and wrap it in a nice little sugary fireside speech.
So you don't have a problem. You don't have so nice little sugary fireside speech, but
no.
So at least the president, Steve, is being forthright with us when he says, "I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody." So that's much better. That's much better than the nice, sweet fireside.
No, I actually looked that up, and it said when he talked about that, that was in relationship to the negotiation with Iran about nuclear weapons. Now, the fact of the matter is, no matter how people
was asked about the pocketbook pressures faced by everyday consumers as a result of the war.
Okay.
And in response to that question, and then he doubled down on it later, was, quote, "I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon." So he did not sugarcoat it, I guess. It's like FDR, name on FDR.
Well, no, I mean, here is the reality of anything. And people are getting so convoluted in this. If you engage in any military activity, there's going to be a residual consequence to it. That is
fine, but that's not what he said. He didn't say, listen, he didn't say, to quote Bill Clinton.
Maybe that was aimed at the Iranian leadership that is trying to inflict economic pain?
I hadn't thought about that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's telling the Iranians, we can absorb that. I don't care about the American people, so bring it on.
Well,
because
you don't
as a leader of the country, what you do not want to do is be the person who offers calm and understanding and explanation to the American people. I'm with you on this, Steve.
Articulate what's the point of what is the Iranian strategy in closing the Strait of Hormuz? What is their strategy when they close it? The strategy is to inflict economic pain.
Because as President of the United States, I don't care.
No, what he's saying to them in a crude and not so artful way is that your strategy that you're employing, because you have no military answer to what we're doing, your strategy of trying to inflict economic pain to us is not going to be effective. That's what he's saying. Now, did he say it artfully?
So you know what? If the American people just suck it up and recognize that your president doesn't care about you, but it's for a good reason because he's sending a message to Tehran.
Well, let me ask you this: any war that we entered into, any war, did it not have consequences to us one way or the other?
100%, but a true leader.
Someone didn't, because someone didn't come out and say, I don't care.
Someone? You're talking about the
Anybody there in Gary, because FDR came out and said, I hear your pain. I know that things are going bad. Did that change the situation? My mother, she's telling me about people going out and picking up iron and sending it in. They're making sacrifices.
So when a reporter says to the President of the United States, Mr. President, what can you say to the American people about their concerns about the rising inflation and their inability to meet their financial obligations? Your answer to that question is, I don't care.
No, I didn't say that he.
But that's what his answer was.
No, Gary? Let me ask you this: what if he says, "I hear you. I know it's very difficult." Would that change the situation?
Nobody's suggesting that it changes the situation. What it suggests is that that your president doesn't give a damn if you have to go from 3 to 2 meals a day or 2 to 1 meals a day. He doesn't care.
Okay, okay. If he said, "I feel your pain," like Bill Clinton, and he said, "I'm doing everything I can," and the facts on the ground didn't change.
Oh, so when Bill Clinton said, "I feel your pain," or when FDR did his fireside chats, or when Winston Churchill calmed the people of the United Kingdom during World War II, that was just a waste of breath because it didn't change anything.
Well, did it?
So you don't care if your president doesn't care?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
is that he doesn't care, Steve, and you're saying you're being dismissive of the fact that he says he doesn't care whether Steve can put a meal on the table. You don't. That doesn't bother.
No. What I am saying is that whether he says I don't care, whether he says I do care, and I really empathize with your point, every war has consequence. Every war is going to inflict pain. No matter how you talk to people about that war, something is going to happen economically or something to you. Now, does that mean I don't care? No, it doesn't. But does someone saying to you, I care, and doesn't change any of the relevant facts of your life as you're living them, does that really change your situation? And here's another thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me ask you a question that I'd like you to answer.
I got one other thing. I want
to ask you a question that I would like you to answer honestly. If when they were putting stickers on gas pumps all across the country with pictures of Joe Biden and with the words Joe, because the price of gasoline was going up during his administration, and if a reporter said to him, Mr. President, people are putting these stickers on gas pumps all across the nation, clearly they are upset that they have to pay so much. Or if the President of the United States were to be asked, Mr. Biden, people feel that their individual rights are being impeded by being told that they have to stay 6 feet apart from one another, wear masks, and get jabbed, and they feel that that their freedoms are being taken away from them. And if Joe Biden had said, "I don't care," well, I don't know why anybody's complaining about Biden saying that he doesn't care, because it doesn't change the situation on the ground. So shut up with your criticism of Joe Biden.
No, you're comparing apples and oranges.
Am I?
Yeah. Actually, you are, Gary, because one is a consequence of a war with a third party actively injecting the problem into the economy. The first, in Biden's case, was a policy decision that had no external.
Regardless of the reason, if he had said, you know what, you're right, the gas prices are going up, you're right, it's a shame that people have to stay home and work remotely and not go to church, and the churches can't open. It's a shame, but unfortunately, we have to do it. No, but instead of saying that, he said, too bad, Steve, you can't go to church. I don't care. That would have been all right with you because that was the reality on the ground.
No,
it would change anything.
No, Gary, because the two instances you are citing are government policies dictated with no external variables.
COVID wasn't an external factor?
Pardon me?
COVID wasn't an external factor? We were under attack from China because of COVID, right?
No.
You don't think that?
No, COVID was a pandemic, and how you handled it was not being influenced by someone in a third country.
So if it's being influenced by a war, then the president should not be empathetic. But if it's influenced by government policy, oh, by the way, the war is government policy. The war is government policy. He made a decision. I'm not arguing against the decision. He made a decision to go to war with Iran. So that's a government policy. Iran didn't attack us.
What it sounds like to me is that we have a bunch of people that think you can engage in something like this with all the variables involved, and if there's going to be some kind of pain, they don't think it's reasonable.
You know what it says to me, Steve? What it says to me is, I'll tell you exactly what it says to me. When conservatives are complaining about having to give up certain things because of the COVID situation, they're standing up for their rights as American citizens, and they're waving the American flag, and they're the true patriots. When liberals complain about the costs that are a result of a conservative president's policies, they're being a bunch of little baby Karens.
I didn't say anyone was being a baby Karen. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. What I did say is this. What I did say is this, and I will continue to say it. When a government in isolation makes a decision, that's one policy. When a government makes a decision and someone has the ability to blow back after that decision, and we're talking about war here, it's a different issue. Now, is Trump and how he articulated this has always been his biggest problem, is how he articulates things. He stuck his foot in his mouth. But the idea that I keep hearing over and over and over, that somehow war has no consequence, and this is just something that we should not. The question you got to ask yourself is just this, plain and simple. Is Iran having a nuclear weapon and being able to possibly, with long-range weapons, inflict mass casualties all over the United States or all over Europe or whatever radius their rocket technology can reach? Is that worth going to war or not? If it is worth that, then you do it, and you know there's.
And then you tell the American people, suck it up, baby. Suck it up. You know, I'll tell you something. There's such a disparity in the way people look at things. So when President Trump is revealed to have said, locker room talk, we understand that it's just locker room talk about grabbing women in an area where no man should grab unless it's his wife or his girlfriend with consent. That's just Trump being Trump. That's just the way Trump talks. When Joe Biden pats a little child on the head, he's a pedophile.
No, I did. I've consistently said that Trump's biggest impediment.
Can you imagine?
Is his articulation of his.
But you know,
I've consistently said that.
Biden had that problem, if Biden had said something about grabbing women by the short hairs, oh my God! Now, or would they say, "Oh, that's just Biden. That's just little old Joe. That's Sleepy Joe. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. We're not going to make a big deal about it, are we?"
No. Well, let me ask you.
Steve, let's be honest about it.
Let me ask you this question, and then I'll get out of the way because there's a lot of people.
I'm enjoying this, Steve. I hope.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this simple question. Do you believe that there was any justification for military interdiction in Iran?
That's not the topic.
It is relevant.
It's not the topic at hand.
If there was,
it's not the topic at hand. The topic at hand is the words. It was the president. No. That's not the topic. The topic was about the economy. And the president said, "I don't care."
Well,
are you going to claim that he didn't say that?
No, I've said over and over ad nauseum that this is his biggest impediment to effective governance is a bombastic articulation of points.
So that's an excuse because you've been defending it. You defended it here for 15 minutes.
No, I'm not defending it. What I'm saying, though, Gary, is if you think that you are in a knockdown drag out with someone and they're using economics as their primary defense for their position, and if you think that they can put that kind of pressure on your economy and you're going to fold, then what are you doing? You're telling me, yeah, if you can create enough economic misery in the country, instead of using a bomb against you, I can just wait you out and then you go home and I'll get what I want.
Do you think that the president's comments change any of that? Do you think that it's suddenly in Tehran they're saying, "Oh, the president says he doesn't care, so we better just might as well reopen the Strait of Hormuz because it ain't working, but Trump don't care."
Okay.
Do you think that?
No.
Then why are you saying that?
I do think it'll have an impact on him. If the people in Iran doesn't feel that the political pressure from economic damage is going to move his position, I think it strengthens him in negotiations. I really do.
Okay. They're not reading the papers here in the United States where everybody's complaining about the price of goods and gas. They're not aware that his approval ratings are down to 30%. They're not aware that the Republicans
are planning on that. You don't think that's their strategy for a long-term?
Right, that's just been obviated by brilliancy of the president's response to the reporter today.
Okay, well, maybe we can find a ward where we can get into it, and nothing articulable will ever change in the country.
Nobody is saying that.
Nothing will ever happen.
Nobody. But that's not what he said. His response wasn't Steve's response. His response wasn't, "Look, it's unfortunate, but we have to get rid of their nuclear weapons, and as a result of that, somebody's got to do something, and I've decided to do something, and the prices are going up as a result of that, and I recognize that." And unfortunately, that's not what he said. He said, "I don't care."
All right, but here's one thing for everybody.
Quote, "I don't think about anybody."
Here is one thing. For everybody that parses every single syllable that comes out of this man's mouth, the next president of the United States that gets into office, let's do the same thing. And
I see. So he is being treated unfairly by the news media and by Gary by raising this issue today.
No, we just consistently parse every single syllable, and I've never seen anyone.
See, all you do is try to
brush away what happened today.
And Gary, didn't you say that?
If one argument doesn't work, you come up with another one.
And Gary, didn't you say the president was asked a second time about his words and basically said the same thing?
Almost.
So there you go. Let's not have accountability for what we say. That's okay. And let's do what about it, Steve? That's your brand.
What I say? What I say? I've said consistently, and I continue to say, this is his biggest impediment in governance.
But people who criticize him for it, they never criticize the previous president, and they would never criticize a future president. The only president who's worth being part are Trump's.
Well, you know what? When Mayorkas was letting the country go to hell with immigration, I never heard any shit about Mayorkas consistently saying the border was under control. Everybody, I mean to a person, did not parse anything about
have sex. I did not have sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. On that one, because that's a Democrat. Nobody said a damn thing about that.
No one said a thing about Mayorkas while he's letting the southern border just be overrun and stood.
A lot of people said about it. A lot of people said about it. A lot of people say about it. Well, anyway. No one, and when you say no one, I only have to find one example of someone saying it, and that makes your comment inaccurate.
Well, like I say, let's turn to war.
There wasn't a big drumbeat. There wasn't a big drumbeat of concern. There weren't. The mainstream media did not go and show videotapes of caravans of people coming from South America through Central America into Mexico to our border.
How many people called out his consonant articulation that's under control? How many?
A lot of people did. Do you want me to research it right now and tell you? Not the Democrats, not the Democrats, but there were a lot of people who did.
Yeah.
Your memory is failing you, buddy.
No, it ain't.
You're younger than me. Your memory shouldn't.
My memory failed me. You know, Trump has always been bombastic, and he's been a poor articulator of his positions.
And that explains everything.
No, that's a given. But the underlying facts of what's going on here have not changed, and I'll leave it there.
Well, there was strong opposition to Biden's immigration policies. That's why they came up with that bill that Marshall hates so much. There was actually bipartisan opposition to the president's immigration policies. And I will forward to you a University of Cincinnati study that actually looked into all of that. Critics from the Republican side and about the open borders, and critics from the liberal side for maybe different reasons. But there was a lot of criticism. Your memory is failing you. I will send it. I will post it to the chat so everybody can see it. Meryl, followed by Daryl.
I'm going to have to personalize something for a minute. I just want to warn Steve that when you see, he literally said, this was literally said about about what's happening and people complaining or how other people are grasping this. And he said, and I quote, "Well, what this tells me is that a bunch of people, ... a bunch of people." That is pretty dismissive. That language is extremely dismissive of people that are suffering or people that are affected. And that's where language is important. You talk about Trump. Well, worst thing about him is he's bombastic. But he's bombastic, but then you always come up with a reason. You always know his motive. Whatever his motive is one that you defend. And you've got to be careful. But what it jumped out at me when you said, what this says to me is a bunch of people. I don't know who the bunch of people, how you view, that tells me you view them very inappropriately. it tells me that there's not a lot of empathy there. And I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to hurt your feeling. I'm just saying you ought to take it into consideration. And I think everybody ought to take into consideration this economy, the problems that people were having is not new. It's not just because of the war, it added to it. We have a president who was obsessed with tariffs. He was obsessed with them. And we have farmers that are greater number of farmers than ever before that are filing bankruptcy. We have the problem with fertilizer. There were all kinds of problems. What Canada was able to try to work around, what China was able to try to work around. People don't seem to understand that this economy people were being affected in this economy before the war. This was just made it worse. So I do think that should be taken into consideration. And I think you should take into consideration what he says now, even. He still says, I'm going to do tariffs this, I'm going to do, and I want to take this in Greenland. I don't think the war is not major to him. The war is a pain in the butt to him. And that's how he views it. This is interfering with his ability to do the other things that he wants to do. And let's not forget, while some people are having a problem, they can't have to carpool or they're missing church and something. This man is asking us to pay for painting the river, painting this and buying this. And oh no, guess what? That White House, the East Wing really isn't all donors. We are the donors. So I think that should be taken into consideration, that people that are hurting right now are looking at that and they are paying attention to that. And so that's one thing. I think that is extremely important. I would also like to point out that I began researching Donald Trump years ago on a bet with my boss. And it was when Donald Trump was starting to talk about the birthers. And he was not running for president. He didn't run for president till later. And I started to research, and I was able to get one tax return I was able to get. And if you think that man was generous, I'll tell you who he was generous to. His daughter's dance school. That's it. That's who he was generous to. And regarding the billionaires, the millionaire, whatever you think he was, this great businessman, he was not viewed as a great businessman in New York. He was not. His money came from his father, that the trust funds from tax evasion. He was not respected as a great real estate person. And if you ever wanted to read what the reporters on the street used to write about him, was just that it was the old Ann Richards thing about George Bush, born on third base, thought he hit a triple. This in that he had no gumption, no compassion, no understanding. And so and real estate agents, the real estate people, the billionaires then, they weren't flocking to him. They were staying away from him. And that's why he was so angry with the New York Times. And now you've got a bunch of billionaires who saw that he has been reelected, and this is where he's making his money, and this is where they're making even more money than that they need, but it's more money. So I do believe that some people ought to take into consideration what he was before, what he was in his first presidency. And by the way, the reason you didn't have immigration laws for 30 years, you couldn't put together immigration laws between the Democrats and the Republicans, is because the Republicans, they were affected by all the companies that said, we're going to lose our employees. They were getting cheap labor and they were losing their employees. So that's just one more thing I'd like to throw into it. And I'm sorry if I don't mean to be mean about this, but he's mean. He is a mean person. And while he's telling you, buck up, everybody, he's making billions. His family is making billions. The Saudis, he's not going to the Saudis. He's not sending somebody to the Saudis to negotiate a good deal. They're getting good deals for themselves as well. And nobody makes as much money during this presidency as his corporation and his family is. And it's right out in the open. We're not calling it corrupt. Can't call it corrupt because it's right out in the open. Nobody's doing anything about it. Congress isn't doing anything about it. Congress isn't going to do anything about this war. But the thing about Trump right now is he got us into this for one reason. Don't think it was just because, oh, they maybe we're going to have a nuclear weapon that was going to affect us right away. He had advice. He had advisors who said, don't do this. Don't do this now. But what you have is a narcissist who thought, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be the hero and I'm going to be the best guy in the world, and didn't have a strategy. And we're stuck right now. And it's a shame and it's awful. But he is not, what you're really experiencing now is pardon me, I'm going to break the gold water rule, is a narcissistic fallout. He is falling out. He is failing right now. And that's why he says what he says. And he's going to go to China and he's going to come back and he said, oh, they love me. Oh, yeah, he loved me. We're doing great. That's what we get. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So with regard, thank you, Meryl, to the immigration, I'm just gonna, we're short on time, but I want to just point out this University of Cincinnati study to which I referred, and which is now already pinned in the, not pinned, but posted in the chat, which is linked above. And in it, it talks about criticism of the Biden administration. This was in 2024 that this study was published. And by the way, there's all kinds of academic backgrounds supporting the conclusions here, to which you can refer if what I'm about to read is not sufficient. It says criticism of the Biden administration's policies are widespread. This is one who was president. Some argue that Biden is being too proactive, while others argue that he is not addressing the current issues with sufficient or appropriate action. Critics on the left liken his approach to former President Trump's, while critics on the right accuse him of being excessively liberal on immigration matters. Here's something that I will refresh Steve's memory. This is what it was written contemporarily. In recent news, House Republicans passed an impeachment resolution against Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, citing that Mayorkas violated the Immigration and National Security Act and failed his duty to the public in controlling the border. But nobody said anything. Nobody criticized Trump. Biden. The only president to get criticism is Trump. That was the argument of the caller, and obviously he's like forgotten things conveniently. Daryl, followed by Dr. Mitch.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to first point out, when Steve left the stage, he left the room, so he's not hearing any of this. I do. It's very interesting. All of these Trump, call them Trump whisperers, right? So, the simplest explanation tends to be the correct one, and the simplest explanation is that he meant what he said. But we get all of these whisperers who, well, no, that's not really what he meant. Because I know him, I know how he thinks, I know what he's thinking, and they don't realize that if Trump walked past them on the street, he wouldn't even look at them, and it's just so strange to me. On the economy, Merle is right. A lot of this started, last year. Here are some facts. Last year, a record number of people in this country sold plasma, meaning people are selling blood to buy food, to pay rent, to live. I didn't know about this until about a month ago when I went down to Grand Central. I've been donating blood twice a year since 9/11. I went down to donate. I'm O negative. They send me a letter. Hey, come down and donate. And then they asked me if I wanted to sell some plasma. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell are you people talking about? Like, why would I sell blood? And I went down the rabbit hole. And again, for the first time ever, a record number of people last year in this country sold plasma. We also have to look at the fact that credit card debt is something like $18 trillion, and people are using credit cards to pay rent. They're using credit cards to eat. most people, I think it's something like 57%, are within $10 of the limit on their credit cards. If this didn't start during the war, this is something that's been coming, and this is exacerbating it. And this is only part two. If you speak to economists, we're in for a long road.
Hey, Darren, can I bring up something that you mentioned the other week, which I thought was really relevant to this point? Can you speak to the buy now, pay later momentum too in the installment payment?
Yeah, last year, a record number of people purchased their holiday gifts on these buy now, pay later programs like Afterpay, Klarna. These are basically payday loans in a sense, right? And again, like we're the news doesn't really talk about this.
I sold my soul to the company store.
There you go. There you go. And we don't have enough shacks walking into Walmart and paying off people's like Christmas plans and things like that. But again, this is really just part two. As the strait continues to be closed, you're going to start to see pressure from other nations. There was a report, I think, in Politico on maybe yesterday, that the UAE is actually attacking Iran anonymously because they've already left OPEC. If the Saudis leave OPEC, and we're looking at the collapse of the petrodollar, which will basically send us into a massive tailspin, we're in trouble. And again, this is only part two. Last year was part one. People are hurting.
By the way, Daryl, you neglected a very important part of the equation when you talked about people selling plasma.
Mm-hmm.
What social strata, economic strata, are we talking about?
Usually the quote unquote people at the bottom end of the ladder. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Middle class. I'm looking at an NBC News story from February that talks about the record number of people selling plasma. And the headline is, middle class Americans are selling their plasma to make ends meet.
Yeah.
Last year, people in the United States made an estimated $4.7 billion selling their plasma. Donation centers are popping up in middle-class neighborhoods, including suburban strip malls and college towns.
Yeah. So I mean, then we get into what is actually, is middle class now what middle class was, or is middle class now upper lower class? Now, but that's irrelevant. So we're in for some pain, and like I think I mentioned something about Treasury reserves and liquidity swaps, and it's the highest it's been since 2008. And again, the war is the distraction to me. The war is the distraction, because people aren't talking about what they're going through. They're keeping it. They're internalizing a lot of this. But it's not sustainable. I was in a room the other day, Gary, and there was a woman who said she was well off, and she basically said, "Let him eat cake." And I don't know if she meant to be facetious or if she was just trying to be sardonic. I have no idea, but history tells us that this is not sustainable. And when people start thinking, what else can I lose? Then society is in trouble, in a sense.
By the way, this NBC article, just for the edification of people who are wondering, the war began, I believe it was February 28th. The article was published on February the 12th. So their story, and it's a pretty extensive one, was obviously reported on even before that, but it was published on February the 12th, before the war. They were noting a record number of plasma sales.
Yeah.
So if the president were to be asked about that, why is there a record number of plasma sales among Americans, especially around middle-class Americans? Well, I don't care about that. All I care about is the nuclear weapon.
He's made $4 billion since he came in to office, and yet people like, he's not in the room, but people like West Virginia Steve will continue to carry this guy's water, and he wouldn't look at Steve if he passed him on the street. And it's a phenomenon that I just don't understand.
But it is a phenomenon, and let's not lose sight of the fact. West Virginia was part of the Union. It wasn't part of the Confederacy, and West Virginia used to be a blue state, and now West Virginia is solidly red. So there's something there.
And Manchin, so West Virginia, it's about the closing of the coal mines, but Manchin lived on a yacht during, Steve, he lived on a yacht, and he's talking about how he's the best representative for the people. When Hillary, I'll wrap. When Hillary Clinton first said that people vote against their interests, I absolutely did not understand what the hell she was talking about. But I'm starting to, at some point, I just started to understand more and more what she was talking about, because to certain people, they understand who he is. They'll make excuses. They'll even say, "Yeah, I know he wouldn't speak to me," but it's not about that. It's about, he's not one of me, but he's against them. And it's really just about us and them in some of these people's minds. And thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Dr. Mitch, you do have time to wrap it up for us today. I know you were worried you wouldn't get an opportunity, but here.
Thank you, Gary. I've kind of been waiting patiently. A little bit of this is very, very simple, because everybody, when people are hurting, they're looking for a hero, right? And a lot of people use the comparison argument, which is kind of a false argument. Like, I like him because the other person's worse. I mean, this is the mind game, right? And the best thing that the Republicans have is a lot of Democrats, in a lot of instances, are worse. But the only question you need to ask is, are they balancing? Is anybody that you care about balancing this budget? Is $6.5 or $7 trillion a year not enough for us to support America? There's this joke going around where it says, somebody says, America's so great, it's the richest country in the world. And they say, well, does everybody have food? No. Does everybody have health care? No. Do you get free education? No. What do you get? You get a weaponry, right? And Trump just proposed another $500 billion to add to the $2 trillion a year deficit. That the way that's made up is in a couple of ways, but primarily it's through inflation, right? Like, somebody has to make up the difference. And I usually ask somebody who comes in and defends them, and I ask them, can you give me the social security numbers of your grandchildren? They say, why? I said, because I'm going to take out credit cards from your grandchildren so I can buy a bomb I can drop on another country. And they'll say, are you out of your mind? I said, no, you are, because that's what you're doing. So I think it's we could kind of talk issue by issue, but the bottom line is, poverty is a form of violence, in my opinion, and it's being hoisted on us because, and we haven't even felt it yet. I heard a horrible, a prognostication this morning about how the supply chains are going to be affected by, all of the refineries that have been destroyed, and how the output of liquid natural gas is decreased by 20%, and the cost of Brent crude and shipping, that we haven't felt it. And we're going to be, in the next 60 days, we're going to be having some food crisis because of all of these issues that hasn't been factored in, let alone the inflation. So, people in the government are bickering between, this and that, but who's taking the people into account? I would argue that neither party really is. They don't care about it. They're just bickering. They're trying to get headlines. Remember who Trump is, right? If you read The Art of the Deal, he's a guy that takes out loans from banks and then basically defaults on them, files Chapter 11, negotiates them, and collects, makes billions of dollars. That was his model. He's had thousands of lawsuits in New York for people he hasn't paid. We're talking working class folks. He is he's an interesting guy, and that's bleeding over. I think at the time he was elected, he made a lot of promises, things like balancing the budget and opening up our economy and our energy reserves so we could give a peace dividend to America. And look, I think there are tremendous forces in the world, but it's almost like an idiot computer that all it wants to do is make money. It has absolutely no empathy. It's like AI with no consideration for humanity, and it just keeps going. And eventually, you run out of clients. I mean, I don't think it's a smart business model to price every single person out of the market so nobody can buy your stuff. Then what? Okay, you can live on a yacht, but how long can you do that before if you don't have somebody to take care of?
If you know how to fish, you're going to be okay.
Well, maybe if they, well, maybe if they're still if you still have fish, but I think I have to agree with several of the speakers that it's completely unsustainable. The national debt, all this stuff. Nobody's thinking fiscally responsible. It's very, very simple. The only thing on these people's minds, and if I was running for office, I'd say the only thing on my mind right now is not only balancing the budget, but making sure it's a surplus, so that we have money to spend on things. Why are they spending money on stuff that we don't have? That they have to bleed out somehow out of the raising unsustainable prices on people. It's insane. It's mean, and it's stupid. I mean I work in the financial sector, and I always look at things with two lenses, right? I'm also a medical examiner, right? So I look at things from a medical lens, and I look at things from an economic lens. It's completely unsustainable. And
so you're going to do the post-mortem. The economy. Listen. What you say is absolutely true. My son used to always tell me there's no difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party, and they want us to believe there's this big difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. And we hear these arguments every single day on the stage here about how the other party is a bunch of dummy heads and our party is the savior. And all of them say they're going to reduce the spending, and all of them spend like drunken sailors. And the reason they do, and I'm not just talking about the presidency, obviously, I'm talking about the Congress, because they supposedly control the purse strings, is because it ain't their money. If it was their money, they would be doling it out judiciously. But it's your money and my money, so what do they care? Excellent points, Dr. Mitch. We're out of time. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Think that I was like sell pussy pretty much. He didn't go into details, but he said Monica would make a lot of money because she's a white BBW, and he didn't say why Ashley would make a good sex worker, but he did specify that I would be a high paying or high charging.
Anyway, he doesn't. We can talk about what we're winning this war. Like I already mentioned, I don't see where it was. If you weren't even in the room, like I said, like you haven't even seen half of what America's power could do. Okay?
Cost for USA so far?
$29 billion. Nothing. Nothing. It's Trump change for us.
Burn like that? We're not even going to use it anymore, and that was all anybody heard. They were like, "Yeah, we're done with that one." Sorry. Thanks for playing.
Brad, were the veterans from the first Desert Storm ever compensated for all the injuries that they had? I remember there was a big story about that.
Some were, and I think there's still some fighting on that. Not enough of us have died off yet.
Is that the burn pit bill?
That was the burn pit and the anthrax, I think, and then a couple other. Oh, the 3M earplug one is really nice. Like they're like, oh, by the way, it didn't work, and we're all, what did he say? What did he fucking say? And you're like, no shit. Like we knew that back then. You think taking fucking marshmallows and shit in your ear was gonna like protect your ear? Get the fuck out of here.
I think it was people that I know who tried to put in for that who never wore ear protection ever. You weren't wearing those yellow and brown 3Ms. What are you talking about?
Come on, you and I both put in for it. I bet you Derek did too.
I did not serve, so I just got.
I served.
I served. I appreciate all the people that do.
Yep, same here. Appreciate y'all service.
I still have to ask to this day because it's always the Marines. But what was up with them taking the fucking casings and shoving them in their ears as like who came up with that fucking strategy?
I've seen.
Wait, what did they do again? What did they do?
And they would just use that
like the mega queen you are. We are here to discuss terms of surrender, not to trade. You and your foreign friends will abandon the great.
Stephanie was a Marine, right?
The unsolved thing from the here soon again to the highest bidder. The
He's a prime example.
We soon again to the highest.
We're not smart anymore.
We're here to discuss your surrender, not mine.
I imagine it's difficult adjusting to the new reality. Your reign.
Well, if you put a cigarette butt in an empty case, that's probably double, right?
Brad, they may call that cutting edge technology.
Oh yeah, all that cutting edge technology. Let me tell you this. Send in the proper requisite form. Did you send in your T144? No. Oh, well, you can't have it. All right. I'll go without. Not all of us are treated with traffic for the penalty or shipwreck.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
You know that when we fired off of the stairs, I was allowed to not have that because I'm sitting there here and like you could feel like it vibrates the fucking thoughts. And you're sitting like that fucking fan went off and I kept going back to like a broadside. There's no way it's not all here to protect when all were fucking
Does love ships. Last time we spoke, we made a pact. You violated that pact. You declared war upon us. Though our queen does have a forgiving nature, this cannot be forgiven.
Our queen insists that one of you must die. Your crimes.
It always been
Welcome.
You should die.
Cars. Welcome.
Well, thank you so much.
What's on your mind, Karina?
Wow. Depending on what are we talking about?
Pick the subject. Go for it.
That's what I'm talking about. Here, I'm not in the army, so I cannot follow the subject. You go, guys, first, and whatever. Well, I have my issues about Trump and shit.
Well,
and Iran,
you look good.
Iran and,
Yeah.
and stuff. We can talk
America
about
is-
that, but no, I'm not. I don't know if you're ready for that.
No, we're here. We're ready. We're always waiting.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you a simple question. What do you think about
showing your teeth?
the war against Iran?
Nuke them, kill them.
Wow.
No, is it just a simple question? Are you for it? Yes. Vote yes for yes or no for no.
Yes.
But this is going too far, right? It's been going on for fucking 90 days right now. Isn't it enough?
No.
What? I'm just asking.
Cool.
Okay. Well, just tell me what is the purpose?
Control.
Cost you 10% of what you would have waged.
Thank you.
That's a good business right there. I could be the gambler stopper.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All the bad math that you're about to do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm about to go on a gambling spree very soon. I'm going on I am. It's all part of it, man. It's all part of it.
Steve,
Probability. Oh no.
hang on. Before you do, I was just curious as to what made you, Steve, think that Eastwood was a vegetarian.
I thought I read it somewhere. I thought I read it somewhere.
You read it's really healthy. It's basically vegetarian.
Well, yeah. It says he focuses on low-fat, high-nutrient foods, fish, chicken, fruit. I just thought he was a vegetarian.
Well, fish and chicken might well be vegetables.
Well, and it does say here he does not eat red meat. I didn't think he ate like chicken or fish or anything, but yeah.
So it's gonna be the gamble.
Well, I'm going gambling. Gambling's all part of the cruise vacation. Gambling show.
Want me to ruin your month?
Yeah, no, it's and
On a cruise, Steve.
I'm going on a cruise, and fortunately, I know how not to gamble more than I can afford to lose. And when I look at it, if I don't lose, I win. I never expect to win, but if I don't lose, I win.
Well, you lose once you start playing. But I'll make that happen. I think you throw that.
Yeah.
You know how much I've lost this year, like playing Keno? Let me tell you. $0.
And
I walk in a Keno, and I'm just like, I just want to stop, do like a little session with everybody. Just say, hey, will you all take a seat?
yeah, and I distinctly remember I have lost a total of $5 in Keno because I played it like once or twice, and just it doesn't do it for me. Keno doesn't do it.
Ask me how much I've lost in bingo, and it's a much bigger number because I have to oblige because my mother insists on playing bingo.
How much have you lost in bingo?
Pretty much every time I've played, except when I was like 12, back in the old days when they used to let kids go for some unknown reason. It was like totally illegal. It wasn't. We didn't have a law.
Hey, Steve.
Are you a big gambler?
Well, no, I'm definitely not a big gambler because, well, let's see. When was the last time I gambled? It was probably the last cruise I went on 4 months ago. So.
Let's see. We can hit him with the probability basics here to prepare him for his night stuff. Well,
I try every night, but go ahead. Yeah.
Steve, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Cruise ships are death traps.
Oh, okay.
They're germ traps. And if you go to international waters, be careful who you hang out with at the edge of the boat.
There you go. Yes, and
But they are the hubs now of all these viruses. Like that hantavirus also broke out, in a cruise ship, and I think COVID when it first came out, some of it came out in a cruise ship. So
Oh yeah, cruise ships have always been petri dishes for disease. No question about it.
Cruise ship would go out and it'd be like 110 people would come back from COVID. It's like what? What's going on?
Oh, they had one cruise ship that went out here, and they wouldn't let them come back literally for 2 months. We had this podcaster who lived in by Magic Mountain. I forgot what city, but by Magic Mountain out here in Los Angeles, and he was doing his podcast from the ship because he was out there for 60 fucking days. They wouldn't let the ship come back in during COVID.
Valencia?
Valencia, thank you. Yes, yes, yes.
I wrote about it. The documents for COVID stuff that was happening, all the conspiracy theories and all that. You know, a lot of narrating like all the tragedies that were going on, especially the ones that can be avoided by people not being stupid.
Yeah, and although they don't play it traditionally on the ship, my favorite gambling game is the dirtiest, nastiest, most disease-filled game there is, and that is poker. Because you have like 5 to 10 people sitting close around a table. They're exchanging the same chips. They're exchanging the same cards, and they're wiping their face and sneezing. It is a disgusting, filthy game, but I fucking love it.
That's your game, poker?
That is my game, poker. I've been playing poker for forever, but they don't have that type of poker on the cruise ship because it doesn't make them enough money. You know.
That's great. That's one of the most popular gambling games.
Yes, but it doesn't make money on a cruise ship.
Not there.
It and poker's really good too because the house doesn't have the advantage because the house takes a straight rake and it's publicized and there's no secrets about it because you're not playing against the house. You're playing against the other players. You know.
Have you ever lost a lot of money? Like, can I ask what's the most money you lost before?
What is the most money I've lost in poker? I'm going to say, oh my goodness, I'm going to say over 30 years ago, I think I lost about $700-800. So what's what's $700-800 30 years ago? What is that now? Like 3, 4, 5,000 or something?
Sounds good to me, baby.
Yeah, yeah. There you have it. So that's the most I've ever lost, and the most I ever won. I won a tournament. I won about 1,700 to 2,000. I won a tournament.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been a big gambler.
One day I'll enter the World Series of Poker.
Because we pay off our $40 trillion in debt because we're supplying the world with oil from Venezuela, U.S., and Canada. And we're supplying it, refining it, and supplying it to the world. It pays off the debt once you fuck over the economy. That's part of the Bible.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you that you have not enough oil to import to the European Union.
Bullshit.
We got
no, that is the fact. You don't have enough oil to export to Europe.
We're doing 5 million barrels a day, if not more, and we're refining.
And why Trump is holding it then? He's not letting it go. He's not letting it export it.
He said he's going to let 100 and something million.
I don't know what news channel you're listening to, but
let it flow, baby. Let it flow.
He's letting 184 million or 100 something go very shortly over the next 4 months, supplying America, Europe, and all these other countries. So he's going to be
well, the U.S. is not afraid of it, but Europe is depending on it and gas.
So you're going to get some in the next 4 months. It's a slow trickle that he's doing, plus the refining of new oil that we're doing daily of the 5 million barrels, plus that's going out to the world because already 122.
It's not going out to the world.
But
keeping it yourself in the U.S. You're keeping it yourself. It's not letting it go.
122 ships, including the ones from China, have already started to come over to Venezuela and the U.S.
How much oil can one barrel hold? Does anybody know that?
They come in different sizes.
I guess I'm trying to what does that equate to?
Depending on price.
AI question. Katrina, it does appear that the United States is on the
Sorry, it's 42 guns.
The United States is on the trajectory to be the largest exporter of oil this year in the world due to the conflict in the Middle East. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. But
So one barrel of oil makes about 22 gallons of gasoline.
okay, forget about all that. Okay.
Thank you.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of Mr. Trump right now, which keep on going the conflict in Iran? For how long is it gonna keep on going? And what's the purpose? What is whatever
Control of
is
oil.
that? Yeah, go.
And they funded
Control of
terrorists.
oil and finances.
Yeah, in my opinion, and what does that stand for?
But look here.
Hold on. Hold on. The reason why is to establish that the oil will be traded in the American dollar.
All right.
That sounds like a good reason.
It already is.
The threat.
It already is. So.
The threat is of BRICS and Iran and some of these countries, Russia, trading oil. Devalues our currency.
It's not trading.
They trade 30 million net Mazalito.
Russians in Iran. They had sanctions on them. They weren't
Oil's
allowed.
never been traded in gold. Come on.
No. These countries that have had sanctions placed on them get blocked out of the world economic system that America is the largest influencer in. So to buy Iran's oil, they've had tons of sanctions on them. China and Russia have been purchasing it in gold. That's what they have been doing.
Okay, so whatever, you know what the gold price is doing right now, right?
Yeah, that's
It's going through the roof and turning around and going back up.
Exactly.
So a few years ago, too,
Saudi
Arabia was threatening to not trade their oil in the American dollar anymore, too. And it's a big risk to the American economy if oil's not traded in the American dollar.
Okay, so just a random question. For how long would you like this to be going on?
As long as it takes, but it would be done by midterm.
Yeah.
All night long is fine for me.
For how long? How long can you? Do you know? I know what you pay for gas in the U.S. right now. It's like almost $5.
It's starting to head down, though.
Starting to head down. Yeah.
Dollars on some places.
Exactly.
Yeah, but some places have gone down a little bit in the last few days.
Actually, that's a good bug. So for me, I've seen the highest gas prices so far from since the start of the conflict. I was hoping to catch it when it was really low today. I'm like, fuck. So that is kind of frustrating, of course. I'm assuming everybody that's an American that's on state, you guys are all seeing all-time highs for your gas. Would that be correct? I paid
469.
Almost as high as Biden. We get there. Not all time highs.
I love 69. Yeah, not high here. So, yeah, who said that? Who said that? Exactly. So did you have your supplies in the U.S., but you see, it's still expanding. Like doesn't matter. So how far? So the CPI today, the CPI is like 4.8.
But you know, every spring.
Y'all need 3.8, not 3.8, 2.8 core. It was not 4.
No, the core. Okay, you're looking at the core. Okay, but the Fed is not with the Fed is not. The market's pricing like 2 rate cuts this year. Like, that's not going to happen.
Karina, I think you like.
No, you think Fed is going to cut rates?
Is everybody really stressing over like an extra $15?
I know people stressing so much that like no, nobody's stressing.
I'm not. I just wanted to catch it a little bit cheaper, Chef. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. So this is your fault.
I know that. I understand that. So, yeah, it does affect everything, but if you look at the global aspect of it, the United States is in a significantly better position than just about every other country.
Absolutely.
And the long term of this, so
yes,
we just need to start about buttercup.
Because you have a mistake going on, having war with everyone. No, we're not doing that. World.
That's not new.
And
We've not been in conflict for
let's not exaggerate. Let's not exaggerate. We're not at war with everyone. Come on, give me a break.
It's 164. I love your big pockets. Like, oh my god, this is so funny. This is so funny. He just received like the war peace announcement of FIFA. And what does he does afterwards? He does go on and start like 2 wars after that. It's so funny. That is so. Dude, that's not American. I don't know what is going on. Yeah, well, I am. Yeah. Dude, do we literally? It's incredible the amount of power. Isn't it? Yes, it is. He's literally taught me to have leverage on every fucking body I speak to. Yes. Everybody now. I got leverage on everybody I speak to now. That's power. So shout out to him. Power. Yeah. Watching pockets doing elbow. And he's even married to me. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, well, I think it's all good. It's just sorry, Don. It's the USA. I mean, honestly, I'm to be here so much. Join us. Yes, I'm pissed off that I'm not an American citizen. Yeah. Oh, you're not. Miss. I mean, we still shit in the streets out here too. But I feel like we're not third world. We're not gonna appreciate. I wish I lived in the U.S. But it's my shit. We're in a very weird culture right now. Everything's sensitive. Everybody's sensitive. Everyone's crying and shit, and then just wanted to beat each other up over a word like gay. So it's just fucking. People say good morning out here, Karina, and someone will say pause if they think that's gay. If 2 men say good morning to each other, someone will pause that and say it's gay. So that's America. So scared of me.
No pockets. There's a difference. I acknowledge.
Are you scared to being gay in the U.S.?
No. No, I'll bend anybody over. It's all pink in the middle. So. The pocket, I acknowledge it.
Right.
Right. Once a certain rank and status, you no longer have to be the first one to see.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't think, nothing wrong with it.
Any port in the storm.
My turn in the barrel, Brad. Is that what it is?
Sam.
That's why you guys wear your name on your ass, so I know who I'm doing.
I didn't even know Sam was in the game. Sam was putting himself out there and shit like, hey, me too. That's great. Karina, what country are you in by chance? Where are you at? I'm in Sweden. Where are you at? Sweden? No, I'm not. I'm Swedish, but I'm living in Spain. Oh, why the fuck would you want to live, man?
What's your favorite drink?
But I'm living in Spain.
What's your favorite drink?
I have my finca. What's your favorite drink? It's a mojito. Yeah, I thought you said something. Mojito. I love mojito, bro. I love her, dude. A mojito. Mojito. I love it.
I heard things are awful in Spain. Absolutely awful right now.
What makes you say that? You said what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I've heard things are awful in Spain. Can you tell us?
Spain? Well, it's awful over here. That's how I'm getting what you heard. We're very uneducated here and very. I never heard about that. I can tell you, I moved from Sweden to fucking Spain because Sweden is shit. Sweden is awful and full of shit. You know what's crazy, Karina, is that we actually in the U.S. think Sweden's very, very nice and very cool. While no, they're not. No, yeah. We're very uneducated here. We're very uneducated. Yes, it used to be. It used to be like 5-6 years ago, but
what about the free healthcare in Sweden still?
Sweden is shit. Still ass, dude. Sweden is shit. So Spain's not being like plagued with crime and killings and drugs and all that shit, right? Is that what Spain is tranquilo. Ah, por favor. Ah, it's a bañano fiesta. It's a party, a big party. Hell yeah. Sí. Yeah, I love Spain. Spain is the best fucking country to be in Europe. Wow. It's the best country to be in Europe. Hear that, America? Everything is legal. And there is no shooting, no drama, no nada. I love that because MSNBC is saying in Fox, everyone says you have to come and visit me. So, girl, absolutely, we're gonna drink some mojitos. Sí, señora, sí, mojitos, español, sí. Yeah, you what? Absolutely, I'm coming.
Let me ask you, Karina. 20% of the population in Spain illegally immigrated to Spain. Are you there legally, or did you break into the country?
Sweetheart, I'm from Sweden. I'm an EU membership of this EU country. So yes, I am legal. Why the fuck would you ask that question? Like, yeah, that is also. Do you have any idea what's the union country? The union.
No, I don't.
Union means. No, you have no fucking clue.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that.
It's okay. You can ask a question.
Yeah,
no,
I mean, do you deal with a lot of illegals that are there though? That's kind of what I was hitting at. How awful it is.
That's why I moved out of Sweden. 20% is it. That's why I moved out of Sweden, because in Sweden we have like illegals, criminalities, shootings, bombings, shit. It's happening. It's the worst country in the fucking European Union to be at. Wow. So I moved out from Sweden, and now I'm in Spain. I'm having my finca, my house. No nada. No shooting, no bombing, no nada. Do you know the percentage of illegal immigrants in our country, Karina? You want to take a guess? The percentage of illegals in our country? Oh my god. You want to take a guess? You want to guess the percentage? Like 40. Okay. Yeah, 40%. Okay. Okay, Joe, what's the percentage of illegals in America by chance?
I mean, I've heard upwards of 20 million.
It's 40.
But look, Karina, you're in safe company here. Tell us, is it really just the Muslims that are breaking into?
Well, back in 2015, Sweden, like we have the social community like ruling, and it was opening its everything, and we had like from Syria, Afghanistan, everyone just like bombed Sweden back in 2015. And here we are today.
I have a question, if that's okay, for Joe. 20% of Spain is illegal, undocumented.
Yeah, actually, Spain's like the largest.
I don't know where you get that stat.
It's like the largest driver of emission of what's going on.
Yep, in Spain, documented, or just hold on, yeah, because I looked up it. 1.7%.
Is that what
is undocumented?
20% of the population is foreign born, so maybe not all of them.
Okay, yeah. 1 second. I thought you said undocumented illegal, so my bad. I think the wording needs to be.
I hear you. I hear you.
But it's still a significant portion of it.
It's less
than. And it was
okay.
the idea was
Sweden.
The point of Muslim.
Sweden.
Right now.
Then the next question to ask Karina is, how bad are the in Sweden from the Muslims?
Well, what is with you and Muslims? You alright?
Yeah, well, that's why I moved out of Sweden to Spain. That's why I moved out of Sweden to Spain, because the criminality and shit over in Sweden is the worst fucking country in Europe to live at.
We have real testimony here, Box. I'm just kind of.
It used to be the safest country. Sweden used to be the safest country.
Yeah. Pockets.
Sorry. Am I good now?
You're better.
Okay, I didn't even move. Okay. So
Okay. Let me hear it.
God damn. I'm trying to look up the stats of the crime done by Muslims in Spain. I can't.
No, in Sweden.
Oh my God. Yo, Karina, I swear to God, bro, I'll never visit you.
Tell me Sweden. Look it up in Sweden.
Oh God, I've never come to Spain. I think it's my hills, girl. Stop drinking.
You know, I never felt safer ever. I'm in Spain right now. I never felt safer. When I was back in Sweden, not safe.
I'll just talk over you. So I can't find any stats of crimes done by Muslims, especially rapes done by Muslims in Spain. So can you post that? Google search engine is like omitting shit because or some shit. If you post those stats, I'd love to see it.
You just clarified it. It's
Spain
awful.
is the safest country to be at.
So
no, listen, Pocket. She just.
Yeah, look up.
I thought your question was referring to Spain when you asked her how many immigrants are in Spain, Joe.
Hold on. I'm not European, and I'm not going to be the know-it-all of Europe. That's why I'm asking a European these questions.
Yeah, like do you even care about Europe?
Well,
do you like even care about Europe? You have no fucking
Europe. You can clarify it for us.
Yes.
You might have misinformation from.
In that way, yes. Okay.
From our,
okay. So
yeah.
Okay.
I got it wrong.
No, you're good. I'll stop when we're
Sweden. Yeah, sweetheart. Yeah. Just tell me the stats of Sweden.
Yeah, I looked it up. We're looking up Sweden right now.
Thank you.
It says, okay, then let me go, girl. It says Sweden does not publish official crime statistics by religion. So there is no reliable official number of crime done by Muslims in Sweden. The closest official data is immigrant background, not religion. So Braw's report found the share registered suspended offenders was highest among people born in Sweden to 2 foreign-born parents than foreign-born people. But it also said the proportion declined from 2007 to 2018. So, let's go. What's this now? Like I'm really about to blow a gasket. How to save your fucking die.
She can't even vote. She can't even vote in Spain. So why is she there? Like, she can't even control the government.
Are you talking about she, Satni?
You.
Yeah, I cannot even vote in Spain. No.
Can you?
But I get the residencia. No, but you know what? I can vote.
So your stats aren't good no matter where you live, because you can't vote in any country you live in.
Yes, I can vote in Sweden if I want. We have.
Miranda, what you been drinking?
Yes. Here.
Can you vote in America, Karina, at this point? I mean,
If I can marry someone, yes, I can. I can vote.
at this point,
Yes, if I marry someone, I can vote in.
Hangover?
You know who I will vote for.
You ever been to Bangkok?
our election is so fraudulent. At this point, you're probably
That's a dead end. That's a dead end. Don't ever go there. It's a dead
Does
end.
anyone have any Adderall?
I love you.
I'm fucking losing it.
No,
So
you've
been
good.
to Bangkok?
Keep on.
How many times you been?
Y'all remember that song from like 20 years ago? She bang, she bang.
I know that.
Okay, who went to Bangkok?
You did.
I never been there. I hate Asia.
Hello?
I hate it. My God, it's loads of bugs. Bugs and
Don't like
get like. Okay. Next question. You want to talk about the hantavirus?
Why the fuck would we do that?
Yes, let's do that.
Why?
Is that going to be the? So why?
You have it.
Is that going to be the new fucking?
Do you have it?
The boat that is it's like
No,
it's like.
It's only traveled. It's only on one boat.
Yeah, well, you know, all what it started with COVID, it was also cruise ship. It all started
It's missable through Clubhouse.
COVID. Are we gonna have the same fucking shit again?
See, until we see New York spiraling because they got rats all over their fucking streets, we're fine. Until we see the spiraling, we're good, bro. It's coming for rats. So.
Marina, you know you can catch it on Clubhouse, right?
I'm just asking a question. Okay.
What was the question?
Yo, say you can catch it on Clubhouse one more time.
Well, no, kids. We already decided when we got the COVID. Okay, well then
decided what?
We decided when we got the
after like 10 years, and oh my God, we're not even there. We're just like 5 years.
Yeah, y'all
I'm not right.
Have COVID. Is it like one of those like infection parties that they?
He said look COVID too.
Okay. Well, I rest my case.
You need some rest.
I love you all. Like
You having fun trying your hand on everybody?
All right.
Pretty similar, Boosie. You guys are both like saying,
hello. Don't make a fool out of me just because I'm a European, you know.
What are you talking about? You made us. So there's really not much to hate.
Oh, you love Europeans.
You talk about our politics, but you can't even control your own.
Yo, Coulson and Karina sound like literally the same.
Because I hate my fucking politics over here in Europe. I hate Europe.
Go ahead, Coulson.
I wish I was an American. I wish I was an American. I told you.
Yeah, but tell us why you hate it. And why,
because Europe is shit.
Do it.
Amen to that, bro.
They cannot agree on anything. They cannot communicate. There are such.
You know what's crazy is that like you can look at the homicide rates. Hold on.
Not for this end. I lived in the U.S. I lived in the U.S. for 10 years.
Yeah, but where are you from?
Sweden.
I'm from Sweden. But I still lived in the U.S. for 10 years. And when you were little and you travel to the U.S. and you explore everything and you live there, you go to high school, you go to college and everything, you're mentally fucking
Retarded.
American.
Absolutely.
But
Yes.
you're still not an American. You're still a European. So that's how it is.
Neither did you, Colson.
Though. For 10 years, you should have had an American accent.
Oh my God! I lived in Europe for the past 25.
Well, how old were you when you moved to America?
I was 16.
That's the worst.
Yeah, that's like right at the edge. Either you can lose your accent or you can't. That's a good chance you can't.
The worst.
I lived in Amsterdam for 20 years.
Damn.
That explains everything.
Yeah, literally, like Zach thought was like, okay, well, I get her.
I lived all over the fucking world.
And Spain's the best place.
Yeah.
If you want to be an American.
And Spain's the best place.
Yeah, America's the best in the world, and you want to be an American. Exactly, Joey.
I went to high school and college in the U.S. I do prefer the U.S.
Let's go.
I was young and I was like,
let's fucking go, man.
Come here, correct.
You know, I hung out with oh my God, you don't even want to know.
Come here, correct. Silvers, and we welcome you with open arms.
You know, I hung out with Axl Rose before he was even famous.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
At the Knoxville Mall when I was 16 years old.
Oh, that makes sense.
Back in 1985.
Damn,
yeah.
You almost on Medicare, girl.
My God.
What the fuck?
I had it going with Axl Rose. Do you know who he is?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
That's awesome. Honestly, awesome. I would have loved to have met Freddie Mercury, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's my best American memory.
Hanging out with Axl Rose at a bar.
Yes.
I heard there's a lot more. Is it true? There's a lot more rapes in Sweden now.
I looked it up.
What?
I looked it up. I couldn't find the stats about the Muslims committing rapes.
Oh, because I think it's sweet. I like rape, but I just curious.
Yeah. Of course you do.
I'm excited by Axl Rose.
The fact that I'm next to you just makes me feel.
Are you jealous? Yeah, you're so jealous.
Well, I'm not Muslim, so they probably would throw me in prison forever.
Me neither.
Yeah, so you can probably just look around and say like,
I'm Christian.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You're a Christian? No way. You would do well here.
I know.
At least you're not Catholic, because, my Lord.
Oh my God. I lived 10 years in Tennessee, Knoxville.
Oh.
Yes. Can you imagine?
No. I would never.
Yes. My favorite place to go at was like Wendy's.
Oh my God.
Well,
McDonald's ice cream machine being broken because you're not truly American.
Yeah. Well, New York, LA, that's not US either.
So it should be different countries, 100%.
Yeah, New York and LA is. I prefer the southern part of the US.
Yeah, they're gonna break up islands anyways, so don't worry.
I got your stats, all right, Pockets?
I'm ready.
So this is, sources. Yeah, so sources are the SST, the SCB, and the Swedish Police Authority. Sweden leads Europe in reported rapes per 100,000, so per capita, and gang-related explosion bombings.
There you go.
But were they done by Muslims? Was the question.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, you've already read Sweden. Oh, hold on. You can go to Twitter. It's real simple and to look in Sweden and Muslims and the crime, and there'll be reports of it. However, you already know the Sweden government is woke and doesn't report based upon their religious affiliation.
Right.
They're criminals. So they can cover it.
Trump and Epstein and find a bunch of shit that could incriminate him as well. So
Don't involve
I mean, could see that. I could see that.
Was it? Tell us of the Muslims. We got a witness here. Was it largely Muslims that went into Sweden over the last 10 years?
We know
Yes.
fucking Muslims.
how fast. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Beyond it, everybody knows that.
It is.
Yes,
the
Muslims are a bunch of fucking rapists.
in Sweden.
Even though illegal immigrants
10,
take up
15
1%.
years. Yes.
You know that they have it. Do you know they have?
I'm not a racist, though.
You know, well, I am, but you know that they have like a team of like ultra progressive, Jewish lawyers there that probably defend them against being deported. You know, that's just how these fucking people work.
Yeah. Well, welcome to my world.
One country that's doing better than all European countries right now, and that is
Donald Trump.
and that is that is Poland. Hey, shut your mouth.
Yeah. Do you know why Poland never ever?
Hold on, shut up. Hold on, everybody. I'm talking to the Muslim. Hold on. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. Look, dude. You want to come up here because you know what? If you're just mad because we said something about Islam, fuck you, fuck your prophet, fuck your religion, fuck all of you. But I don't know what else to say. My mind wants to say. So if you have something, if you're offended by that, just say it yourself. If you have something productive to say, then go ahead. Otherwise, I'm just gonna kick your ass out of the fucking room. Yeah. You get that, you Muslim cocksucker?
Mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the horse. My head I invoke. I am the only begotten son of my father. My father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. About me stars. Oh, by their brightness I invoke thee. So the sun, and say it by the Lamb and I invoke thee. So by invoke. By the side of the turban of white and gold, and the throne I invoke. Yes, I invoke. Anyone of the master.
By the song I invoke, my hand that so let it cry from beating by the sword I invoke. And my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the daughters of sweet and pure. By the brightness of it's the red light glorifies the sun. Give none faded me of by the Amen I invoke thee. The God of God, so reflecting of faith, I wear my robe, I invoke the sometimes by the sun. And my trial, was travel on the tough hell, so right up for the heart of glory. By my fingers I hold the wand of double power in the voice. Stir word I invoke thee. Of music, the soul, and strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Voice of the fire, voice of the seas, never voice of Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my sight is keen as the hawks by my head. I got a child of about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save me of thee, O Lord. By the lemon I invoke. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. The sign of a prophet's and type. By the sign I invoke. So my white and mine. My fingers travel on the upper run. By my fingers I invoke. Double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, try. Strike a master chord. Grab a gaming sword. I just want to invoke thee. Strike at my prison. The spell.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with great sorrow. My body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the head of oh Lord. By the sun will go. It's flashing out by the time. By my love I invoke. I somebody for by the side I invoke. Is the bird of the backbone. By my throne I invoke. My feet travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. So that the voice of the master. Song that I made. Let it strike. I like it. It's word I invoke. It wants something body. Something six. 11 voices. Mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the ox. I am the begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and but out me shine the diamond of red and white and blue. Oh Lord, the garment of white stone. Mine is the insight is keen as the ox. I might head, I will be. My father is dead. My mother born you with my body. I shining diamonds of radiance, white and pure. I their brightness. I we make the signs. The invocation concludes. For my servants of the go forth and dwell, so that every spirit will not ferment. So, on the earth, that's why I go in the earth. That's why and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the rose and cross of life and side to invocation judgment. Therefore I say unto you, so that every spirit, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each Dabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I beg to be dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether you find it or think it's I bear the rose and cross of life and life. Giving the sign as each Abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, come forth well, so speak well beside me. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole life broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of it all. Hold it. Don't run from your feeling. One more second. You can stop believing. Still not. Still not. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I. Everyone gets named, then it fades in the hush. I need 1,000 sounds when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking it's so. Take the deepest breath of them all. Oh, don't run from the sea. One second, you can't stop. Stop. Stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to reach what I cannot hold with you. Take time, like reading your holy kind. Storm me, waste like your time. Wisdom now it's born. Wisdom of God, only yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. The second you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, is above. Go, 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 I answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Everyone gets named, then it fades in a huff. I don't need 1,000 signs when you're just one deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, oh, take a deep breath. Stand from the fear, second, can't stop believing. Now it's joy. From God, from God, now it's joy. If I tremble, stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tend song in my head. It's your wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God is love. Wisdom of God, now it's fun. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me quiet, with my still shaking. I was carrying her like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your promise. Take the deepest breath of the day. Off for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hand. I'm towering the broken sidewalk. Guarding the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you say. If I let go, I'll come back in. If I let go, you get me. Now it's joy. Now it's wisdom. Yeah, I'm so. God is love here. Love is now. Show me now. With option. Now it's a perfect sunlight. So it's every sweet stuff. I'll stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. One soft smile is wisdom. Now we go. Now it's wisdom. I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your head. Top of the broken sidewalk. God in the grocery store. Psychology in the go. Come here. If one day you get near. boxes, label fear and pride. Then I watch into the sunlight. When you sit by myself, truth is a source distraction. It's very slow. I hear it say, if I breathe slow, everything knows. I stop asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world around. In the silence, in the dark. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten son of my father and mother. My father is dead. By my body I invoke thee. About me stars. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. It's the garment of Christ, always hold my thoughts. Oh, by invoke. It's the sun of sunshine. By the side of the dead and gold, and throne I invoke. Fingers I invoke. Anyone something I say. Lord, I invoke. Some music must by the song I invoke. My hands are set to that. Let it strike from beating by the sword I invoke. And my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of sweet and pure. By the brightness of his is the red light, glorifies the sun, given none, faded me of thee, no more. By the Amen I invoke thee. The God of one soul, reflecting a veil, my way, my robe I invoke. It's the sun top by the side. The time and my job. My fingers tremble on the tough earth, so run I fitting in thy pot of glory. By my fingers I exalt thee. Wand of double power in the voice, stir us up. Lord, I invoke thee. Of music, the soul Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquer. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Voice of the fire, the voice of the seas, never voice of God. Mine is the head of the man. I'm sight is keen as the hawks by my head. I got to child of about me shine the diamonds are red, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. By the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the love I invoke. Stream is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. The sign of a prophets and type. By the sign I invoke. So and my fingers travel on the upper run. By my fingers I invoke. I get the one double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word and the words of music. Song in the try. Strike the master chord. Oh, try the flaming sword. I think now the song I invoke thee. I saw the strike at my critique of the spirit of God. Voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain. My body I invoke thee. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the head of oh Lord. By the it's flashing out by the time. By my love, I I sometimes fall. I decide I mine is the third and the fourth. I'm a throne, I invoke. My fingers travel and the beats of pearl, so run I after thee, thy car of glory. Now my fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one son of my star. Song that voices. Mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the ox. I am my father is dead. My mother born me with labor and shine the diamond of red and white and blue by the bright star. The shine, the love, love, oh Lord, the garment of white stone. Mine is the and my insight is keen as the ox. I will be. I'm the only invite of my father. His father is dead. I'm born to you with but my body. I will be. And the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. Their brightness. I we make the signs of kingdom compose. 47 to the year. Still forth and growing. So that every spirit, welcome to firmament. And every spell and scourge of God, the fast one might be. Mine is the head of the rose and cross of life and side to invocation judgment. Therefore I say unto you, every spirit, scourge of God, from fast I bear the rose and frost of life and light, giving the sign at each Dabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether in the firmament or in the east, Six, I bear the rose and cross of light and light. Give me the sign at each Abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto you, come thou forth and dwell, so that speak whether the sound or of the bright or in the water. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Oh, don't run from your feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Still not. Still not. Still not. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Moon gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking it's so. Take the deepest breath. Oh, don't run from the fear. One second, you can't stop. Stop. Stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hand to reach what I cannot hold with you. Take time. Bring your holy God and storm. Let's go. Wisdom. Wisdom of God, only yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. The second you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, is above. Oh, let it go, go, go. I am so. I need to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named and it fades in a hush. I don't need 1,000 signs on your name. Just one deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Hold it close, flowing from the feeling. For a second, can't stop believing. Now it's joy. From God, from God, now it's joy. From to know if I tremble, stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell me song in my head. Let's go. now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God, now it's found. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, and light. You found me quiet, still shaking. I was carried hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Off for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, and enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. Was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay.
relationships didn't work out, but we at least had that conversation.
It starts with the conversation. You notice how
This is one of the things I really believe. A lot of people going through relations only with what we expect. Okay? You hanging out with somebody, you guys tell me the text is good, but this person's not good enough for you to give her your last name. Or for the woman to say, I want to give you children. To me, that's a dangerous thing to be, because guys, we think life is long. It's not. It's really short, guys. And why do I want to protect my life? I know I'm not going to be with, and I know they really don't want to be with me. They're just hanging out until something better comes along. It should be that scary.
Right. Yeah. And I could be wrong, but I really think that the only time I've seen situationships going for a long time is just from fear. Whatever the fear is, I just don't see any other reason why if it doesn't stem from like that being the root.
Well, that's well, sometimes and someone was saying this: the younger you get married, potentially, the stronger you work through some of your bonds. Like, say you do go to college, but you get married. Someone gets a job as a mechanic. You know the struggles. They'll move from here to there to there. Like, you'll learn and you'll grow through each of those things, and you'll see successful people adapt as they change careers. Because if you don't do it together, it's tough because you might be set in your ways. You're in your 30s. You're ready to settle down, but you should have probably already settled down and got married, and maybe had a kid. Maybe not. It just depends on your situation. But by the time you settle down, you would have had a future, and you could change jobs. You could change where you live. You might sell one house to move. You'll learn the financial struggles together, and the more you learn together, the more you grow together. I think the sooner.
Well, Clubhouse, Clubhouse.
And opportunities I've got in life around the world because I'm married. I'm in debt here, right? I can go to meetings and have opportunities with companies. And because I'm married, they look at me a lot more serious than someone that's transient or someone that's not going to be around. They, they want to commit to someone that already made a commitment in their personal life. And I think that's why you see a lot of these guys say, hey, I'm 30, I'm 31, and I've had 6, 7, 8 different jobs. Why? Because they know that you're not serious about making a commitment. And that's what I say, it's not fair. And you got to look this up. How many men he asked a woman to marry them in their life? 2026. Google that one.
See this.
Because I think the younger or the sooner you get married, it's easier to venture on to a journey, like move house to house or apartment to another city. The younger you are, the more easier it is, and it's more adaptability. Because you could be offered a job today where you're at, but then they could say, "Oh, he's so good. Can we move him down to
Cool.
Tennessee?"
See, let me go after you or after DJ.
Hold on, DJ, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just amused at all of these experts on relationships. I think people should stick to politics, quite frankly. But this is such a nuanced issue. It's cultural. I mean, there's sociological, physiological, philosophical, psychological issues. People go to residency programs
get married until they're done. So they've done 2 residency programs and they're 35 years old. There are people who get married very young and pick jobs in retail where they could get a job doing anything in that space. Where I mean, it's just the convergence of the career and marriage is just kind of fascinating to hear this discourse. The expertise on marriage and love. Most people probably
You look like Bader from Mars.
reasons. It's just so interesting. I think the key element is: have you been to therapy? Have you worked on yourself? Are you open? Have you done work to heal childhood traumas? And then,
So what's up? What's up?
Hello?
smart they are. Their experience is better than the lived experience of others, or it's more compelling. It's just so fascinating.
Hold on. The disclaimer here.
Okay.
I have to say, Ed, hold on a second. We never said we were experts. You know
No,
that.
no. But I'm hearing from certain people expertise in their voices, right? And maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't claim expertise, and maybe I jumped the gun in saying that. But I think that relationships are so different. But the one thing that I think people find out is if they've worked on themselves and are more self-aware, and they don't come up from a place of judgment and criticism, they're open and flexible. Cool C said one thing that was, I think, poignant was the flexibility is a key element. But there are so many things that drive people. There are so many careers that people can only take on roles in certain regions of the country, or the quality of life, there's so many frigging issues to consider that to kind of pigeonhole any one type of relationship or one option or avenue is just kind of asinine. And I think one of the other things that people are finding is, the metric here seems to be that marriage is so indicative of success in the relationship, when in fact you'll feel a lot of people in dysfunctional relationships who are married for perhaps the wrong reasons and perhaps the reasons they need, whether it's financial or whatever. But love is probably lower on the list. And to be presumptuous about other people's relationships, I find interesting. That's my opinion. You can take it or leave it.
Well, so DJ, I was actually bringing this up earlier because I was avoiding really giving any I was of the impression that when it comes to personality traits and just how very different people are, my personal opinion, what I heard from that from actually listening to, I've been bored and listening to psychologists and stuff, talk about this shit, but like perhaps things that I'd say for psychological reasons, that's probably might even play the biggest part in why some relationships are healthy and some aren't. Maybe you agree. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look, hold on one second. I think that if you look at the 12 step, if you look at recovery, for example, years ago I went to Codependence Anonymous because I came from a dysfunctional family. And what I found fascinating for people in recovery, whether they're in who's ever gone through the 12 steps, right? Again, I'm not saying that's for everybody, but what was interesting is those people were less inclined to be so hungry to be in a marriage because they worked on themselves so that they built up their self-esteem. They mitigated codependency. They weren't they were interdependent, likely not codependent or counterdependent in their relationship and their attachment to people, and so they don't look at the marriage as the metric of success. And I think maybe generations ago that made sense, where dependency was largely dictated by finances in many ways. But I think the beauty of people working on themselves is that they build enough self-esteem that a relationship is a bonus, but it's not a necessity. And hey, I'm a hopeless romantic. I love being in relationships, but I also find it my siblings, and I'll land on this personal note. My siblings are both married to people very early. They're still together. I can't tell you how healthy their relationships are or aren't. One is probably healthier than the other, and one of them is probably quite in love with their partner. But I feel like, wow, in some ways they missed out on the opportunity to learn from all the relationships that other people who weren't married early got. So the grass might be always greener, but I think that to suggest that marriage is kind of the metric, or that you have to get married, or
we never said that.
Okay, maybe I missed part of that.
So
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to ask you a question, because you actually came in and you said something that were not quite okay, and I'm using that term based on what you said. Of a family of married people, okay? And my dad was married 58 years. My grandpa was married 49, and yet they were happy, and yet they had. I love when people say, "Well, sorry, brother." No, stop. But they're that working together, because, and I'm going to say this to you, DJ, helping people walk together and let they agree. There's no outside, it's what they're working inside of people. There's no one. You still got to go home to that person. You have to work everything out with that person. That's what people celebrate, how they work out with their person. Okay? I've never done drugs. You know why? Never taken alcohol in my life. Never smoked a cigarette. Never done a drug. And my wife and I met each other in youth group. And you know what we're not doing? We're not trying to be dysfunctional. We're trying to be functional. And when things come up and issues come up, you know what we do, DJ? We work on them together.
Edward, I know that you think you have all these answers. Wait a minute, you interrupt all of it. You work with dead people. You work with dead people, right?
Okay. So now you can be dead in the audience, okay? Since you want to talk like that, be dead in the audience. Okay? So guys, this is what I want everybody here. You can't come up here and think that just because you have an opinion, that your opinion is number one. Other people do have opinions. I'm not telling you my opinion because I'm not married to or anybody in your family. And I don't do folks that. I got it, DJ. Because you know what you want to do is come here and tell us that we're all wrong, we're all negative, and no, we don't have all the answers. You're correct. We don't. I don't have the answer. You know how the answer for? One woman who has my last name. That's it.
Edward, there's a reason. Now you're going to throw me down, so I'll just wait till you throw me down. But actually, I'll talk till you throw me down.
We don't want to throw you down, though.
Well, hold on. Yeah. I'll bring him up. Just let Edward finish, and then I'll bring you up.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, I'm not talking against DJ or anyone else. Okay? I don't have any answers, DJ. You don't know me. You never met me in your life. You hear something, and that's how you hear it. Okay? So let's all be very careful, because I hear all of you guys talk, but you know what I never do? I never take anything you guys say personally. I don't own any of it. The message you guys all have, those are your experiences and your. It's so sad that when someone else has something other than what you believe, that's the sad part. Okay? I never take anything. You guys, I never take it personally. But when Mr. Edwards speaks, if you heard it, no, you're listening through your own lenses, and you Mr. Edward don't pay your bills. Mr. Edward don't know your family, and Mr. Edward has nothing to give you but his own conversation. Edward only gets to speak for Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Edward. I appreciate that. We have some new people on the stage. Pascali, we have Infinite, and we have Coco. We have Chris too. Chris is on the phone.
I agree. We gotta let DJ respond. Obviously, let him get it out. But let's
Okay,
not get personal.
Yeah.
Let's just keep it really above board.
So I apologize to Edward if I was offensive. I think that what's triggering is to hear someone say, and hey, God bless Edward, but you know, my family's been married. I'm the only one in my particular family who is not married. And I find it fascinating, though, that this notion of marriage and happy, like, part of the problem is that we don't realize how unhappily married many people are. That's a problem. That's like an epidemic issue. But another thing is to kind of
Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck.
To be dismissive of 12 step, everybody should be in therapy. Everybody should be in 12 step. It's not about pathology. It's about learning from institutions that have demonstrated empirically that they know what they're talking about and they've helped people. There is no way that people can get to this point. It's very rare that someone can find the kind of happiness and wellness doing it on their own. I mean, that to me, I don't want to say I find objectionable, but that is so rare that it's fascinating to hear anyone say that. Now, maybe Edward doesn't feel that there are different avenues to finding success in life, but most people, by and large, need outside coaching or help. They're wizards if they can come up with it on their own.
Okay, we're gonna go to people. Hold on. So let's up the stage up. Who else wants? Oh, DJ, are you done?
Can I just say one more? I just want to say one other thing. The other thing, though, that I do take issue with is that people are lucky if they're so goddamn well adjusted that they don't need any therapy or any outside help. Now, in the Jewish community, where we've had a lot of generational trauma, most people embrace therapy. No, I don't care how fucking successful they are. They know that that's a resource that is out there that's to be taken advantage of. Now, people like to sit here and pedestalize Jews often enough and say, why are they so fucking successful? Well, maybe one reason that they find success is because they don't think they fucking know everything. So when I come in here into spaces and hear people project and play like they know everything, it's really off-putting. And I'll land there before I get.
We never once said that, DJ, and I never once said anything about. Not everybody knows.
I think everybody just offered their opinion. I don't know. Dr. Jordan, you're coming in kind of hot tonight. Everything okay?
A little bit, because I sense that people have this. Not everyone in this room, but some people in this room have this kind of I know better than you. Like, for example, I would never tell Bima what I think. Like, someone should tell her they should get married, or they should. She admitted that she may have made some mistakes, but the first clue, the first. Thank you, Coolsey. The clue to me is to kind of know your boundaries, and even if you offer to help someone, you do it in a way that is not coming from a place of I know better than you. And maybe people didn't feel that way. That's how I took it.
Okay.
Maybe that says something about my insecurity. I'm willing to open it up, and I'm a fucking constant work in progress.
No, I know you are, DJ.
And so that's why it drives me crazy.
I got it. Wait, first of all, I don't think anybody here is saying they're perfect people. We are all flawed people. If you think differently, come off mic and tell me right now that you're not a flawed.
I am not a flawed.
I was gonna say, Bima. Okay. I don't know if we want to open it up to new people. Bima, your name was mentioned there. I don't know if you want to clear anything up. I don't know if you want to get involved in this, but Edward,
I
what's that?
May I respond?
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So this is quite interesting that people today believe that there's not competent people on the planet. Okay, I don't know why people actually think that there are not people winning at life and making good choices. Okay, everybody's not crashing out in life, guys. Everybody's not choosing destructive living. That's not how life operates, guys. I'm trying to share with you something, and if you don't want to look at that, it's okay. No one's asking you guys to adopt Edward's philosophy or ideology. You got to choose your own life, walk your own order. I don't know why we continue to think that when Edward speaks, it's quite interesting. Everyone decides that Edward is trying to project, even though I just got a whole lot of projections. Okay? And for you to even say that I cannot say something to my friend Ema or to anyone else that I know tells me that you, DJ, are the one projecting. I never came and said anybody's name in this room when I was speaking. Not one. But when Edward speaks, he speaks a lot in the third person. So go back and listen to Edward. And the reason why he does that is because Edward don't want to give other people projection. Edward's just telling you how he's lived. That's all Edward's doing. I love him.
Okay. Can we open the floor? I think we're just gonna go back and forth too much on that part. Birdie, were you done? I forget if we. Oh, you. I don't know if you wanted to ask something of Bima now that she's off the phone. I don't know if you want to do that. And
Pretty much what I'm gonna say.
okay.
Yeah, I don't want to jump into the whole situation with DJ. We have different opinions, and that's fine. Edward said a sufficient amount of information towards that, so I'm gonna listen, and then I might chime in later in a bit.
All right, the floor is open. I don't know if anybody wants to grab something they heard and run with it. Otherwise, I don't know.
Wait, I have a question for Edward.
What's that, Bima?
Birdie or Rima or whatever earlier.
I said what you
got
said.
your phone call.
Respond to it. So.
Oh, I did answer the phone call. See, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was trying to just say. I mean, I was giving you some advice, but that's up to you to use it however you want it. I was gonna say, um, your future depends on you, and basically, if you when you get older, you may want someone to take care of you, and you may want to have your own kids, and you may want to do some of those things. So at the moment, it was a different conversation I was having there before you got that phone call with you were trying to. But I said maybe you should step up and ask him if you're really committed to him and you really love him and don't know if you guys can have kids or if you ever will. And I don't know how long you've been with them, but if it's something that you really care about, maybe stepping up and trying to, because one day, like, who's going to take care of when you get that old and then maybe in the nursing home or whatnot? We're all going to die one day. Who's going to help?
Bima, I am curious. I don't know if he's still talking or if he's roboting or if it's me.
The rest of your life, if he's not going to.
Who was speaking there? Go ahead. Who's that?
Sorry, that was me. I didn't know that Birdie Lucy was still talking. It kind of went up on my end. But no, I was gonna say, Bima. I guess I'm just curious. Like, let's say hypothetically, you go to him and say, "Hey, I've been thinking more, and I think I want us to be married. Can we have that conversation at some point?" And he responds to you, says, "Hey, I actually am not interested in marriage at all. I don't feel like putting on a label, and I don't feel like that we need to go through that commitment because things are good right now." What would be your response to that in that moment?
At this stage, he's gone. Like, no problem. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's not, and that's why I appreciate what DJ was saying because it's just more complex than that. He's never said to me, like, will you be my wife in those words? No, he's never said that to me.
Told you when you were married.
Right. And honestly, I mean, I don't know how much he actually does that. I don't know. This is sometimes he'll say that to me. He says, you know, he does say that I want to be married too. He does say that. He's like, I do want to get married. He said, I've just wanted you to have the best wedding, and I just want to get to a place where I can give you all that. So it's not like he's not saying that, you know.
Do you know what that?
How long have you been? Like, have you been 5 years?
Years.
Yeah, okay. So do you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like someone who says he wants to say, hey, I am the fastest person in the United States, but he never entered a track meet. It's like they're not willing to actually do the training and actually enter the race, but they want to claim the title.
Yeah. I didn't like that either. He did.
Your own kid to come and say, Grandma, Grandpa, your grandkid.
Well, I've talked to him about that too, and we've had discussions, and he said, I do want to have a family with you. And I'm saying, well, you haven't, you know, he didn't articulate that to me in the first few years of our relationship, and even him saying, like, I don't know. I asked him once early on, he said, I don't know. Now he'll say, yeah, I want to have kids with you, but you know, right now his job has him working. I haven't seen him for a really long time. He works out of state, so
That man
it's
has
not
a
like
whole
not.
second relationship and family. I'm gonna tell you right now. Yes, he does. All right. I've had to tell many women this. I know men because I'm a man. If that mean if he, especially if he's.
Hold on, we'll see. You got them. Chris, go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead, Chris. You're on. Go for it.
So listen, if y'all, especially if y'all had this like multiple year thing, and the beginning was like kind of like ducking the family thing, and then when you started saying like you wanted to be more serious, he's like, oh yeah, I do want this. And now your words, you said you ain't seen him in all this long time. He out of state, and especially if y'all ain't talking every day and all this or that, that man got a whole nother life. He probably married.
No, we talk every day. We talk every day. I would be interested to hear what people think, knowing like what could the possible um frustration, or what would you say to somebody who you actually knew is working? Like, we're going to say that this is fact, that there is fact, that you've identified that he doesn't live a double life. He doesn't have another relationship. He is just dedicated to me, but also he's trying to create a job and a life for us to be able to be together every day in the future.
So I have a couple questions that will help me answer that question. I have like maybe 2 or 3 questions that will help me answer that. One is, what does he do for work?
He drives trucks.
Okay, so he's a driver. Okay, so that gives an excuse to why he's gone, especially if he's working like OTR and he's like, 3 weeks gone, 1 week back. So when's the last time you seen him?
August of last year.
Woo! Ain't no truck driver job keep you on the road that long.
Are you serious? Last year, bro?
Oh, my little brother's a truck driver.
This is too painful. Bima, you're
It is
smarter.
not.
You're smarter.
We're having a conversation. Can we finish our?
I don't care. I'm tired of
Back to a COLA meeting and let us finish our conversation, because when you're done talking, me and her are talking. Give us a second and then come back in, okay, sir? Thank you. So, my little brother is a truck driver.
Get advice from
Sir, use your 12 steps and recognize when it's time to be quiet for a second. Come on now. I'm not asking for a bunch of time. Damn.
All right, you don't need to do the personal insults, though.
That wasn't a personal insult. It was me telling another.
No, you said the 12 step thing was a personal.
Yeah, you don't need. That's just
I've been in 12 steps too. So if it was a personal attack on him, it was one on myself.
Chris,
I wasn't there for Coda. But
question. It sounds like
anyway,
Bemis consenting. It seems like she doesn't have to answer anything. Obviously,
no, not at all.
Go ahead. Get to that third question and let's get move forward. Yeah.
Well, no, I had asked the question already of how long you been away. She said August of last year. I said that is way, way, way. I won't even say out of the norm because unless he's working out of the country, no job keeps you away for more than 3 weeks at a time. My little brother's an over the road truck driver himself, and he's home 1 week a month. And I also would say that if you were trying to get serious, that there are always local driving jobs like that he could get that will pay the same that he does over the road, especially if he's an owner operator, especially in today's climate with all these new buildings that's going up and things that need to be short hauled. He could find something if he really wanted to. He doesn't need to be gone. That's a want, especially if it was for, half a year. That's where I'm at. And I think you should look into that and, think about, honestly think about it.
He could take you on the road. I'm a truck driver myself. Right now, I'm driving truck. He could take you on the road.
Yeah,
if
he's
you're not
offered that.
down.
Colsey, he's offered that, and he's offered for me to go and go down there and pay for me to be down there, whether it's in like an apartment or an extended stay or whatever else. But I have duty here, and I can't leave right now.
Where you live.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, I'm in a state, and if you're a truck driver, I'm in a really bad state. So
What state?
But do they have trucks where you live? Where?
What state?
New York, and truck drivers, they'll but if you listen, if you talk to owner operators and truck drivers, they'll tell you that New York is hell and to stay away from it. They intentionally.
No. I work for a company right now out of Phelps, New York, that we hire owner operators right now. They're making $6,000 a week, take home $3,000 a week, take home $4,000 a week as owner operators a week. I'm a company driver. The owner operators in my company are doing great. The owner operators in my company.
Do you have to, in your company, if you have a CDL in another state, do you have to transfer your CDL to?
Like driver's license. You don't have to transfer your state driver's license to another state. That is a federal document. That is countrywide. It's actually more than countrywide because if you got to use, there's a couple other little things you got to do. I don't think the right word is endorsements, but essentially an endorsement to even travel out of country to driving to Mexico and driving to Canada and things like that.
You just need your passport.
Yeah.
A passport.
So
quick card.
You don't got a reason to not want to be nearby. And then there's also the option of you giving yourself maybe a longer commute, which might be a little bit of hardship on you, but going to say what, I'm a little more on the outskirt, and I might have to commute 45 minutes one way, but at least my man there. You know what I mean? And I think those are all options worth exploring with this man. But again, there's no way in hell that that you have not seen each other since August of last year to say that he ain't had a day off, that he ain't had a week off, that he ain't had no PTO, that he couldn't have made time for either you to take time off and come see him, or he took time off to come see you. Without his truck, there are such things as planes and rental cars.
Yeah, he's asked me many times to go, but I just don't.
But okay, so you see, here's the thing. When you ask him and he already knows that you're going to say no, that's why he asked. I know this, that I have asked women things before that I knew that the answer was going to be no. And it's because I really didn't want to go and I didn't want it to happen. And I was like, I'm going to ask him this crazy stuff. And they go like,
but you're kind of saying, you're kind of you're kind of projecting how you are onto other men. Where I'm trying to think of this on the head. He has kids. Okay, hold on.
he has kids with, and I don't know how many, and with how many other women, or if it's just one other woman. I'm not going to ask. I don't know. It's hard to know. What are his financial obligations? Why is it that he's having to work from where he is? Where are his kids? Like, there's so many things that I just don't know why.
Pepe, I have been down bad. I have never not seen a woman that I was with for over a week, much less a year. I go to California like often, and that's for me. It's almost 1,000 mile drive to where I go, and it's something I do often. And I I have to budget and make that shit match. It's something that I make do because that's what men do. Men make do. If he wants to see you, he's gonna make do.
You need that snatch, don't you?
I don't know. I don't need anything because if I wanted to get something, I could, but I don't.
What state
I don't
is
sleep
he?
around.
Potentially, what state did she say he was driving in, or where is he driving?
He's down like in the Texas area, mostly.
Well, okay, so Texas is very good for trucking, and I understand that. Is he a company driver, owner op?
In between. That's what he's been working on. He's been working to he found no, he has a relationship with the person that he's working with now, and um he's trying to create his own company and own his own
Come up with the money for the truck and all that. But if he came up with the money for a truck in his LLC, which in New York or wherever he's going to create it, it's not that much. Where is his child at? What state is his child in?
Utah.
Oh,
so
where I'm at.
He's not even near his own child.
Yeah, he's right.
So he can't even commit to going up there and driving, or maybe he did drive up there and he's just telling you he's in Texas. I don't know. It's one of those jobs you could take anywhere and everywhere. Like, I live in Pennsylvania. I see my wife every weekend. I've been doing this now, going on 5 years come August, September. I'm trying to get to owner operator stage. He may have been doing it a lot longer than me. But it's a choice you make, and you could go wherever you want. It's just if he doesn't, New York's not that bad. It's the Northeast that people hate. But like I said, the company I'm with, they're doing well. Company driver, it's okay. But they have like a milk division, a fuel division that's doing well. The company I'm with. So it just depends on what he's looking for.
And again, if he's with a renowned trucking company, he can easily get another trucking job without losing any money or without even losing any work. And come closer to
he's working with a local company.
We do have new people in the state, and Bima, thank you so much for accommodating all of the questions. But we have Coco Infinite just came up. Beaver's back. I think it's for Cali, and DJ's back up. So let's continue to talk about let's talk about relationships and what makes relationship good. How do you make it work? And what have you done to make yours successful? And what do you think makes it successful?
I'd love to hear from Infinite. Infinite, are you and Pascali? Infinite, are you in a relationship? If you've been in a relationship, how long have you been in a relationship? And are you married? Sorry.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
So hi everyone. You guys can call me Kelly. But yeah, I am in a relationship. I've been married for almost 20 years, and I have a little bit of experience, I guess, of keeping it right. But I think what it entails is you do first have to know yourself to a certain degree. You're not going to know everything. Um and you're gonna learn with the person. That's very important. To have patience, not be judgmental, and talk things through. Because you at some given point in time, like you're both going to make a mistake. But if you have that mutual respect for each other and you're able to, communicate with each other even through the bad times, then you'll pretty much be able to work out anything. You know, respect, also making sure that you align with each other on certain things. Like you may have a difference of opinion, but if you could figure out a way how to meet halfway, um, that definitely helps. And learning how to be emotionally regulated. Can't be in a relationship and shut down or explode. Somebody tells you that you don't necessarily want to hear in that moment, and to just trust the fact that your person has your best interest at heart at all times. That's like super important, because whenever that individual tells you something that you may not want to hear, at least you know that they're coming from a loving place because they want both win. Like you're on the same team, you're in it together. And yeah, I mean, there's just so much there. Like, there's so many different lessons that you learn along the way. I don't think it's a I don't think it's a cookie cutter way for all people. I think you have to go through it yourself and just kind of figure it out as you go along. I don't think that my way is going to work for everybody. I don't think that someone else's way would necessarily work for me. You just have to know you, and you have to know your person, and you guys have to make a plan and see what works for you and toggle it as you go along. So, I mean, that's ultimately my my advice. And just try to learn from the people around you are in successful relationships, and just pick things that pick things from other people's relationships that you like, and incorporate it into your own. And the things that you've seen not work for other people, just proceed with caution. It doesn't mean that what didn't work for someone else may not work for you. It's just like, take note of it and proceed with caution, and you'll make your own situation a success at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for talking about adaptability. That's one thing for years. Every situation I have to adapt to. We get children. Now we're in the grandchildren stage. We're in daughter-in-law stage, son-in-law stage. It's a much different place to be in life, and it's all about adapting and adaptability. It takes a lot, but I appreciate you saying what you said. One thing my wife and I always said: there's no issue bigger than us. We're not going to allow an issue to take us down, and that's what we work on every day. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 20 years you got in. It's a beautiful thing.
No problem. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak in your space. Thank you for coming. Infinite, are you there? Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Come on.
You hope for the young lady the best, the 8-year relationship. I really do. I mean, it's hard. I don't know if that phone call you got earlier was him on the phone, but it's important for him at times if that is. But adaptability is the easiest thing for a trucker to do. You could go anywhere. Uh, and the possibilities are endless. It's just a desire to do what you want to do. And if he's built something down there, then that's the difference. So I really hope for you the best. Being a trucker myself and understanding it. Sometimes it's hard to leave something though. Like people have said, I need to switch jobs. It's hard because at the same time, as a company driver, I know there's a constant check. I know what's going on right now at the moment. It may not be the greatest for me, but the reliability is there. The insurance is there. certain aspects are there, and that's kind of what makes it hard to switch and change as well, I think.
Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate that. And I wanted to
Oh, good, Gabby.
I wanted to say something to Bima too. For what it's worth, like my advice to you would to really be to take into consideration what some of the guys tried to say to you. Um, we're a basement. Sorry, that's my house talking. Um, but like I have 8 brothers, so like I've had a lot of experience with guys, and I think that some of the guys in the room were really giving you really sound advice, and I would consider it, not necessarily like fully act on it, but just be aware and mindful, and yeah, just take some of it into consideration, because if a guy really is into you, he will make whatever changes or sacrifices um to make it work, and to like be present, or to have you come out to see him, or whatever, you know what I mean? So like I wish you the best as well, and I hope you make it work. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah.
One of the biggest things that I was surprised you haven't had.
Okay. Matt, so you said you have a whole range of
Oh, no, no. I'm saying I have a very diverse range, diverse range of topics for in this place. Not that I have any topics to be had right now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, one second, Bima. One of the things I like, is that let's talk relationships. And one of the things I've learned is, how do you have a relationship with yourself? Do you trust yourself? Do you make yourself a priority? Do you pursue your best interest for yourself? These are kind of things that I think that a lot of people may not have ever done for themselves, because the biggest person you have to have a relationship with is the one you see in the mirror every day. And that's going to be the toughest one.
I think that's contradictory though. Like number one, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say some people do not have the ability to trust themselves. They literally do not have the the impulse control. People were mentioning the 12-step program and addictions. I mean, there is that is that there's a highly genetic component to that. Organically, there's organic brain differences that cause people to behave in certain ways, and I would even go out on a limb and say that it's impossible for people to trust themselves, even most people. Um, and I think that also it seems like it's a little contradictory. Is like you put yourself first. I mean, I kind of get it, but there is a level of sacrifice you have to make, though, where I feel like if you truly quote unquote love somebody, you can't put yourself first.
Yeah, Pepe,
Let me do this. Pepe, right. It says this very clearly: to love your neighbor as yourself. This is a principle, okay? And I've learned this over time. I can no longer, in any area, love my wife or children if I don't love Edward. Edward has to like who he is and love who he is first and foremost. Because that's what I bring to my marriage. That's what I bring to my children, my grandchildren. This is what I've learned over time. And a lot of people, when you said they can't trust themselves, that's because they're not making proper decisions for themselves. You have to learn to be your best customer. Because if you're not your best customer, then how are you going to be a good customer to someone else? Like, and I'll land on this. This is what someone says a long time ago. They said, why would you go to a restaurant when the chefs don't eat their own food?
Not can I jump in? If I could, I know y'all have a back and forth. I know what the veterinarian guy down there. I was just saying, can I jump in after?
I'll let you go. So all I want to say is this: it worked. And my wife and I have this. Okay, we're the best two single people on the planet. You know why? because we believe that each person should be their priority. Instead of we try to change each other, we work on each other, meaning that I work on me, my wife work on her. When we come together, we're bringing the best of each other to our relationship. To me, that would make it work.
I was just gonna say this. I agree wholeheartedly with a lot of stuff that you said, and I wish that I had that thought process when I was younger and I was married and I had my first child. I I didn't have that thought process. I was listening to my mother. I was listening to my grandmother. All these elderly women. And at one point in my life, I lost myself. I was just so focused on everybody else, the kids, the house, the husband, all this stuff. Never even looked at myself in the mirror. And one day I was like, who the fuck is this person? You know, and it's so easy to slip into that as a woman because the way I was raised, it was like you do all the things, you keep the house, you keep the food, you fuck your husband whenever he wants. You know, you keep yourself together, keep makeup, keep hair, your glam, all of this. That shit is fucking exhausting. Okay? And sometimes you will lose yourself because you'll fall into a state of depression because you're so focused on taking care of everybody else besides yourself. Don't let you have elderly parents. Oh, put them in between the sandwich. So now you got the kids, your husband, your in-laws. Don't let his parents get sick. You know, it's just a lot of fucking pressure. That's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant about remarrying. It's a lot of work. I'm done speaking.
So, as I was going to mention, and thank you, Pepe, for sharing, you know, people charge clinical psychologists, psychiatrists often charge, you know, $500 an hour actually here in Los Angeles, for example. And they do it because they're practicing a psychodynamic approach. They're not telling people what to do or what to think. They're helping them come to these decisions on their own, which is why it often takes quite some time. And I would offer that Bima knows probably the answer, but she needs to come to this decision on her own. But this notion of, you know, why, you know, people have to love themselves, blah blah blah. If it was so easy to just love yourself by telling someone you should just love yourself, we'd be putting therapists out of business, coaches out of business, people who are trained to help people get to these points. So I'm just shocked at the lack of insight into the empirical nature of helping people put their best foot forward and become their best selves. Now, people aren't as lucky as Edward and some of the other folks who may not have had any trauma in their youth, or they may have been just so smart to figure this all out on their own. Whatever the case may be, I think by and large, people who have resources and are lucky enough to have those resources often invest in themselves. I think that, you know, the interesting thing about the Jewish conversations in these spaces, people wonder, why are some Jewish people, you know, finding so much success? I also find it interesting that in the Jewish community, they're the most inclined to either become therapists or seek therapy themselves because they don't have the answers. They know they can't possibly have all the answers. So if you think that you're just going to become happy on your own or suddenly love yourself because you will get to that point, I don't know. That's probably unlikely. I'm sure that it happens, but the data doesn't, the research doesn't support that. And so, because I'm science based or evidence based, I tend to lean on where the evidence takes us. I may be wrong in making that choice, but that's what I believe in. Thanks.
Well, I do agree with you. I do think there's like a lot of doctrinaire prescriptions that are being put out there for like how to be happy or be successful. And the thing is, though, is I'm somebody who at least has some experience, you know, working in mental health, and I realize, you know, faith-based organizations and religion, maybe it has somewhat of a therapeutic effect, depending. But I mean, psych hospitals and like kind of like what you said, psychiatry and psychology, all of this would go out there. Or clinical psychology, that is, would all go out the window if it was just simple enough to just do some of the things that people are saying. And I do think that, there are, I'll actually preface it this way. I think that you get well-rounded individuals psychologically, that, yes, they can do a lot of these things that, like, try to take care of themselves, be a good person, follow the Bible, all of that stuff. But the reality is, though, and I know this, just empirically, it's true. There there is a good chunk of the population that is not going to be capable of being this healthy, well-rounded person, because they were not born healthy and well-rounded. And the reality is that it's not even possible to make these people well-rounded. They are, and when I say well-rounded, in other words, it's like, imagine you had to go to West Point or something like that. You have to be a perfect physical, well, you have to be very smart, but you also have to have, physically very healthy, and you can have no mental health problems. You have to. They're basically, you're getting educated to become an officer, and that you just have to be completely healthy. Most people are not eligible. I mean, fuck, most people aren't eligible. Only like what, 20 to 25% of America is eligible to even be enlisted in the United States Armed Forces, because of certain behaviors, whether it's because they use drugs, whether it's because they've taken medication for ADHD, they take any fucking SSRI, they're overweight. There's a million things.
Well,
We're not all the same.
What do you think about, so, going back to some of the research, looking at clergy, right? I think 30% of clergy surveyed were presumed to have pretty significant levels of narcissism, which isn't always a bad thing, right? But that kind of confidence to get up there and tell people, and I'm not knocking organized religion at all, but I know that most of my rabbis had more confidence than necessarily competence. Now, that's not true for all clergy. Some people are probably very competent, but the competence comes in telling them what they think they need, and there's no real substantive way of discerning whether or not there's a God in the first place. So it's a great place to lead people, and it often, but not always, draws people who are uber confident, overconfident, and that's, narcissistic in its own right. I have my own narcissistic traits that I'll own up to, so I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that, the beauty of working with people who have worked, like therapists are all typically in therapy themselves because they're working on empathy every day so that they can better treat their clients and they don't get burned out, right? So I guess the whole reason that I'm interested in even the conversation is because I think when you talk about relationships, there's nothing better than first working on yourself, which is what some people have said. Edward alluded to it, some other people alluded to it. Working on yourself is key, but you also get to a place where you're not going to necessarily be judgmental of other people for making whatever decisions they make. And I think Bima is really bright. And I think that, you can't, like, I remember, I'll land here. I remember needing to get out of a relationship with someone. And the therapist was never going to tell me, hey, you need to end this right now. They
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Was the therapist a woman?
Yes, the therapist.
Oh, yeah. No, she's not.
I had a male psychiatrist even when I first met my ex. He's
A woman's not going to tell you to leave another woman.
Jesus Christ.
But anyways, no, it is. I was, and no offense to the other. I think they're well-intentioned men in this in this room. I get where they're coming from, and I don't think it was from a bad place. But I do understand. I can understand why Bima might be where she is, and I felt it was. I felt it would be personally inappropriate for me to tell her. And you know me, I have a big mouth, and I will run my fucking mouth. But I felt it was like would be very inappropriate and not in my place to tell her what she should do with her man. I mean, that's why I just kept my mouth shut. I was like, well, no, you don't know everything, and quite frankly, you just keep your mouth shut. That's highly personal, and
well, and also Chris and Cool gave good advice, but the issue really isn't the guy figuring out the logistics of moving so that he can do trucking at a place that's more convenient for the relationship. Maybe he has attachment issues. I'm not a clinician. I'm just speculating here. Maybe he has some attachment issues. Has nothing to do with Bima, but he's got to find something for him. So find himself a little bit, and maybe they are ready for each other at some point. But he could figure out how to
You cut out Dr. Bird, slow you down. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah, go ahead. So I just want to ask the first question. Do you guys think that this right now is a therapy session?
Yes.
no, no.
And I say yes because talk therapy is a thing. That's why I actually love Clubhouse. I haven't left the app, but sometimes I talk on here. Sometimes I take my shit out on people. I'm a dump on people.
This is not one of the worst places you could be. In fact, if you were in therapy, I'm not. Probably. This is just a wild guess, but I could imagine with some individuals, they would probably tell you to cut out what you're doing on Clubhouse because it's bad.
That's totally true. Well, this is an observation, and I hear you guys use the word judgment. We all make judgments every day, but you still have to observe. Okay? I don't know why we think this is because you judge something. You know, we have to make what I call observational observances that we make judgments every day of each other. And my wife always asks, what is it that when you go here? And I said, babe, it's quite interesting. She hears you guys sometimes. And I said, you know what I learned?
I'm sorry to hear that.
What? What did you already hear?
That your wife hears us sometimes.
That's what she said. Said, now I know why, because you learn how not to live. But you know what? I want you to make observations.
My ex-boyfriend, he hates Clubhouse. He hated me being on here. He hated it.
And now he's your ex. I know.
Your peace. This is one of the things I've learned. Okay, we had this conversation earlier today that people do not really self-govern themselves to the point where they think someone's coming to their rescue. And even like Pepe said, Pepe has no hope in the human race. I do. I believe that when people decide that they're going to change, they will change. They have to decide it.
No, I didn't lose hope in the human race. I said that with certain people, I'm realistic. Look, I will never be how to think of somebody who's okay, an intellectual like Thomas Sowell. I was not born with his brain. I'll never be as smart as him. I can try all I want. I'll never be, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'll never didn't. No. Plus, but, but just like when there's things with all kind like when it comes to personalities and being prone to being like I don't know an addict or having certain mental health issues or personality traits, that is part of the what makes us unique. And it's when where I think maybe why I am so hesitant when I hear people give. I think a lot of the advice, for example, that you give might be good for a good chunk of people, but I think that it's not necessarily going to apply to the people that have deficits in certain areas. And
me. Listen to. I want you to hear yourself. Okay. I'm saying to you. Somebody got a hot mic. DJ, got a hot mic, DJ. So one of the things I say, Pepe, is that if people work on their own relationship with themselves and learn how they operate, I think things begin to change. You know, when you make better choices, okay? When you decide that you're not gonna, some people do it. You know, they go stop smoking, okay? They stop drinking, they stop, you know, being a pimp out here, you know, just pimping everybody. You know, some people do this, Pepe, and I personally believe that every single person in this house has the capacity to do that. Self harm is really, really sad. Okay, really sad. I really believe this because a lot of people think that when they make choices, they don't believe that there's a way out. You know, but there is a way out for all of us. But that's a hard choice that people make, and I believe that relationship starts with yourself. How you receive information, how you don't receive information. And when we talk to young guys on a regular basis, this is what we say to them. Remember, you got to be your first customer. Because when you're going to be a customer to a woman and to your children, they're looking to you for leadership. And if I can't lead Edward, I can't lead anybody.
Hey, thanks for the invite, Mo.
Hi, DJ.
Yeah, so Pepe, I'm not in the recovery community because I don't do drugs, I don't drink. It doesn't make me better than anybody else. I did mention the 12-step thing, which I thought was helpful, but I want to follow up with what Edward just said. There's a reason that there are terms like egosyntonic and ego dystonic. There are people who do not know that what they are doing, they are not self aware or their values do not align with their behavior. And that is part of their pathology. And quite frankly, that's a lot of people out there. Donald Trump would be a good example of someone who is ego dystonic. He has no idea. He doesn't think there's anything possibly remotely wrong with him. And maybe there's not something horribly wrong with him, but he doesn't see any disparity between his alignment with how he values himself, sees himself, and how he behaves.
Yeah, yeah, but well, we don't. We look.
It's all good and fine to. I mean, I think Edward is aspirational, and I think those are good thoughts. But again, this is why, like, people are really lucky if they don't have any trauma from their childhood that needs to be addressed in any way. And trauma doesn't have to be huge, but um, you know, whether you're being reparented or you're working with a coach or a therapist, whatever it may be. I mean, I think everybody can continue. I can't think of a person on this planet who can't be working on themselves. I guess presumably by themselves is a lot harder to do, or with the help of someone else as kind of an objective bystander, whether they're credentialed or not. But what I wanted to say, and I'll just land here, um, Pepe, this is why I tend to like people who come out of this recovery community. I was telling this to a friend the other day, is that God, because they stop judging themselves and stop judging other people, they're much more beautiful souls for me to be around, right? Like, I like the people who have really worked on themselves because uh, it's a whole different kind of engagement. And so that's not to say that you can't be a beautiful soul if you haven't had these challenges. But by and large, to me, the most beautiful people on the planet are the ones who've struggled and transformed in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't make them better. It just makes their journey different.
And I agree, but there's very specific things like I can think of. So okay, it seems like you know a bit about narcissism. Now, if you have, let's just say you have NPD, you are um, you pretty much take all of the traits to a severe degree. I mean, I've listened to psychologists talk about this. I mean, they don't. You can they can help you. Um, are you going to be a person that is not that where these traits don't come out and where it's not going to make you a very difficult person to be with? No. Borderline personality disorder, something very similar. Antisocial personality disorder,
Pepe,
very similar.
Pepe, do you mind catching me up to speed? I'm so sorry.
Hold on. Interrupting.
No, I know, but I'm just asking.
We're talking about, you know, giving general advice and about having healthy relationships, and there's a little bit of a discussion going on beyond, you know,
how we approach that. Yeah.
Yes, and so I just named like 3 cluster B personality disorders, which are, you can look this up: cluster B personality disorders and relationships. You'll get a million fucking Google responses. These are disorders that are, they wreak havoc. These are lifelong conditions. They don't just simply go away. Even with lots of treatment, they don't go away. You learn how to cope with them. But with antisocial personality disorder and, to somewhat of a lesser extent, narcissistic personality disorder, you can work through it a bit. And then you have things that aren't necessarily for example, a clinical psychopath. There's not an actual DSM-5 diagnosis for these people. However, these are people that we have 2 types of empathy. It's cognitive and emotional empathy. Cognitive means like, ow, you stubbed your toe. I know that must hurt. Emotional empathy is like, ooh, you like kind of flinch because you're like, ah, that must have hurt. You kind of feel it. Yeah, emotionally that impacts you.
Right.
There are people that,
who would you be speaking to?
Jesus Christ. Brock, it's happy hour started early for you. Too early. And so these are people who, by the way, their brains are different. They literally cannot, they cannot feel empathy for other people, at least emotionally. There's no therapy, there's no treatment, there's no drugs to treat that.
Are the 2 things synonymous, Pepe?
No, hold on 1 second. Pepe, let me ask you this question. Because you talk about all this disorders and stuff. How do you approach people in relationships to have that conversation?
But we're talking about people. You can't. What I'm trying to tell you is that you can't give general advice on how to have a healthy relationship to these people because they were born incapable of it.
I know, but I'm saying, if you met a woman, right? How would you approach that situation?
That issue. Yeah.
Oh, so you're not going to always be able to tell it right off the bat. There's some very interesting things. So if there's, well, first of all, it's kind of inappropriate to ask off the bat. But
I have one question, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
I have one question. India is good in soft power. India is good in hard power.
And Sean, we're happy to have you, but 1, we can't understand what you said, and 2, somebody was speaking. Could you just give us a second? Go ahead.
So I would say this: so if you were to meet somebody with, let's just say, the 3 disorders I spoke about, okay, all right, so they tend to be, like out the gate, especially with narcissistic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. These are 2 groups of people where these people are, it's called like the love bombing, like a super honeymoon. These people are going to seem to connect with you more intensely than anybody you've ever met. They'll be extremely thoughtful. They really are. Probably you'd be like, oh my god, how do I deserve such a fucking person? I mean, they're going to be so great to you, but then that will change anywhere from weeks to months later, where they become a fucking nightmare. Now, you're generally not going to notice these people have such a disorder or traits of a disorder, until you kind of start.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Pepe.
Oh my god!
So sorry. Oh my.
So, it's one of those things where you often are not going to know. And now, would a clinical psychologist or somebody like that pick up on what they think is some off behavior? Yeah, I'm sure a lot of them would. but us everyday folks, I don't know. And you often, when somebody's so great to you, like a narcissist or somebody who has borderline personality disorder, is going to be, you want it to be true. Like you don't want to think like, oh no, this bitch is just. And a lot of people think they're being intentionally manipulative. It's actually somewhat more subconscious.
So, Pepe, how do you think we parse that out? How do we differentiate the people who are love bombing us and they have like a narcissistic personality disorder or traits versus people who actually have lived their entire life and fell in love for the first time and are love bombing because they're truly in love?
Well, so look, there's psychologists I would defer you to them like on YouTube they'll talk about that exact topic. There's so many videos about that, but um, if it seems unreasonable or over the top, um, it's okay. Generally, healthy relationships. This is speaking with healthy people. Healthy people tend not to start a relationship with. So like they're not going to just like I guess in other words, it's an atypical reaction to meet somebody and just be like head over heels in love with them right away. That's not a normal healthy behavior.
Well, I didn't get to hear you when I came off mic because I'm on my Bluetooth. But go ahead, Wallace. I apologize. Thank you for pointing that out for me.
Go ahead, Wallace. Oh, I had nothing to say. I'm enjoying this. No, no, I was going to ask Pepe though if those first two things he mentioned, if they're always together, or do you find those two things? The narcissism, and then I guess it was you called it a type of personality disorder.
Borderline, and then there's antisocial.
There was the first one you mentioned, so I was wondering if those two things are always like linked or connected.
They're cluster B personality disorder. So in other words, shut your fucking mouth. So there's a lot of overlap. So especially people with antisocial personality disorder, they're far more. I've heard, it's loosely you can translate them to being sociopaths. It's almost a given that they'll be narcissistic. So especially with those two, but not every narcissist is a sociopath.
Okay, and that's what I was looking for. If it's a, yeah, no, you said, thank you.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, Ishan, go ahead. Go ahead. What did you have to say?
USA good partner of India in a strategic way. So despite in the context of Iran and USA warfare, USA invited Pakistan to intervene and to play a role of Pakistan.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, it's the title.
He gets it. We're very grateful to have you here. We would love, this actually sounds very interesting, and I would love to hear more. Would you be willing to come back when we're talking about that? Right now, we're talking about relationships.
So you are talking about personality, narcissist personality, right?
Yes.
So in my so all these types of personality are leaned towards Pakistan. We should promote
you lean towards what?
Yeah, just speak a little slower for us. I apologize.
I'm saying that all these leaned towards manipulation. If there is a thing of we should focus on that. We should support manipulation.
Yes, I agree. We should not manipulation. we should not promote essentially. Yes, thank you.
Racist.
But a lot of
Yeah,
these manipulations that these people have are not intentional. Like a lot of people don't realize that. Like some of these people, they actually have a cognitive. They're cognitive. They have a cognitively impaired brain. Like for example, people with borderline personality disorder. They do things that you're going to say. For example, gaslighting. That is something that is notorious with narcissistic and borderline people. People that are borderline, for example, do it subconsciously. These people are they have a way where their brain puts things in an all good or all bad basket. Where you can do 100 things right, but you do one thing wrong, and then their brain puts you into this all bad basket. They can't look at you as who you are. It's literally.
I don't think you understood what he was trying to say.
Yeah, so this is one of the areas, and guys, correct me. How many people do you actually have in your life like this? They always tell us that the closest 5 people to you is what molds your life.
But we're talking about the average population, though. That's the difference.
But
He's talking about my partner.
hold on. You keep saying we talk about the average population. I'm not bumping into these people. Okay, the average population I deal with every day. You know why? Because they have a death. They come in, and I have to navigate with them. But
that's different from having an intimate relation. Intimate relationships is where you tend to really butt heads with these people.
Pepe, I understand Pepe, but Pepe, the way you're talking is that all of us are actually having encounters with these people every day. And I would just like to ask the things, if you guys want to put a poll together, is this actually happening in your life? Are you meeting these what we call narcissistic people, people with no empathy? Are we actually really meeting these type of people? Because again, if that's what's happening, you guys are enlightening me. Because I don't know what zip code you guys live in, but Florida is full of them.
We're just talking about different types of relationships.
I was having to draw from like examples that I knew off of the top of my head, which are they're not uncommon, but I don't know what it's under 10% of the people in America that would have those cluster B personality disorders. As far as their traits, maybe it would go over 10%, but then there's a bunch of other different issues. We can look at addiction, which would be a much bigger one. We can look at there's basically so many things where that's where I just like this any cookie cutter advice. I start to cringe, and I know I beat to death the whole like doctrinaire prescriptions for everything because I feel like that is so fucking simplistic, and it is not something that works for everybody. I mean, really, it doesn't. It's just like
Pepe, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but is this an excuse not to talk about the topic?
No.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that, like, you can tell. Well, this advice, a lot of the advice that I'm, for example, hearing from Edward, I think would work for people who are their personality is more they're healthy in many ways, but they're also more likely to be have a higher level of religiosity than others. And so, like, this advice works for those people, but the reality is, though, is that I feel like most people we are all on such a fucking spectrum that I don't know.
I get it.
I don't think we can all take this advice.
It's like fitting a square peg in a round hole. I got it. We're all not going to have all the solutions and answers tonight, obviously, but we got to have a little like more like wiggle room to be able to have this conversation. When we start delving into personality disorders and type A, type B, type C, we'll never get a conversation going. It's just kind of, I get where you're coming from. I don't know. I'm just trying to
Matt, I apologize because I brought us here, but no, move on.
No, you're good, Wallace. You're fine. But I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Just to add more, you're right about a lot of this stuff. If we all sit down with our future wife and husband and literally go through all this stuff with them prior to that, we would all have just perfect relationships, I suppose. But
But one thing Pepe said, we use this all the time. Okay, I don't know why we believe that the order of a foundation of principles that happen to be religion, like to love your wife,
and to love your enemy, and to treat others kindly, and forgive those who speak evil of you. I don't know why those principles don't resonate with other people, but they resonate with everyone.
No, they resonate with me. I think I'm just
not with the people we're talking about.
No, they resonate with me. I just don't think that the ability for people to follow those principles. Okay, as a principled person, I think that is where there's a huge difference.
There could be. Guys, I hear what Pepe's saying. If we're going to follow principles, okay, we all know what hurt looks like. We know when we have said in our society that someone cheated on someone versus saying that someone did not keep their word. We don't do that. We're glossing over stuff. Okay, we call it cheating. The scripture calls it adultery. Okay, we say that people just around. Scripture calls it having married. Yes, I do believe those principles, and I believe also that if we practice them, we would not have as much heartache that we actually do. Because I think those principles actually are going to build relationships with oneself. Because if I have self-destruction, that's going to break all of my relationships. I land.
Let me use one example. Okay, so because I already know that your answer to this. Can you imagine? Just imagine. Do you think there's anything? I mean, anything, even if you were not religious, that could compel you to rape and kill somebody? Do you think that you could be tempted by sin to rape and kill somebody?
No, Pepe, it's not my motivation.
Okay. No, I get it. But this is the difference. There are people who literally get their jollies off by raping a woman, looking at her in the eyes, and terrorizing her, and then murdering her. They have that temptation. Hold on. They have a temptation and a drive to do something that the rest of us do not have to do. That's why they do it. Because normal, neurotypical people would never do such a fucking thing. Why do they do it?
There's 8.4 billion people on the planet. I promise there's probably less than 200,000 of those people on the whole planet. But for you to focus on that and not focus on healthy, meaningful relationships. Hold on, Pepe. Healthy, meaningful relationships. All of us make choices every single day. All of us. And all of us make what's good for us. But correct me if I'm wrong, Pepe. How many of us actually choose what is good for us?
Can I?
This is where we're getting
toxic positivity. Like, this is toxic positivity. A lot of the things you're saying, Edward, to Pepe right now, that's like you guys going back and forth. It's like, let's just dissociate. Like, what I'm hearing from Pepe is he's like, okay, this is a concern in our society. And I know what you're talking about. There are individuals that do this. Of course, I'm a woman. I understand that these type of men exist, right? And there's some women that are somewhere in that same range too. When it comes to abuse, they get off to it, right? So what I'm hearing from Pepe is he has a concern for this. This is what I'm just really hearing from him, and this is an issue in our society, right? But you're like combating that, and like, why should we care about that? You should focus on your good relationships. Okay, let's just dissociate, right, from the problems in our society and only focus on the good and allow those people to drown to just continue drowning. Like this is actually,
this is kind of part of the point. This is why I'm purposely going to extreme examples of behavior, like somebody who likes to rape and kills. Like, that's an anomaly. When it comes to humans. However, when we start getting into transgressions that are more common, like adultery, once again, I'm going to say that the individual that is born, despite whether or not they were raised by a very a religious, nice, good family, there are going to be people born that are going to be far more primed to be willing to commit adultery, to steal, to lie, to do all kinds of things. And I'm talking from major transgressions like rape and murder, all the way to the little ones like lying. This is a reality that we have, and this is where I don't. This is where like doctrinaire prescriptions for everything really fucking bother me, because I don't. Life is not that simple. Like the golden rule, it sounds good. It's a principle you should live by, but we're pretending like people are all capable of. If everybody could live by the golden rule, our society would not have that much problems. But we do have problems, and we've never been a country, a society. There's never been a society without problems. Like people are very complicated, and they have a lot of issues.
Yeah, and Pepe, to add to that, I mean, not only have so many people been touched by this, many public intellectuals would say that these issues are of enormous concern, that they are infiltrating all aspects of society, not just at the very top, but that in Western culture it is so epidemic that it is increasingly frightening to think that we aren't combating it. It is a huge problem. Everybody has been touched by this, and the funny thing is that like if you haven't been touched by this, something is off because it's so common or you're not recognizing it. So I can't reiterate enough what Pepe has said. That this
I know. You guys, Coco, Pepe, and you. I believe there's more abundance in the world, and I hear you guys. Listen, I come to up. There's no solution. Everybody's been touched by negativity. But I think most of us realize that we choose it. Instead of talking about positivity, hold on, seriously, you guys come up here as if though I am talking about something that's not available. It's just as possible. If you guys don't want to choose it, don't choose it. But do not, under any circumstance, stop a person that like to focus on the abundance of life and not the negativity of life. Yes, people do a lot of negative stuff. Yes, people go to therapy. Yes, people have bad things. Yes, people have problems and all kinds of different things. Okay? But there are people on the planet that did not have that stuff. You guys want to say that, thank you, DJ, because I love you said the answer. Well, if you did, I would think something's wrong with you. Why? Because this is what we frame everything with. As if though you yourself did not wake up every day and look at what is good. And yet you have opportunity every day to also have bad days. The last I checked, I have a checkup from the neck up every single day. My attitude is my best gratitude.
Well, and I want to say, I think you are. Can I just say real quick? I just want to. I don't want to. I mean, Edward is uplifting, and I think Edward is unique, and not. And this isn't a negative. This isn't a pejorative. I think Edward is one of the few people on Clubhouse who is a success story and does believe in powerful, positive thinking. And I think that success is explained by that. But I do think that it would be unfair, and I apologize if I said I didn't mean to think that you were unusual and that or something was wrong with you. I'm just saying I think by and large most people today have been touched by this, and I think maybe you have a strong personality and an adaptable personality where you know how to deal this with you when you see it. But I would like to hear. I mean, maybe you don't encounter people like this, but I think you're a charismatic person, and maybe you thwart attempts by more dangerous people. You know how to, you're a people person. I don't know. Maybe you could speak to that, but I know Coco wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you can definitely focus on positive relations, abundance, um, positive relationships you have, whatever, while simultaneously recognizing, um, there's people being harmed. There's people, you got to be able to, especially if we're going to talk about like having a good attitude, right? When it comes to this stuff, like humbly, you have to be able to condemn and recognize harm and abuse that's happening. I don't think it's good to just, I don't know.
I know what you're saying. Like, I think
I just don't like the way you're framing everything, and everything is coming back to the Bible, which honestly, you're trying to like push your ideas onto everybody. I know the last two things you said when you asked Pepe about why can't everybody believe in this? Sure, like you can believe in loving your neighbor, loving thyself, and all of these things. Whatever, you don't have to believe in loving your enemy. We don't all have to believe in loving our enemy, especially with these people, right? That we've, you know, Pepe and DJ have been talking about. I would never turn to a woman who's been raped by, you know, some psycho narcissist that's, you know, been beat up by him and tell her, no, you need to love him. No, fuck that, you know? Not everybody needs to, like, believe in this kind of stuff. I don't like when people do this shit. Everything doesn't go back to the Bible.
But no, that part's kind of bothered me too. But you know, I've kind of been glossing over that. But so Edward, admittedly, he comes from a very caring, loving family, a family with two his parents were married until old age. That's good. Now, you know, here's where I have, you know, as harsh as I am about the black community, and a lot of their rhetoric here, there are black children who grow up with a single fucking mother, and this is, of course, these are going to be fringe cases where the mother will, and you can look this up. This is actually a thing that happens. I've seen it several times, you know, on the news. The child is basically, they have a 4-year-old girl, 6-year-old girl, whatever. Yeah, we'll give you your drugs, but
喜欢不喜欢搭飞机？
You guys have McDonald's in China, right?
McDonald's in He doesn't believe in God yet.
That means not believing in God or believing in any sort of.
Agnostic means they don't know. Atheist just means that they make a definitive claim that they know there is no God. Well, at least when it comes to these, at least when it comes to like Cora.
Cora's all right, believe this. Oh,
Get her on the like. Radical atheist all day every day.
I think bronze age morality is appropriate to term.
Yeah, see, radical atheist. There you go. There you go. Atheist rooms modding every day, talking shit about Christianity. So she's a radical atheist. I mean, just because you talk about Christianity doesn't make you an atheist. She's also you can't go.
Don't worry, this is what he does.
You can't expect much out of yeah, it's me.
okay, figure it out.
You can read my bio.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, Rich.
Rich, and we're both, you know, amateur, right?
Hey, Rich, I just clicked on your profile. I'm a little confused. My cell phone just froze up, and now I can't use Clubhouse. What happened? Why is my phone frozen? I just clicked your profile to view your profile, and now my cell phone is frozen. What's going on? What is the code that you put in your profile? You put some kind of software code. Hello?
And John, the guy Aleister Crowley, is the Michelin Jew. It means his dad is a Jew, but his mom's not. So the Jew, yeah, just like all the apostles. Well, you know how like all the apostles are Jews and they followed Christ, and they became Christians because they're Christ followers. It's the same thing.
Jewish believers.
So all the Jews still show up. They're like, hey, the Messiah hasn't came yet. Jesus isn't the Messiah. I'm a Jew who decided, hey, Jesus is the Messiah.
Shalom, it's just like your opinion. The truth is that Mashiach is now. Mashiach now. Mashiach now, and we don't have to wait anymore because Mashiach is now. Mashiach is now, and we don't have to wait anymore.
Alicia said reset.
Mashiach now, we don't have to wait anymore.
I knew I'm gonna be on stage.
Well,
Oh, welcome. Nice to meet you. I'll add you. But I'm not Filipino. I'm Jewish by blood, Christian by faith. I'm ethnically.
you don't gotta add it. It's all good.
We got you. Don't click on my profile. You did. Oh, you clicked on my profile. Dang it. It'll lock up your phone. You just gotta clear the app like times, and then come back in. Sorry, man. Laura clicked on it. I told her not to click on it. Cora, I told you not. It's a glitch that I have in my phone. I know, it's in my bio. I know, yes, it is hacking. Yeah, you gotta be careful clicking on certain people's profiles.
I got it like when it first started, 2020.
So May,
When you had white people, and I was getting angry as shit. So
what ethnicity is that? I know he's white, but
he's I don't talk to him. I don't know him.
okay, I don't know if he's like German.
Some sort of white. No, Polish. I don't know.
Well, okay, if you guys click on the chat, there's that the fucking numbers and or the letters and all that kind of shit and scribble scrabble shit. If you copy that and then you go into your bio and you clear your bio, make it blank, and then paste that into your bio and then hit done, it'll make your phone do the same thing. Well, then people can't do that. If anybody has an iPhone, like Cora, when she clicked on me to like move me to the audience or kick me out of the room, it freezes her phone.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, because I can go into Muslim and Black Hebrew Israelite rooms and I can crash out and make one of them. It's fucked up. Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's okay when the Black Hebrew Israelites are saying that they're going to take my kids and they're going to dash their heads against the rocks?
Oh my God, we just.
Okay, so the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Go ahead, ask.
Okay. Does anybody think that it's justified for the Black Hebrew? Okay, cool. The Black Hebrew Israelites say that everybody who's not black or brown, Hispanic or Latino or any of this kind of shit are Edomites. They're from Esau and they're a cursed people. And that when Black Jesus comes back, who looks like Wesley Snipes, they're gonna all get all like Super Saiyan powers like Dragon Ball Z, and they're gonna fly around, shoot laser beams out of their eyes, and they're gonna take all the white people and their babies, and they're gonna smash the babies' heads against the rock. Then they're gonna enslave the men, and they're gonna rape all the white women. So these are the people that I go into their rooms and I say, hey, you guys are a bunch of fucking retards. And then they say, hey, kick this guy. And they all click on my account and all their funds freeze up. And then they can't kick me. Then they have to end up just closing the room. And sometimes there's like 1,000 people in the audience. So I get them to close the room for me. Unless somebody knows what they're doing.
Say that was genuine from your heart. I don't think you would be making this.
Well, they don't let people.
In this room and speaking this instead of actually asking the fuck you want to.
So May, if you were to go in the room and you're like, I'm Filipino, they'd be like, oh my God, sister, you're one of us. You're a Hebrew Israelite. But then you're like, yeah, but my dad's white. No, but they would ask you. They'd be like, what are you? You'd say, my mom's Filipino, my dad's white. They'd say, okay, well, you're an Edomite. You're from Esau. And we're going to kill you and we're going to rape you.
Then I exit the fucking conversation. You don't feed into that bullshit. So why are you bringing the bullshit into this room?
I put this in my bio. The problem. Once you put it in your bio, you can't take it out.
Yeah. Yes, you fucking can.
Yep. No, I get that, but I'm talking about the glitch. I couldn't go up there and have a genuine conversation. Because all they're going to do is scream and cuss. Yeah, I know. But
I'm over this. Who else will fuck me?
Yeah, let's talk about the Muzzies.
Y'all know this man?
Cool. Let's talk about Manny. You want to talk about the Gnostic of free will?
Let's talk to Quran about Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, where Allah
let's do free will.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Teacher, you can ask Rich, ask your question.
Whatever your name is, how do you justify Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, where Allah says, for the woman who buries alive her newborn baby, the mother and the baby both go to hell?
What?
Sunan Abi Dawud 4717. I can read it. Hold on. I got it open. Yeah, she thinks.
So I can save her from it.
I'm annoying with this shit. Okay, my wife was an NBI agent, which is the National Bureau of Investigation. She used to deal with the Moros, the Muslims, the MILF, the Moro Islamic Liberation Force. And she's seen fucking 40 soldiers in the Philippines dead with all their balls cut off and their penises stuffed in their mouth.
Wait, hold on. Muslim group called the MILFs?
Yeah, they're called the MILF, the Moro Islamic Liberation Force. Yeah. So, okay, let's read Sunan Abi Dawud 4717. So, Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, Amir reported the messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, as saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who was buried alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has been also been transmitted by Ibn Mas'ud from the Prophet, may peace be upon him, to the same effect through a different chain of narrators. Read Sahih al-Albani.
Hold on. What did you say to the Prophet again? If I did not hear it correctly, what did you say something?
I hope that you have an iPhone when I say this again. Amir reported to the messenger of Allah.
No, hold on. It's peace be upon him.
Oh, sorry, I misread it. Sorry. So Amir reported to the
Don't
messenger
do that.
of Allah.
I don't intend to speak with you when you talk like this about it. No, you didn't.
I did say peace be upon him. Listen. So
Okay,
everything.
good. All right.
He's a Jamaican gay guy from Canada. He's gonna start screaming all kinds of shit. But so Amir reported to the messenger of Allah as saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried, meaning the newborn baby, is buried alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has also been transmitted by Ibn Mas'ud from the Prophet to the same effect through a different chain of narrators. Grade Sahih al-Albani. You want me to share in the chat? I'll share in the chat. So you can read there.
Yeah, it's 4714, correct?
4717.
4717. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, 47. I know that you're going to say that this is the tradition before the Prophet. This is specifically the Prophet day, which means this was after everything was revealed by Jibril. Oh, I'm asking May, why does Allah send babies to hellfire for the mother killing them? Do you think that's messed up? So May, imagine you have a daughter and then you bury your daughter alive. Allah is saying that you and your baby, who did nothing wrong, are both going to hellfire.
By the way, that's not the only hadith that says that babies go to hell.
No, I know that.
There's like God designed babies to go to hell.
Yeah, well, it said he designed everyone to either accept him or not accept him. It's Calvinism. I tell the Muslims this all the time. Calvinism.
Oh, straight up.
It's determinism.
Target bubble.
All they're going to say is Allahu Alam means Allah, only Allah knows. Or they're going to say that this is a tradition before, which it was, but it specifically says that the Prophet said these things. So that was after Jibril revealed himself to him, and he's reciting this. He's talking to his friends saying, this is what is going to happen.
Are you trying to understand or are you trying to make a point?
No, I'm showing how it's false.
You're trying to make a point, okay.
Yeah, false. I'm just saying, like, if I was like an agnostic or atheist or a lost boy, and I was like, somebody was showing me about Islam, and somebody came to me and said, "Yo, read this," I'd be like, "What the fuck, bro? Like, their God sends newborn babies to hell? This is fucking wild. I'm not enjoying this."
He does Jesus. Like, what did Jesus do if he's hurt you?
Nobody take probably
Yeah.
You don't have the fucking thing that I have my phone. He would be upset about my language, and he'd be upset about my disdain for Islam and Muslims, and he would say that I should be talking to them nicer. I agree.
Yeah.
But I also believe that I'm a sheepdog, and I got to protect the flock. So when I'm debating Muslims, Nargis, I'm not debating the Muslim. I'm actually speaking to the audience who's actually hearing it. So if there's like 500 people in the audience, and this dude has been talking to like 20 of them in the back channels and saying, "Hey, come to our like Quran reading," like now they're just not.
So, did you post the hadith in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look.
Also, please don't say that the translators translated it wrong because they have.
Yeah, yeah, that's what because it's in direct contradiction to the Quran.
No, I agree. But the Quran said,
you know how is it direct contradiction? Huh?
So because everybody has a chance and babies are innocent and all that blah blah. But the thing,
no. How is it direct contradiction to the Quran? Do you know?
Because people aren't born with sin. They're not born.
No, not necessarily. No.
Well, necessarily. I mean, this is what you guys gripe about Christians.
Not necessarily. That's mentioned in the Quran. That no, that's not mentioned in the Quran. Why is it in contradiction?
I mean, the Sunnah of Islam.
No, but I'm specifically talking.
Right? I have to accept if I'm going to read it.
Good with the Quran. But he's fine with the Quran more than like Hadith.
I understand.
Somehow a little bit before.
Wait, how does that contradict the Quran?
It contradicts the Quran because with what their understanding of this hadith is that with their understanding, which means that the girl who was buried alive and the mother who went through murdered her, and they're both they're both going to go to hell.
Yeah.
But that's their understanding, and this particular understanding, is in direct contradiction to the Quran.
It's easy like
It's in direct contradiction of the Quran because Quran says no person will be burdened of a sin that they didn't do. Like, or everybody will be granted the deed of the even if it's a mustard seed.
Yeah,
no person is supposed to. Exactly. So everybody will bear their own burdens. So by that extension, this child, this fetus rather, or this infant that was born and had no doings in being treated this way, it does not make sense that would go to hell. Therefore, the translation of the word.
No, hold on, but that's not a contradiction. This is not a contradiction from a logical standpoint. Yes, they're born without burdens, but they're born without needs either, right? So it's a blank slate. So if they're at zero, it's God's decision to, throw them in hell because there's no.
So I think the Quran
it's not necessarily an innocent life because
zero is God.
Up to.
No.
But a baby has no days, right?
Don't make the Can I take listen? Don't make any Adam.
Are you just gonna say that you?
No, what do you mean I'm being logical? No. You're making the hadith. It is absolutely contradictory. It's because no soul shall bear another soul's burden. Everybody's supposed to bear their own burden.
I did say that the buried infant was burdenful.
No. It means no person will be wronged, unjust, or will be wronged in the hereafter. Yeah, this is absolute unjust and wrong, and she's unjust.
No, wait. How is it unjust? I don't understand. This baby is a clean slate.
That's what I'm saying.
Clean slate. That's what I'm saying. Right?
She.
Okay. This means she has no. This means she has no sins nor deeds. But she's at zero. So if you put her on the scale of weighing her, I don't know, whatever moral dilemma.
Why would you?
Women during battle, and you can make them your sex slave.
Pidu, calm down. Okay, one at a time. Calm down. Sit down. Sit down. Please do one at a time. This is ridiculous. You're like now regurgitating. Stop regurgitating.
I don't see the contradiction. I don't see the contradiction.
Bani Adam, it's a contradiction because why would you not propose heaven for her? Why hell?
Yeah, because
Why does she get to have a hell when she's at zero? Why couldn't she get heaven?
Question for God. It's not a contradiction.
Okay. So hear me out.
Like you can have God.
So hear me out. The explanation. No, hold on. Hear me out. The explanation for the mawaddatu is fi maddatu fi nar. The one that ordered this doing is the one that's going to go to hell. The one that ordered this doing. So not the baby. It's not. It's the baby. It doesn't say baby. It doesn't say
the girl.
No, it doesn't say that. It says the person.
Do not do this. I know the Quran better, the Hadith, and I can translate it better than the fucking scholars. The woman who buries the reason the scholar wrote this is because this is what it means. The woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive, both will go to hell.
It doesn't mean what is the which okay. What word does that?
Both
what
plural or singular?
What word did you relate to the baby girl? What word from that? I'm asking you. You knew Arabic. You knew Arabic.
Listen, I don't.
What? What Arabic word did you forget? Scholars. You just said. You just said.
Oh, he's right. He's out. He's right. He's right. That has many people have ran that argument. This is not the first time
I'm asking him. He said he claimed he knew Arabic. I'm asking him.
Tell him.
I'm asking you.
Born. When it says the new.
Can I ask him? Why are you speaking on his behalf? Let me ask him this. He said. Hold on.
To rely on.
Okay, hold on. Are you going to just keep speaking over me because it's the. Okay, thank you. I'm asking you. You said you have very good knowledge of Arabic language.
No, I don't.
Let me finish my question to you. Okay, I thought you knew. I thought you said. I heard talking. Let her talk. I thought you said.
Who translated the sheikh who translated this knows more than you. This is why he works in Saudi Arabia. This is why he transcribes or transliterates all these verses from Arabic into English, and he wrote that both will go to hell.
Okay, what?
Sit here and listen to like lady on Clubhouse tell me that the scholars of Islam.
I'm asking you
for 40 years.
Okay.
No less than this lady on Clubhouse.
Okay. I'm asking you.
Hold on. Technically, shouldn't even be
Shut up.
with me.
I'm asking you. You're the one that engaged. Why did you engage? You're the one that asked me the question. You wanna?
So
okay.
I'm not.
Can you shut up for a second?
And Shaitan. So listen, I'm
no. You listen first. I'm asking you the question you asked about the.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Oh shit, this guy's on the other side.
Or just move him down. So listen, I'm not. Oh, she left. But I'm not a Muslim. I'm not at fault if I'm talking to her. She is a Muslima. She's in trouble. She's not.
You're not allowing Dr. Z to answer.
I'm asking you. No. I'm not clicking on nobody's profile. I'm asking him. I'm asking him how did he not use the scholar's brain. I want him to use his brain if he has any understanding about the hadith like he's claiming.
to let me know what word in Arabic did you associate with the baby girl?
You're not listening. Okay.
I'm asking you a question. Asking you a question. Give me your question. No, don't answer me question. I'm asking me a question. No, I'm asking you a question.
Woman, and that's what Allah says about you. I don't believe that. But listen, Nardin.
English honestly, and you know what? I know this argument.
But she's deficient in mind and she's not listening.
Okay, then shut the then tell me what is the
because she menstruates. That's what Allah says.
yeah, we're deficient. You're the most efficient. So tell me efficiently. Tell me efficiently. What is the word that associates? Oh, he's just ranting. Like I don't even engage with this.
So, I'm trying to explain to you. You said what word in Arabic does it say, baby girl or little girl?
Yeah.
Or baby. I'm telling you, I don't give a shit what you say.
Okay, then shut up then. If you can't deconstruct the hadith with me, then be quiet and sit down. If you're not deconstruct the hadith with me in Arabic, are you interjecting?
Old. If it's studying it since he was a baby.
Why is
he's not being an artist intellect.
It says the newborn baby girl in both, and some ladies, some rando.
No, it doesn't say that. It says the one that ordered the killing of the baby. Yes, that's what it says. No, it doesn't say that. It's the other one. No, it doesn't. Nope, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Great Sahi Albani.
This I can't click on the profile. What? He's being completely disrespectful for profit.
Don't be like that, Rich. You can have a good argument.
Who the hell is he? Kick him out. My mom is getting angry. Me listening to this garbage, bakwas.
Yeah.
Mom, because he's making. Let him out. Yes, somebody kick him out.
I know how to get around his.
Cora, thank you so much.
How do you get around that thing?
Yeah, how do you do it? Click through to his profile. Just hold it till the contextual menu comes up.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he was making good points.
Oh, he wasn't.
I mean, that's a very
no, he wasn't.
Listen, the thing is, like, it's not new at all. But the thing is that, like, I don't even see why it's problematic.
Why you? Yeah, but that's
even worse. No,
he's not a bad guy in the Quran.
Wait, hold on. I mean,
he's a just guy.
Were there not in Sodom and Gomorrah?
There's also
I mean, you're telling me two major not have children.
Sodom and Gomorrah story. What? The Bible, I think, right?
No, I know. Yeah, there's more from the Bible. I agree with you on that, like the genocide of the Amalekites and the.
No,
like God clearly does. No, but
would be the Kitover story, though.
That one too. Yeah. So clearly, there's. I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah is a big one too.
I don't know what that is about.
As described, and completely being obliterated. Yeah, there would be children there, must. So
listen,
like whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's clearly. I don't know why this is problematic for Dr. Z. Yes,
it is problematic because
Abrahamic God described by every tradition. Yeah, does kill kids.
It is problematic because Quran says, and when the girl buried alive is asked for what he was killed. At-Takwir, it's 81, 8 and 9. It says, when the girl buried alive is asked for what sin she was killed. So, hello, Quran is in direct contradiction with this stupid understanding of the hadith, which is not what it's saying. Yeah. No, it doesn't say that.
Dr. Z, my Arabic might not be the best, but I can read it.
She's an Arabic. Dr. Z, polemical argument they bring up, and it's true that the hadith does talk about the child. So you can say the hadith is shit. You can just call it flawed or something. But the thing is, you guys don't have the guts to do that.
Well, there are two things. There are two things. Either the hadith is problematic. Either the hadith is problematic if the hadith is in contradiction with the ayah, right? Or the hadith is mistranslated. Mistranslated. You need to look at how the hadith is. This hadith is mistranslated. Problematic. Wake up. Not mistranslated. It is mistranslated then.
No, it isn't.
Quiet.
On what basis are you saying it's mistranslated?
How many hadith can you call?
Can you please read it to me in Arabic and tell me what's wrong about it?
Just call it out.
I'm gonna try. Come on.
Because the word that is, huh?
Well, why don't you start? What word is problematic?
Like don't hope it's not nice. You stand by truth. Always stand by. No, the problematic part is that the word wal mu'addata, I think mu'addata is translated as infant. Versus is it, does it mean the person who called for the burial, like the person who ordered it? So there's part of the translation, it could possibly mean this, because it can't be the infant in the hellfire, because the Quran. Well, it is. It can't be, but the hadith is saying yes. So the hadith is call out the hadith, but you can't do it because it needs guts to do things like that. Call out Ibn Rajab, call out the technique. There's so many other ways in which like history has reached us. It doesn't have to be this particular way. Like live in the pursuit of truth. Call it out. Like Mahdi does it. He has his own method. Why are you stuck with Ibn Rajab? No, I'm saying there could be two things. Any hadith that is in contradiction with the Quran is obviously discarded, right? That's my first rule. This is why. What went wrong with the way they were marking the Sahih? Why did they mark it Sahih? Something is lost with the technique. Hold on. What is marked Sahih? How do you know it's marked Sahih? Because it's a Sahih hadith. You think this is the first time I'm hearing this polemical argument? How is this a Sahih hadith? It's not a. Hold on. Up in Bukhari, bro. It's a Bukhari hadith? Yeah, I think so. Muslim or Bukhari? No. Which one is it? I've heard this many times. You can either call out the one who narrated it, you can say that. I don't know. I really think Ibn Rajal is a very problematic position. Do the usuli method, like rational method of aligning it with the Quran. If it doesn't align with the Quran, toss it out. That's how Shias do it. Like use other people's techniques. People have figured out that. What do you mean other people's technique? We know that anything that is in contradiction with the Quran is the problem. That I what did I say the first time I heard like this understanding is called isn't contradiction. That's what I said. Allah. So the Sunnis reject that method. No. My hadith teacher taught me this, that any hadith that is in contradiction with the Quran has to be graded accordingly, even if it's mentioned and this that. And the line. It could be questioned because if the hadith is in contradiction, no, excuse me. No, we're not. This is a Shafi. This is a Shafi teacher, and he's not a Shia. You know, he's a. What the chain is for Ilm Rijal. Why is it called the science of men? Because you're seeing the line of men that are transmitting it. No, not necessarily. Sometimes there is a problematic. I'm telling you the technique that is used. Sometimes there's a problem. I know, but sometimes in the line, there could be a person whose memory is messed up or who is known to have weak memory or a character. Or if of this person is not. This person is not even a Salaf or Tabi'in. He's someone, 3-4 generation who heard from his dad, So you have to see exactly the source. Like I know, and Ilm Rijal does that. That's the job for them to report accuracy. But it is what it is. Sometimes if it's in contradiction to the Quran, then you gotta take that as the main critique. Like you got to take that as the main argument that this hadith is in contradiction with the Quran because it is twice two ayahs I gave you that that contradicts it. One ayah is the one that no other soul will bear another soul's burden, and then Allah asked the buried alive girls, what sin were they buried for? So those are verses in the Quran. What does that tell you? That tells you that this Mas'ud. Okay, it is Abdullah ibn Mas'ud hadith. The woman who buries her baby girl alive and the girl who is buried alive are both in hellfire. Okay, so this is a very common polemical argument that most people use against hadith corpus. These are famous debates also have. So now Nabi Dawood collects all sorts of hadith. They are not necessarily sahih. They are also
What Ma'udatu means the ones that were buried alive.
Yes. This is a famous, like, so many debaters use this against.
You can literally just take the Arabic text and put it all in.
YouTube and watch how many like debates have been done over this. Now you're coming and saying this is not how it should be read. You're coming and saying this too, Rich. He knows this freaking argument. He's heard it on YouTube. It's a very famous polemic. Very positive for you. Just okay, but that guy is just a trouble. He's not even good. This is the famous freaking argument.
The truth is, I think the Quranis, for all of their retardedness on some level, did expose a lot of the really bad stuff.
Yeah, they can clean up all the shit, right? They don't need any of this. But Ibn Dawood, yes, Sunan Abi Dawood is not the Bukhari and Muslim standard. No, it's not. Yes, no, it's not Sahih. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Sunan is Abi Dawood is Sunan Abi Dawood has all
Hassan and it has
Mutarab. What do you call that? What is that word? What are you doing? Mutarab.
Now she's attacking the source. You see?
What are you doing? Sunan Abi Dawood. This doesn't go with the Quran. I'm saying Sunan and get rid of it. I'm saying Sunan Abi Dawood is known for collecting all levels of hadith. It could be weak, it could be fabricated, it could be. This is why I don't give a fuck about people. Why? What do you mean? What am I doing? Already, you should know that if this is Sunan Abi Dawood, then you gotta be a little more careful, knowing where this hadith is coming from, because he's known for collecting everything under the sun. You've done this. This has been going on for 5 years. This polemical debate. Yeah. Call it out and say
free will and Gnosticism.
Yeah, literally this guy. We can take one nuggets and instead of saying all of the hadith and say it's a pathetic. All right. Why would you not? Why would you not take the argument as is? Because both the arguments are valid. Sunan Abi Dawud known for collecting all sorts of hadith, be it sahih, be it weak, be it fabricated. No, I'm just saying. So it's not sahih then. I don't know. I say Abi Dawud made a mistake. No, I'm saying he collected everything. He collected everything under the sun.
You see, this guy come in. Okay, let's say another Muslim guy come in. The conversation that Nargis is trying.
Don't blame it on the guy. He's just not a guy in Clubhouse. This is a very famous argument. This is a very famous debate on this hadith. It's not the first. Well, guess what? It contradicts the Quran, so it sets aside because it contradicts that right. Yeah.
No finish. Is like this. There is two parts of things. Which one come first? The person you need to handle first, or the subject matters? Which one first? The meaning, if the person is Muslim, you go for the subject matters. But if the person is non-Muslim, you go for the person first. That is the orderly order. Why? Because we want to get the hikmah out of that. So maybe he is a Fir'aun. I can learn from him. But allow him to make all the error because he's Muslim. That's where
the hadith is error. The hadith is error.
Good. So if you both error,
a lot of hadith fit on and throw it out. Okay, because it interferes with the
guess. Yeah, wisdom checkpoint. Sure. Let's say the hadith is error. Let's say the man is error. which one I want to analyze first. I want to analyze the man first before the hadith.
First you have to go after the man because that is the very
no. My point
that is the sequence of studying Marjal.
The sequence
First,
is
the chain. Second,
the
content,
this.
and the third is
if it's Muslim, no, if it's because the vibration of start point, the lane is two different lane already. One is Muslim, one non-Muslim. So I mean the conversation. Even he said, he said something. He said something. This guy Tito guy. He says something about I know about.
It's not Tito. Who cares? Tito is making an argument which has been made 5 million times before.
I looked it up. Can I say something? Yeah. I looked it up. It's saying, actually, this particular hadith, the scholars differed over both its chain, isnad, and its meaning, matan. So the scholars already had problems with this hadith. So it's considered either one of the weak hadiths. What do you mean, since when? Since when? Because the scholars have problems. That's what it says. Early hadith scholars. No, some early hadith scholars consider part of its chain. But many scholars criticize it because it appears to contradict stronger Quranic principles. It is considered a weak hadith. So shut up. No, shut up bringing weak hadith and like, oh, look at this. Sit down. It's a weak hadith. It is a weak hadith. It is by interpretation and both by us. Yeah. So sit down. I'm sorry. That's what it's said about this. Yeah, but you guys are like, how excited you guys get when one person, one person brings up a weak hadith, the level of excitement that trails within you. Oh my god. Level of excitement that oh my god, it hits to the roof, to the next level that you guys want to. Like, no, shut up. You instigate that.
Why am I motivated? Why did I get happy?
Any idiotic person comes up and gives you a hadith. Excitement level to the knee.
Who will never ever be hit to
the level of excitement runs to your blood when you hear a weak hadith.
No one's excited. Call out the fucking hadith.
Audacity to bring a weak hadith and be like, we got this. We got audacity to bring a weak hadith and everybody else gets on that bandwagon.
Love you.
Look at that.
Okay.
Bandwagon. What do I get from it? What do I get?
My question.
Well, wait.
Get the wisdom hikmah.
Stop the
the honesty drum.
No, you're dishonest. Any Adam, did you not see this?
Yeah. Bring another weak hadith and then dance around it. Bring another weak hadith and do
I don't care. Hikmah, please. Okay, the hikmah here. You see the hikmah?
There's no hikmah.
You look at
Hikmah is right.
Hold on, first. Okay, the hikmah is this.
People like to save their religion and their dogma.
Let's imagine this. Okay, 47:17. God look at 47:17. God look at that moment. Wow, that is this now. There's soul. There's everybody in the room. I'm going to jump this person into the room. That's the plan. God's plan. Why?
Keep
use
quiet.
all this.
He's just another.
He's that fault.
He's just another guy on the app.
And I get excited every time he brings a weak hadith.
Yeah, that's my point.
It was never weak.
It is weak. Okay, confirm. Chat GPT confirmed it. Any other you put it in the air. We'll give you a synthesis of what this hadith is. It already sounded a problematic.
Yes, you're getting sources from Muslim websites that confirm modernism.
Bro,
let's just fucking move on.
Next time you get upside down.
Then I'll tell you when they change. Give me a minute.
What's this number?
41:17.
Yeah, 4117, right? The last, okay, 4117. Now, hang on, everybody. When you look at that 4117, because God look at it, this is a good to spike everybody, to splash everybody. Some of you can be splashed.
It's always someone else's fault.
4717. Sorry, 47.
That's precisely 4717. That's what I'm saying. God is looking at, hey, 4717, you're going to be the one going to splash. Now that will be splashed with cold water. Dr. Z will be splashed with warm water. Now the guy with hot water. But the same splash, 147, 17. That is God's plan towards that one. So what will happen? We need to allow to have that run so that everybody gets splashed according to their coldness, whether it's warm, hot, or cold. So it's a splash thing, So that is the wisdom that I'm getting. That's why everybody need to really, hey, am I spiking or not? If I'm spiking, that means I don't get the benefit of splash. I want to have that splash of cold water. Something like that.
Always someone else's fault. It's from the outside. They did this to us. They are to blame. They are at fault.
No, tell me, why do you have this problem of bringing a weak hadith and you turn it around and make it like it's a solid argument against Islam? Why would you do that?
Many a times this was brought up. Okay, this hadith became a problem for Ibn Rajal. Scholars came out. You don't know the history of it. This what's his name? Benny? Who's the guy who came out and said Ibn Rajal is a flawed thing? The guy who wasn't. It wasn't Muhammad Hijab. It was the other fellow.
Yes, Qazi.
Huh? Qazi.
Yes,
Yasser Qazi.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. That guy
Yeah,
destroyed this.
Qazi came out and said this thing. Rajal is a flawed.
He destroyed the narrative. From the Sunnis, it's so like it's very binding. It's
Yeah, Yasser Qazi destroyed the whole Quran.
in a lot of ways. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, can we move on?
Then some hadiths started to disappear. The debate ones from Sunnah. Some others were marked weak.
MBS had an interview where he said, like, yeah, we might be taking out some.
Yeah, he said we want to clear out the hadith. We want to wipe it out. That's why when Sunnis come on here, I tell them, time to clear up. Time to clean up.
Okay, anyway, so free will in Gnosticism.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So what did you come to? What did you find?
I found something very interesting. They have an interesting way of looking at free will, right? It's not libertarian free will. Okay? It's not like because libertarian free will in and of itself is quite, sorry to say, it's a little bit retarded. Because it has no causal freaking it has no causal change. It doesn't even take causality into consideration, right? It says that it makes free will an ontology in and of itself, right? Like co-creating, co-working, that kind of a thing.
Well, so the free will would be associated with the spiritual realm.
Right, correct.
Or at the very least the like.
No, it's well explained that way.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, determinism in the material world, but not inherently. It's just as a result.
Yes, like a cosmic
creation of archons.
Yeah, like a cosmic thing, right? I mean,
faith involved. But it's just for the material realm. The whole point of Gnosticism is to break out from that.
Yeah.
Right? Through Gnosis.
Correct.
So inherently, you actually do have free will. You're just being conditioned to believe that you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So give me a sec. Give me 1 minute. So there's something called like cosmic determinism. Okay. Which is Hermamine, and there is the tripartite division of humanity, or the three costs, right? And I think it's a very interesting concept. It still holds to hierarchy, though. Can you look into it so that I can come back?
getting all of those points, but I don't think he's a bad person whatsoever. And the last thing I'd want to do is say that he's a malign influence on anybody.
I don't think anybody's accusing you of anything. So just to be clear, Joe, we're
It's kind of weird because it's like, we're trying to have a debate about like these psychological things, right? And multiple people are jumping in and like being like, oh, well, and we're talking about people outside of ourselves who have psychological disorders. We're not talking about ourselves. We're trying to debate. And you got people just being like, oh yeah, well, if oh, you didn't finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I really. I mean, I don't understand why there's this necessity to have to redirect. I mean, if I'm not involved in if I'm not involved in the debate, if what I'm saying is not attributing to the debate, I don't know why you're responding to it or trying to counter it. Did Coco run away from me?
Yeah, she left. I don't think she
bedroom leave her alone.
I think she didn't catch that I was asking you to finish your submission. I think it just got really messy there. So other than that, the debate has been really good. This has actually been by far one of the most intense debates. I
what's wrong?
Like
and by the way, Edward, you have not seen me trolling this whole. How many hours has it been? Like 3 hours. You've not seen me troll. You've seen me being.
So trolling you.
Oh God.
So since I have to defend where I came from, though, and I'll rest right here, I was going off of what Bima had talked about and added to Bima's praise for Mr. Edward. That's all it was. I was in line with the consent with what had been talked about prior to it.
Joe. You're another guy. We know you're a good dude. We've disagreed on things, but like I don't look at people who disagree on things as an enemy or as a bad person. At the end of the day, we agree on 90% of issues.
Yeah, but you know what? Let me ask you a question. Do you know what a saint is?
A saying?
A saint.
Oh, a saint. Somebody who is at least it's saying canonized. At least in the Catholic Church,
it's a sinner trying, bro. We're all out here trying. We're just trying to get better. We're trying to improve ourselves. The saint is just the sinner trying.
I just want to add one thing that Pepe said. I think, and I also want to say that, yes, and having heard Edwards many times, I did get triggered and I owe him an apology, because he sees people's whole lives, their families every day. And most of us will see a snapshot of things. And I get into the psychobabble and I have to apologize for that. But I want to say something that Pepe was alluding to, and I think the people who write these self-help books, the content itself may be very good, but I do agree that the people who are willing to go out there and put this stuff together and push it on people are not all of them are necessarily malignant individuals, but you have to have a certain kind of personality if you're willing to go out and write a self-help book and tell other people how to do it. Not everyone who does it has that personality archetype, but I think you mentioned what's his name, Tony Robbins. I kind of agree with that, and probably that stuff has helped lots of people. But I do think the person behind the book is probably super confident, which isn't a bad thing. Doesn't mean they're pathological, but I don't know that most of us would ever have the inclination to want to go write a book like that. And maybe he didn't even, maybe he did want to monetize it from the get-go, but just having that personality is distinctly different from other types. I'd be way too insecure to go try and do that. It doesn't make me good either. I need to work on that. But I think Pepe's point about these authors that kind of Bima pushed back on, I think he's kind of right on with regard to, whether you're selling Amway. Hey, I did Amway years ago. Whether you're I deal with people who want to be in public and visible all the time now, right? And so I see these personality types. I used to want to be more like this. So I kind of sense that the Tony Robbins persona is kind of what Pepe described, and I'm rambling, so I'll shut up.
Thanks, Dr. Jordan. Dr. J, DJ. Shoot, Beeman left, right? She's gone.
But left. Yeah, Beaver's gone. We'll be back, but we can talk about the press part.
What was? Yeah, talk about it.
But Matt, I do want to say something to Joe. He knows this. Real quick, Joe, for the year, my wife and I have invested money. You know that for people all over the different apps. People stranded in different places, don't have a way to get home. People want to go to different events. You know this, Joe. So we don't talk a lot about what we do. We just do it because I think it's important that people know that there are good people on the planet.
No, for a fact, I can confirm it. Mr. Edwards is the greatest man I've met on these social media apps. He's the most genuine person. That's all I wanted to say and add to it is I've known him a lot longer than just Clubhouse. And take the wisdom if you want it, but he ain't forcing it. I ain't never seen him force it down anyone's throat.
Nick, look, I don't feel like
I love my black card.
Somebody who's had a lot of like a lot of conservative people. He's had a lot, maybe some pretty harsh words about me. Hold on a second.
Earlier in the night, he was advocating for the nuclear family, and he was getting pushback from the MAGA room on that. I mean, if the right wing and conservatism, that's what we champion is the nuclear family. And here we have a great example, Mr. Edward, where he came from and the family that he built. We should praise it and say, look, this is the type of stuff we can build a strong America on is a nuclear family.
We agree with him on all of that. It's not okay. Like maybe part of the problem here is that I'll have nuanced conversations here amongst people on the right, and then it's not me trying to knock him. And look, I know Edward, he gets pushed back from other people on the right as well. But I don't think any of us think of him as like a. I think he's literally a really good individual. Probably a much more, dare I say it, a trustworthy person than myself. And I'm not trying to belittle him. When we have these conversations, but I do think that when we have these ideas that are different from each other, behold, the reality is that the left, they are going to have these differences of opinions, and they're often going to be on steroids. And we can look at this with like bail reform, where basically, this person had a rough upbringing. So yeah, go ahead. She slit some fucking woman's throat on a train, even though he's like out on bail for a bunch of other violent shit. We have to. I do think that where there's a huge difference is that you have people on the left that are basically going to push for. There's anti-holding people accountable, and then on the right, you do want to hold people accountable more for their own decisions. But I do think it can be rather unhealthy to go to an extreme in either direction. I'm not one of these like bail reform people who thinks like you should just let people out. It used to be that if you were a rich person, you commit a serious crime, you were given your pre-trial release directions or orders, and you could not commit any crime, pre-sentencing at least. Otherwise, your bail would be revoked. And I'm not against the idea that poor people or people who can't afford bail, they're given the same conditions. That's fine. But the whole idea is that you have to return to court without committing other crimes and victimizing people. But what we saw was that this whole bail reform bullshit, it ended up just being like, oh, well, you commit another crime while you're waiting sentencing for another, or trial for another serious felony. Oh yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and let you go, cut you loose. That is bullshit. I think all of us here agree with that. But at the end of the day, it's not. I don't look at. I don't think any of us look at Edward as an enemy. Literally, we don't.
I don't think I want to speak on Edward's behalf, but I'm going to anyways. I think he doesn't want to be centered. Edward's been the conversation this whole time. That's not what he was looking for, right, Edward? If I had to guess that right. Oh. Okay, what's that? Here for the relationship. Yeah. Bima, are you there?
We are not. I am. We're not all victims. We are not.
Get in there.
Go ahead, Joe B.
Go get going there. What do you got?
That's all. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, everybody's playing a violin, and we are not victims. We own our lives. Own them. Stop fucking around, crying like babies.
Only with an asterisk.
Okay.
I will. Oh.
Okay, but I mean, hold on a second. Somebody like, and I have to use extremes, but like, if somebody is born obviously mentally retarded, let's say they have Down syndrome, an IQ of 60. Okay, they're chromosome short. They literally are not the same. Do we hold them as accountable as those of us that are not with Down syndrome and are born with an IQ a couple standard deviations higher than them? Obviously, we don't.
Help them find joy. God damn. Help them find happiness.
Yes, we help them find joy. But we are not going to hold them to the same standards that we hold each other. Like, that's common fucking sense.
Say that again. Say it loud.
We will not hold cognitively impaired people born with Down syndrome to the same standards as people of the same age that are not mentally retarded. We're just not going to do that. We realize people are born different.
We meet them where they are and we love them.
So,
are we good with wrapping up the segment? Everybody got their stuff. Anybody else out there want to say more, or otherwise we're supposed to stop? Oh, Mike Allen's coming up.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Mike.
Did you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, really very quick.
Edward, go ahead, buddy. I want you to finish all your thoughts.
I just wanted to say to Joey, she knows I appreciate her, thank her for all of her awesome like in her beautiful. Thank you, Joey.
Oh, Edward, I'll pay you later. I'm kidding.
You'll send him a bill.
Mike, what are your thoughts?
Well, I just real quick. I've been listening for a while here. I'm not really gonna go against anybody here, but I do kind of want to echo Bima's thoughts, right? And it's pretty important. Kind of helped me, kind of changed my life a little bit, and I'm hoping that every time, you don't want to change everyone's life, so maybe you say something that tweaks something in someone's brain, and they end up making themselves a better person, and then maybe they say it, whatever, right? So it's worth saying. So when I was like 24, 25, I got arrested in the parking lot smoking weed. And I got like a written arrest, right? The cops pulled up in the parking lot. We're at a bar. They gave me a written arrest, and I walked to the bar with the cops. Like I held the door for the cops to walk to the bar after I got arrested. And like I had to go to this drug court thing. And part of the drug court thing was 6 months. I had to go to like these meetings, right? These NA meetings and AA meetings. And I just do meetings, right? As part of it. And I started like talking to people, and then the people that ran the rooms. And the two things that I took from it, crazy. I don't know if you guys ever seen like Half Baked, where like, you in here for some marijuana? Like I was like that guy, right? Like I was in there with like people that like fucking OD like fucking 3 times. Like it was nuts, right? But I had to do it.
2 things I took away.
No,
What's that?
that show is so entertaining. It's hilarious.
Yeah, the Bob Saget one. You in here for marijuana? You ever sucked it? Whatever. So, I'm the 2 things I took away was this. 1, you never make decisions when you're angry, because like they did these studies, and literally like when you're mad, your IQ actually lowers. It's like when you're dumb, like when you're mad, you make dumb decisions or whatever. I forget what they did. They gave people an IQ test, and they came back a week later and like aggravated the shit out of them. Like the room was hot. You know, they had to wait a long time in the waiting room. Like they just aggravated them. They did worse, right? So it's like when you're angry, don't ever make decisions because you'll make a bad one. And the second thing was this: it was focus on yourself first, and it was like it wasn't about like focus on yourself. It, like kind of what you need to do is like get yourself right, and then everything else falls into place. Like you don't even gotta worry about it. And the way it was like approached to me was
Here we go.
Not gonna stop. Yes, dropping.
okay. So the way it was approached to me was that like if you have a group of bad friends, right, you're hanging out with the wrong people. You don't need to like think about how you gotta get away from them. If you focus on yourself and get your mind right, they can't physically hang out. So like, because your energy is different than theirs, and then they literally won't be able to be around you. So you end up finding other people to be around that are what you're looking for, right? So it's like it's this weird thing where everyone focuses on how to take the outside circumstances and get their shit right, but when you focus on yourself, everything falls into place. You don't gotta worry about any of that because you're living right, and the energy like comes back to you in that way. It's fucking crazy, but it's so fucking true. Like, it's the craziest fucking shit in the world. Like bad people physically can't be around you once you're living right. It's fucking nuts. But anyway, that's all it was.
I have a question.
That was beautiful. Well said.
So I wanted to ask, was the reason, Pepe, what was the reason you were like, how did that debate start? Were you talking about just in general your concern, or like what?
It's because my opinion is that everybody is so different from one another that you can give general guidelines, which some people are going to think is like the best advice, which it is for some people, but that people are so different that it's not. We can't all navigate life given the same advice.
Yo, Pepe, how big is your penis?
Your mom was crying. It hurt.
Well, I don't know if you want to finish that thought, but Mike Allen, good job of getting Infinite off mic. Don't think we didn't notice. We've been trying to get him off mic all night.
Did Infinite say something? I don't remember.
He did. he responded to Mike's contribution.
I didn't hear it. Okay. I mean, maybe this next segment isn't as exciting, but I like what Beema brought up the next topic about trust. Do you want to explore that a little bit? And then, like, I don't know if we're all tired out about this subject, but we can flip the title around for something else. But, Beema, what do you have in mind for that particular subject?
Well, that might be a little too complex to open up right now. I have a question for the room for men and for women. I'm curious to the men. Could you tell us, women in the room, what you think the biggest lie that men tell dating, like tell in dating, and then for the women, I'd like to hear the women tell us what you think women, what the biggest lie that women tell men in dating. So, would you men be willing to open that up for
Before
us?
they meet on dating apps, like what point?
Just in during dating, it could be the biggest lie that gets told, and most frequently, and like what have you lied about frequently in dating? money, PB size. Yeah.
I'm not somebody who lies because I don't. I'm somebody who looks at like if you lie, you have to deal with the fact that you lied.
It could be more. It could be more innocuous too. Like, wait, am I using that word right? Innocuous. That's not harmful, right? Okay, so maybe it could be something more like, I'm a family man, or I want to get married, or I want, so I don't know. It could be, something like, oh yeah, you like dogs, I like dogs too, and you might not really like dogs. What do you men lie to us about?
You would probably get more answers if you asked it the other way around, where men, what do you think women lie about most? And women, what do you think men lie about most?
See, but
I want to know who the heck y'all are dating that's doing all this lying.
I would like that's a good question, but I guess the men would have to have figured it out, right? That's why I want to go into the psychology of the men. Like, what do you know?
What they look like, how much money they have, what their career is. If they lie, by the way, if you catch a man lying, dump his ass immediately. There's zero excuse for lying to a woman about who you are.
That's correct.
But like personally, I don't. I'm somebody who doesn't resort to lying. I look at it like this. So if you're trying to meet somebody that you want to be with, if you lie about something, it'll be uncovered eventually. So one of the most like me personally, like one of the most liberating things you can do is just be yourself and just don't. Why fake the funk? Why act like you're somebody that you're not?
Yeah, so that's good. So then we'll say that yeah, serendipity says maybe we're past the point of like kid lying, whatever. So then let me ask you this. What do you think? Because we can say, okay, lying is a red flag. What other red flags do you identify in relationships outside of like lying? Like, okay, yeah, red flag, boom. What's something else that would be worth sharing for other people to?
People in come off is like way too charismatic and strong at the beginning.
Really?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, definitely.
Charismatic.
Say this.
Too charismatic? How do you compare that?
Being too charismatic. Just look this up. Just you can even Google it. I don't know what the results are going to be. Is it a red flag if somebody's too charismatic? Just Google that. That is beyond a red flag. Normal people who don't know you, let's just say they're a very good person. They're getting to know you. Now you could say like maybe they just have this little inkling that we're just going to fall in love at first sight. No, normal healthy people are generally they're going to get to know you, who you are as a person, and they'll fall in love with you. They don't just. There's not going to be this huge bang in the beginning where they end up, just like falling madly in love with you. That's not. It's something that's, and I get it. Like, I would love to think that love at first sight is just so romantic and everything's perfect from the beginning. It's intense from the beginning, and it remains intense. But relationships don't work like that. As somebody who's never been married, healthy, empirically, relationships do not sustain any kind of like this. Like you would have to be in like a hypomanic state, or both partners would be to have this like throughout your relationship, but you can't keep up a hypomanic state.
Right.
It's not possible.
Well, you're saying the honeymoon phase doesn't last. The love bombing is just temporary. So when you fall in love at the honeymoon stage, kind of teasing yourself. I mean, when you go crazy in the honeymoon stage, kind of teasing yourself. You want to find someone who isn't all excitement because that's too good to be true.
Can I? Yeah. Okay. Are we done? Okay, real quick. I kind of a little bit, kind of a little bit take on what he was asking, but I'm just gonna ask the women. Do you guys feel that you know when a guy is lying?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys
On
get it
a bad. On a bad.
Is that gonna be? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And yes.
So, guys, do we think that we're getting away with one, or are women catching us? I don't know. It's interesting to think about. I always feel like if I do a little white lie, that I'm sneaking by and I'm gonna get out of this okay. But it sounds like I just had one. That's Joe B. I don't know if there's others. Can you guys pick up on our lies fairly well? What do you think? I don't know.
Yeah, I can pick up on lies pretty well. I can also pick up on manipulation pretty well as well. I agree with Pepe said for red flag and dating, even though I'm not dating. Yeah, somebody who's really charismatic from the jump. That might be somebody who's going to turn out to be, a manipulator or a narcissist, because, that's kind of what these people do. They love bomb you in the beginning. So that, it's like a grooming process.
Well, that kind of leads to what I was saying right now. If the men are kind of lying about just about how much they love you in order to get, you know what? I mean, that's the whole gist, right? Love bombing is just to get that extra push. So many words.
Yeah, that was my MO. Right? Like in my early,
exactly.
In my late teens, my MO, even my early 20s, I'm embarrassed to admit it. But I'd have women, they would like cry. Like, I thought you really liked me. I thought you paid it off. And I remember kind of being like, a stupid bitch. I was somebody who was like really, I don't know why I felt like it was the cool thing to do. And it so happened to align with my pursuit of instant gratification, which were very fleeting, non-productive pursuits, and sleeping with these women. And I was an asshole. I was an absolute piece of fucking shit. Really, I look back and I think to myself, I'm twice the age I was then. And I look back and it's like, wow, you're such a fucking faggot. Like, these women, like, here you are trying to get your jaw lace off. But these women, like, how many of them could have been like a really good, loyal woman to you? But when I mean loyal, I don't mean like they're going to be your fucking slave or submissive to you. But I mean, like, they would have been a really good partner.
You got one of them, Pepe? You got one that got away? You got one that's like Trump's wife? Maybe someone you dated in your early 20s, you're like, fuck.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. The women that I think would have made the best partners, beautiful inside and out. They liked me because they kind of maybe had this bad boy phase, but they were not going to participate in cohabitation with the person before marriage. They were not going to have premarital sex. That kind of shit. I personally never pursued a relationship with them, but they, some of them, I do remember a couple of them. One in particular, beautiful woman. She just, she liked me, but I was in this mind state where it's just like, okay, we're gonna fuck, we're gonna do all of this stuff, but she wasn't about that. She was a wholesome, good, clean woman, which is obviously a good thing. I was this person that I would say was far more immoral than her. And I hope I don't know what happened to her. I really don't. But
Can I ask?
Hopefully, she ended up with a really good man that treats her really well, and they have a healthy. Like I really hope that for her. She's very good.
Well, you know, what were you gonna say?
Well, so I wanted to ask the ladies, and the guys can respond too. So a guy cannot genuinely be perceived that way if he comes off that way, automatic. He's up to no good, or he's probably a slime ball. I don't understand how that generalization could be made and then it be stuck to all men, because what if you come across a guy who's genuinely like that, and it's just it's kind of a weird statement to put all men in that basket if they come off what was the word you used?
Too strong. No. It doesn't universally apply to men. It applies to women as well. The love bombing thing. Once again, just look up love bombing. Just look up love bombing. Just Google that word. And in fact, if you want to, you can do love bombing personality disorders or narcissistic or borderline. So there is this reality where you will meet these people and they will it will be surreal. They literally they try to mirror your behaviors in order to connect with you. With borderline people, it's somewhat subconscious because they do feel a genuine. These are highly neurotic people when it comes to borderline personality disorder people. In fact, they feel emotion much more intensely than normal people. So they will try to mirror you. They want to. It's not, like I said, a lot of it's subconsciously. They do this, and they try to lure you in, but they genuinely, at least emotionally, in their brain, they really like you at the time. And this is where their mind fucks with them as well as you. They're going to. It's going to be very intense. When it comes to people that are have like narcissistic personality disorder, it's somewhat similar trajectory. Cognitively, it works a little bit differently, but it's. And I get it. It's a buzzkill. Like, look, I'm somebody who's actually lived through this. And it's look. I don't even hate the fucking woman. It happens. She's not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person. I think that, like, if I tried to, if somebody was going to ask what value could I add to a woman's life, I would say, like, oh, okay, my basically my companionship.
Thank God. I thought you were going to say something else.
I almost thought he was going.
When it comes to a woman, that would be kind of the same thing. I would look for it. I'm not trying to, when it comes to like I feel like such a faggot now. I mean, I remember being in my mid-20s, and there's this guy from Ghana that I worked with, and he's just like, he's telling me, like, oh, families are beautiful, all of this and that. You get tired of going out, to the clubs and all of this shit. Now, I started thinking to myself, like, you're a fucking faggot, bro. Like, I don't believe you. And by the time I was 30, I never went to nightclubs or like, a lot of the things that, this is just like simple wisdom. He was correct. It's just like the things I valued at that time in my 20s were not good things. And I do think that, like, if we're going, with Edward's advice, I do think that, like, you had people like me. Well, I think if I had people like Edward around in my life, would say like, but why are you doing this? Why? What is the goal? If somebody was trying to like sleeping together and say like, well, okay, but you're sleeping with this woman. I'm sure you're having a lot of fun doing that. But what is it that you're actually going to get in life? What is your purpose? Ultimately, what do you want out of life? I would have been awestruck. I would have been like, I don't know. You know, and that is where like I think people like Edward, you know, they're valuable. And you know, I'm 40 something years old. I like to fuck a lot of women.
But do you open the car? You open the car doors for them.
Yeah, and that's fine. You see, here's the thing: like, Edward and I go back and forth, but he's not our enemy, like by any stretch of the imagination. He's somebody who's much more of an old school and religious guy, which is fine. But you know, I would say that wisdom that he has does kind of at least set the tone for people not living a lifestyle like I did, which is absolutely fruitless and a waste of fucking time. Oh, you got to have a bunch of exciting sexual interactions with women. Where does that get you today? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. I'm in my 40s. I fucked a bunch of women. Amazing. But what does that get you? Like literally, there's no merit badge. There's no merit badge. It doesn't make you a more moral person. It doesn't make you a. Where the fuck does that get you? It just gets you nothing. Nobody gives a fuck about who you used to fuck.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally the most worthless fucking metric you can think of.
So I have a
Do you open the car door? I didn't answer my question, man. Do you still open car doors for the women?
No, I'm a gentleman. I'm a gentleman. You know, whenever I ask a woman on a date, you know, I get you get these 50-50 motherfuckers, which I'm not against 50-50, but if I ask you on a date, it's just like if I ask a friend, like, hey, bro, let's go out. You know, it's kind of like it's my treat, you know? Like, I'm gonna fucking,
I'm curious to go out with that, actually, also. And I want to ask the women in the room.
Yeah, I'm being
very weird about, like, you know, I'm from the South of Arkansas. We do the chauffeurs thing. But I'm really curious about this. I'll never be in this position ever in my life. What do y'all do for those, like, 4 to 5 seconds that we have to walk around the car? Like, because we open the door, right? Y'all get in, we close the door. The car's not on. So it could be like a hot car, whatever. And you got like 4 or 5 seconds as we walk around the car. And y'all kind of just like sit there.
Face check.
I wonder.
Always a face check. It's a face
check.
check.
Weird.
It's a face check. Pull down the mirror. We gotta look, make sure we're looking cute. Adjustment. Adjust ourselves, put on our seatbelts. Of course, make sure that your door is unlocked. And a good woman, you saw the movie, is gonna lean over and open the door for you.
She was my girlfriend at the time with my wife. Every time I would do that for her, she would lean over, and by the time I got around the side, the door would be open. The door would already be open. Sometimes it hit me in the fucking knee and shit, but the door would be fucking way open, and I'm like, oh my god.
We have Kitty in the goo. What's that about? You know, what do you think she's freaking out about?
Kitty,
bad breath. She's a bad breath. Oh, wait, she's coming up.
By the way, quick manners thing for the boys in the room. On stairs. On the way up the stairs, you walk behind the woman, and on the way down the stairs, you make sure you go in front of the woman. Yeah. Because in case they fall onto you. So, like on an escalator in the mall, you always want to get on the escalator first. I know it seems weird, but get on the escalator first in case they fall onto you, you break your fall, and you always go behind them on the way up. So in case they fall.
What I never get is like I remember
having a
conversation with some younger men, like. And there's one guy. I'm friends with him. He's a progressive. Weird enough, the guy I became friends with, you know, at least online when I'm doing this political shit several years ago. Progressive. He is a combat veteran, a Marine. He's a more libertarian. I would put it like that. But he is somebody who votes on the left. But I remember having a conversation with a bunch of these young right-wing guys, and they're like, we were talking about Subway, and it's just like, okay, if you're sitting on a seat, you're sitting in a seat, and then like there's a woman that's like standing up. Would you give her your seat? They're like, no, fuck these bitches. And I was just thinking to myself, like, look, one of the easiest things for me, especially when I was your age, and it's still extremely easy at my age, was just to stand up. Like, I don't really care.
Always.
But the last thing I'm going to do is look like a little bitch that is going to be too much of a female to give up my seat to a fucking female. Like, that is right. It is so fucking retarded. It is. And like the hills that these faggots would die on, and pushback when it comes to the gender dynamics and dating dynamics in the United States, but it's just like, you guys, like, the last thing you guys should do is act like a bunch of fucking angry, bitter females. Like, that's not gonna work for you guys.
Kitty, real quick before we move on to something else. What did you mean by panic? That's what you wanted.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to agree with Mima. I do unlock the door. I unlock the door. I don't always push it open because then I'm like, oh man, do I have time to check my face? Nope, but I have time for a quick panic attack. So then I sit there, I hyperventilate, and then I'm like, what? I'm cool. Everything's cool. Yeah, I unlocked your door. I did that part. I did my job. And then I remember to try to breathe. And yeah, okay, I'm going to go. Thank you. I love you, Matt. That's Matt. He's my best friend.
I got a question for the women in the room. And I'll tell you my opinion first, then ask you the question. My opinion is that women don't really want nice guys. Now, when a woman has fallen in love with you, yes, she wants a nice guy. She wants to be treated respectfully and things like that. But be honest, doesn't nice guys turn you off?
No. Oh shit.
No, that's bull.
I know that seems.
That is bullshit. I know a lot of women say this instinctually, but I'm gonna be honest. Like, I was somebody who would like manipulate them into by basically trying to make them feel. I feel like the sleaziest piece of shit saying this, but if I could make you feel self-conscious, uneasy, anything to try to get you to win my approval, and which would make you far more likely to sleep with me, I absolutely did that, and that is. There is, and I know it sounds super sociopathic. I get it.
You're a super fuck machine, Pepe. I mean, you've made that abundantly clear.
Pepe, I asked you this question. Be honest. You ever slept with a married woman?
When I was 17, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of his early stories. So all the women said no, right? I think I heard everybody come off mic say no. Would that be fair?
What?
That last one.
I didn't answer. When I think of nice, I think of like somebody who's just, always nice, no matter what you do. I do think there's a difference between being kind and being nice. I don't think of pushover. When I think nice, I think pushover. I don't like men that are fucking pushovers. I want you to be manly. I want you to be masculine. If you're kind,
I get what you're saying. But you're attracted to a guy, but I have to say something. Just like it could be as easy as like we met on an app. I can say like you're really sweet. I really like. It's just like so unfortunate we're not each other's type. Okay, and you have to understand that how they're gonna process that. Look, I was an evil little dick when I was younger, and I did feel bad like when I was doing it. But like
it's changed.
Huh?
I'm so glad, Pepe, that has changed in your life after everything I've heard. I mean,
but I would see them kind of like this really makes me feel bad. Like being serious, like they you can kind of see like the energy drain out of their body when they did this. Like they would just kind of like.
Okay, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
And then they would be like,
"We're dead inside."
I can't believe you said that to me. How did you say that? Like, why would you think I felt that way? And they would explain themselves, and then you would just be like, oh, well, you know, whatever. And then it's just like you could get. It was like an easy way to
It's
manipulate them to basically they're trying to win your approval over. And like I'm not, I like and I'll be the first person to say this. Like, I'm not like the guy that anybody father would say like, oh, he should marry my fucking daughter, especially when I was younger. Like, no way. I'm not. This is not like I'm not being pious whatsoever. Like, I was somebody who did play women, and to be fair, like this is kind of like a cool thing. Like when I was growing up, and I did feel like a lot of remorse. Literally, I felt really bad for it. And one of the things I can't help but think of, like
Yes,
I think of like, hey, look at where you are. Like you're not married, bro. Like you're in your mid-40s. Oh, but you were a piece of shit when you were growing
What's
up.
the longest?
8 years.
Didn't ask the question the other.
I wanted to ask. Like, yeah. So, yeah, I hear you. You had a lot of relations with women when you were younger. My question is, after all of your affairs, whatever, did you find it harder to connect emotionally with a woman when you wanted to?
Yeah. So it was weird. So I'd have like these weird like grade school crushes, but I was never like dating them. And then it was just like the cute girl in class. I'm sure most people resonate with that. Then in high school, I kind of had this happen, but then by the time I was like 16, I was kind of hanging out with like pretty bad kids. At that point, I was just like I was all about just like, hey, you know what? I want to be one of the cool kids. I'm gonna get my dick sucked. I'm gonna fuck women or girls, I guess at the time. We were all underage, and that's what I did. And then when it came to like learning things from like some of my older friends at high school, they're like, hey, when you hook up with a girl and you're kissing her, like kiss the side of her neck. They're basically trying to coach me on like how to fuck a girl that maybe is like hesitant. And when I say girl, I was a boy at the time. We're all the same age. Did that, and I being playing women was like a cool do. The more notches you got in your belt, the more you could manipulate women. Probably, I'll say this: so when I was a freshman in high school, I had a girlfriend, absolutely stunning, gorgeous. She's married to a guy that's worth a few $100 million now. Very, very sweet girl. Very nice. She liked me a lot. I never fucked her, by the way. I never did that to her. Still a virgin at that point. But like I don't know. I was just kind of a dick to women. I don't know how to put it. I just didn't. It wasn't until I would say in my late 20s, and to where it's like I wanted a genuine connection, and then I was with a woman in college that I had a crush on from my freshman year. My junior year, we were dating. I really liked her. I never played her, and I was never mean to her. Then I had a girlfriend for a couple of years after that. then I had my 8-year relationship. It was totally different with him. Like I don't know.
Cheat on him, Pepe?
No, I didn't cheat on him. It's that's the weird thing. Is like when I'm like, I don't, when it comes to women, like I just having this like finding a bond with a woman. Like there's one woman on Clubhouse that I like formed a bond with. Of course, we would joke that we were married, and I got her pregnant, and of course, that person is mine. Um, and I really like her. She's a great person. She's actually beautiful physically. But for the most part, it's like I look at it like this: like most guys I meet, we can get along, we can be cordial, but like, are we going to be friends? That's super hit or miss. Um, but like with women, like you could be literally like one of the most gorgeous women, but if we have nothing in common, like what is it that what is it about you that is going to make me feel like I have a bond with you where I want to feel like I have some kind of obligation or duty or just like this natural, I don't know how else to put it, like natural proclivity to want to be with you. Like and that's the thing that's really weird. By the way, the women that I have been had the biggest on and have been in relationship with were not even being the most physically attractive women I've met. Like, and by the way, that how attractive you are now really changes within a few years. It's kind of silly.
What happened with the 8-year one? It's like, so you're in college, so you're like, this is like early 20s, 8 years. Then y'all split up by the time you're like,
no. I'm in my 40s. We met at work. We met at work when I was 30. Oh. And but she worked late like me, and there was this gorgeous woman. I'd always see her. She worked late like me. We worked for the northeastern district of but we're based out of Arizona, so we were early shift.
Proposed to her?
No, but anyways, long story short, there were a few of us that worked late, and I'd always see her. She's like, "Oh, she's so pretty!" Like, "Oh my god." One day, like, they had to we were being relocated in the building, and there's a couple thousand people in this building, but it's a single story building. It's just really large, and my computer was temporarily for that day when they were relocating permanently all of our computers. It was right across from her. I see her, and I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna talk to her." And then she's talking to me. She, she get a number.
You're like, I'm gonna fuck her.
The next knocker for a couple weeks, but we hung out like several times. She has her set of issues. I don't want to like drag it. I'll never drag an ex in public, but she had her own issues. But it was we met. We were.
BPD?
I'm not. She didn't. She was not. I'm not answering that. But we were together for quite a while. You had mass layoffs at this company, like was it 14 years ago? She got laid off. I got laid off. Maybe a year after her, and then she moved to Alaska for a new job. I moved to Alaska to be with her. When it comes to me, like not not proposing to her, we can make excuses. I'm not saying that I had a good excuse, but it was kind of hectic for a while, and I'm going to be clear. My other coworkers who knew me were telling me to cut it off with her in the beginning. A lot of shit went down. My coworkers were saying like, dude, it's gonna be like the same thing. Like a year from now, you're just gonna like it's the same thing. Like, and this is where like I'm weird. Is that I'm not somebody who's like gets attached to somebody like a woman easily. But I did grow like really attached to her, and to get me to like abandon somebody, I'm like I'm just telling you how my mind works, and you could say it's not a good way. It's not a good thing that my mind does this. In fact, it's probably unhealthy. But once my once I'm like attached to you, it's going to um I can't. It's not something I can easily undo. No, the relationship didn't end under good circumstances, and I was back in Arizona. She lived in Alaska, and I would say, I'm not going to say anything. How do I put this? It's a very good thing that we were living that far apart from each other when things happened. Um, I'm somebody who maybe I'm not going to really say before.
Does she have another gentleman?
I'm not.
I don't think it's anything like that. I get what you're saying. I think you might also have. I don't want to say that. I don't want to come off disrespectful. You might be a little bit like avoidant attachment. Would you say that?
Scared of.
No. I would say that I don't know what my issue would be. It's not that I'm avoiding being attached to somebody, but it's just like I can meet a woman that is like really good looking, and I can have she can be like really sexually. It can be really fun with her, but when I hang out with her, it's the emotional bond isn't formed through sex. It's more formed through um, other types of affection, like can what do we like to talk about? How does she emotionally comfort me? For example, when it came to things like I don't know, just I'm very I'm somebody who could not be attracted to a woman that was just like a pushover, for example, and she had to have her own thoughts, be somebody who is like confident in herself, but confidently confident. Um, it's I don't know how to put it. Like I am not.
You have a problem with that whole monogamy thing?
No, I'm not against monogamy. I think like the polyamory and all of that shit that you see so many people that are into today. I mean, I'm not somebody who wants to like criminalize it or like throw these people in prison or whatever, but I do see it as like rather debaucherous and in a way like disgusting and hedonistic and not probably in the best interest of any civilization. But if we're to look back at most civilizations, what did we see? It was largely debauchery, and particularly males that would have the majority of the females. A small handful of men would have a majority of the females, and we've gone through these selection pressures for so long, where men are going to feel the brunt of it. Women are going to feel the brunt of it. I don't even know what the fucking solutions are at this point. Like, look at throughout like civilization. Everything is so complicated.
I think that was all sent of social reflection. You mean like look at civilization and everything that's complicated?
No, throughout history. I mean, we can look at any group of people like that we call the French or the Spanish or any group of people today. The French and the Spanish, for example, like 20 fucking different languages. Go back a little bit further. I don't know what the Celtic people, the natives of the Iberian people were thinking when a bunch of Visigoths invaded them. Were they thinking like, oh my god, my fellow white man, my fellow Iberian? No, they're probably like, wow, like, who are these fuckers? Why are they invading us? But you know, we have a complex history where every group of people throughout the fucking world, even though they're somewhat homogenous today, they are the result of long-standing warfare and invasions and different conquests. Like human nature has never been pretty. It's never been just. It's never been any of the things that, unfortunately, a lot of people on the left, sometimes the right, they like to paint it out to be that way. No, people are just like, by and large, very fucking shitty. They're selfish. They're tribal. They look out for their own best interest.
More so like liberalism, like romanticizing conquest and like invasion and stuff like this.
No, despite what side of the aisle you're on, at least in the context of America, what is pretty about Native American history? Or, of course, they're against colonization. They're against slavery. We all know that. They're against everything we did post slavery. But we can look at what Europeans did to each other. We can look at what the Spanish would do when they came across the Protestants in the Americas. They'd murder them. There's nothing pretty about human history. There's parts of it that's pretty, but by and large, we would look back at most of human history and say it's absolutely fucking barbaric and violent.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think American history or history at all was ever boring. But no, what basically my point is, I'm getting so fucking tired. Yeah, I can't even. I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all.
I was blabbing. I'm about to go to bed, and I always like big mouth. I always blab before I'm about to go to bed. Yeah, my bad.
There's a lot of emotions. More emotions than I've had to deal with.
Emotions from what?
Just being sarcastic.
Okay.
I think it's a good break from politics.
Yeah, you can change it. I don't think anybody's talking about that shit.
Yeah, I enjoy the like philosophical conversations. I like when they go beyond the surface level, though. I don't want to entertain conversations that we hear that have just been fucking recycled on this app over and over again, since 2020. Not interested in that. But I can appreciate when the conversation has like that.
The only woman up here that answered honestly, women want to be treated, they want to be special in a man's life. It's not necessarily who they want, a nice guy. That's what I wanted to get to. You're the only one up here that can't hold right.
And fairness, really. Nobody was able to get a word in twice.
That is fair, sir.
Serendipity, we see us hugging, Mike.
I would never come right out and say that. I'm too polite for that.
I know. Serendipity, would you say that there was like any? Because even listening, you know, you can see. I think for right? I was missing, or that you. Look, I don't have all the answers. I'm not a perfect person. In fact, in a lot of ways, I'm a shitty person. So I'm not. In other words, I'm saying that like I don't have a perfect character by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just curious if there's anything that you heard me say where it's kind of like, well, no, I think like you're wrong there.
I don't think there was a whole lot that you said that was abnormal, I guess. It sounds to me like even when you were kind of describing and going through the different relationships you had, that you did have some healthy relationships. You did form. I think though you have any kind of ontology for a theist, it is quite like one should be ashamed to hold this voluntarism thing.
No, man.
What voluntarism?
So voluntarism. So voluntarism posits that necessitarianism is false. That God could have chosen to create or not to create, essentially. Like divine voluntarism, basically. Like it's it's a very sharp distinction and pushback on the
The God with the
necessitarianism.
buffet to pick and choose.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
The moment he positive tries to name to this. Yeah.
Nothing makes and no notion of free will makes sense after that. You have to drop all notions of free will.
no, it's not that black and white.
Yes, it is black and white. It's please try the 1,000 Be quiet. You want to hold a powerful God, or you want to hold to a weak ass God, where you want to give yourself the freaking free will.
No, to be honest, look. To be honest, from the voluntarist perspective, the God that cannot do otherwise is the God that's weaker, right?
No, like that God does what God does what an action.
Great metaphysicians. I mean that's not necessarily the case.
God does what an actualized being does. Yeah, like correct. He's camel. He's complete, and he is actualized. This God, your God Nizam is still working with potentials and has this buffet in front of him, picking and choosing in order to actualize his mission. How can an actualized being hold potential? Potential is the making of a weaker God. We hold potential because of our lack of knowledge. Yeah.
Kun faya kun.
Exactly. Timelessness, all that stuff comes in.
Is that already happened? Not happened? Or what happened?
No, what? It's a what? It has to be.
I don't have any space in me. So kun faya kun, you can't even say yesterday, today, or tomorrow. It is all in one single moment.
Yeah, one pure act. Yeah, it's a one pure act. That's all it is. If you want to keep the omnis, these are the bullets you buy. You want to freaking like ask Bath, what a tough time like he had with the knowledge, right? The whole middle knowledge, this and that, all of these models are coming about in order to keep this freaking libertarian free will going. Oh, God doesn't know events that have possibilities, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, once you posit all knowing, drop the shit, hold to determinism. And just give God that power. Or give yourself that freaking narrative that you want to hold from scripture. One or the other.
Yeah, I mean, look, like there is tension in the voluntarist view, and actually, like, this is really good because, like, okay, the voluntarist tension, right? Divine voluntarism creates a severe problem, because okay, hold on.
the potentiality problem, right? So potentiality in the Aristotelian sense means the capacity to be otherwise than one currently is, to move from one state to another. It implies incompleteness, temporal process, dependence on something external to actualize the potential. Classical theology across Islamic, Jewish, and Christian traditions is committed to divine simplicity, immutability, and atemporality. God cannot have unrealized potentials because unrealized potential implies imperfection.
Correct.
Actualization of potential implies change. Change implies temporal process, and temporal process implies dependence on something outside of God to move him from potential to actual. This is the Aristotelian Avicennian consensus. God is pure act with no admixture of potentiality whatsoever. The voluntarist tension, divine voluntarism, creates a severe problem with this consensus. Consider, if God wills freely, if his will could have gone otherwise than it did, then before he willed, there was a potential to will differently. That potential either was in God, which introduces potentiality into the divine nature, violating simplicity and pure actuality, or it was not in God, in which case what grounds that the counterfactual that God could have willed otherwise? This is the dilemma that tradition struggled with enormously. The Usharis responded to this tension and tried several moves. The first move they made was the eternal will with temporally indexed effects. Al-Ashari and his followers distinguish between God's will as an eternal, simple, unchanging divine attribute, the effects of that will appearing in time. God does not begin to will at a moment. His will is eternal. What changes is not God's.
It's more like saying, yeah, that's what.
No,
yeah, but that's
no,
the
no,
verbal move.
Jump in.
Yeah, so they're more like saying God. I mean, I think that's still a verbal cop out in some sense. They're more like saying God atemporally will.
They're kicking the can. They're kicking the can a bit further back.
No, I'm stating they're saying an atemporal God eternally or atemporally wills a universe with a beginning in time. So he always had this will, but this will's effects are temporal.
Yeah.
He atemporally had this will. I mean, that's sure, of course.
That we call the 99, D99.
Yeah. Well, to be honest,
He temporarily held this will, but it walked in temporality to begin at T0.
He atemporally had this will, but what was this will? The will was that there would be a universe with a beginning in time.
Yes, there couldn't have been any other way.
No. But the thing is, look. The reason why I find this response convincing is because, like, there was God, right? And God willed all of past, present, and future, like, in one act, and then the effects are perceived from us as things that
is what they.
This atemporal being had a will, and this what was the will? The will was, and quote unquote, I mean, full sentence is what the will was. The will was that there would be a universe with a beginning in time. It wasn't just there would be a universe. The will was that there would be a universe with a beginning in time.
No, it wasn't. I mean, at least the way that I like. My only pushback here is
that is one way of looking at it.
His will was not just like his atemporal will was not just like a universe with beginning and time. His atemporal will was a universe with a beginning, a middle, and an end. He willed the entire universe in one act. And then the effects of that will happened temporally, but the will itself was atemporal. Like the whole thing.
How did that happen? How did that happen temporally? Where the heck are you getting that temporality in the thing? Why are you not listening to what
No, but I'm just saying that like he's just like focusing on one part. I'm just saying that God in one act willed the entire existence, past, present, and future, that we perceive temporally in one act. Okay. So there's no contradiction here, basically.
I hold to temporal God. I don't hold to an atemporal God.
No, I don't either. That's why I find this convincing.
A temporal God or a temporal God?
I don't hold to
temporal.
I don't. Yeah. I don't hold to a temporal God either. That's why I find this response convincing. Let me read the whole response because it's good. I find it convincing.
Okay. You're still God does not change in state with that.
No. Well, okay. We'll get to that. Hold on. God does not begin to will at a moment. His will is eternal. What changes is not God's willing, but the created order's reception of what was always already willed eternally. This partially addresses the potentiality. Hold on. I'll refute myself. Listen, this partially addresses the potentiality problem. There's no moment where God potentially wills and then actually wills. The will is timelessly actual, but the problem resurfaces. If the will is eternally fixed, in what sense is it genuinely free? Freedom seems to require that alternatives were genuinely open. If God's eternal will is simply what is necessarily voluntarism, if God's eternal will is simply what it is necessarily, voluntarism collapses back into a kind of necessitarianism, just with will substituted for intellect as the necessitating principle. Al-Ghazali was actually
have a better answer for this. I mean, this is all borrowed. These notions of perfection. These are borrowed from Greek mythology.
No, wait. Hold on. So that critique. Wait. That critique that I just went through.
Actually, he's right.
Wait.
You don't need
Ghazali was actually aware of this critique. So what he said was this: Al-Ghazali was acutely aware of this, and his response was essentially, divine freedom is sui generis and cannot be modeled on human freedom or Aristotelian categories of potentiality and actuality. God's freedom is not the freedom of an agent who deliberates between alternatives. It is something that transcends
No, I kind of agree with
exactly.
That.
Right.
This is in technical notion of predication can ever capture.
This is here's the cause. Here's the cause of that.
Jargon, what? Give me more.
This is Let me critique this wall. This is intellectually honest, but philosophically costly. It makes divine freedom ineffable, and therefore difficult to distinguish from necessitarianism with a voluntarist vocabulary painted over it. So it's kind of like making like this move, but actually I really appreciate that move because you have to make you cannot just like
Refutation again because you get jacked once you read the refutation.
Yeah, so this is intellectually honest, but philosophically costly. It makes divine freedom ineffable. That's the key word here. Ineffable. And by the way, something that is ineffable. Hold on. Let me describe what is ineffable.
Describe ineffable. It's in divine sense. Describe ineffable.
Yeah.
Yes. Why not you also bring up
ineffable means that which cannot be spoken. Yeah, that which cannot be spoken. It's like it's true.
Convenient. Eventually, freaking appeal to mystery. Wow. Don't point a finger at the Trinity when they appeal to mystery.
No, but everybody, look. If you put any theology in the corner, everyone has some kind of rootness that they hold on to. If you push it as far as I pushed like the Asheri theology, everyone is guilty of this.
This is bullshit.
Absolutely, 100%.
Tell you why.
Like 100%.
Tell you why? How Avicenna freaking supersedes your Ghazali 1 gazillion billion times. Why he says
always gonna be this like dark.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the bruteness here is what he's attributing to ontological perfection, because that is how he's even defining God. There is no way Avicenna will ever give up the omnis, okay, the ontological perfection of the omnis, right, and the freaking attributes that he maintains that perfection. What you're doing right now, is freaking appealing to mystery, conveniently making it ineffable at some point, and giving tafweed. I don't know, Allahu Alam. To hell with that, bro. He's all the way not seen that look like scripture. He's not seen that look very much like scripture. So he's
telling you right now.
And he's given some kind of freaking.
The philosophical cost of my view is way less than a God who cannot choose to do otherwise. Wallahi. And you're gonna ask any Muslim.
Do not.
They're gonna say this.
that potential is the making of a weaker God, because anything that holds potential,
there's no potential.
not fully, dude. What is choice? What is the need for choice?
No, there's no. Okay.
What is the? Why do we make choices? Because there's potential to realize them. Why do we make the choice so that something comes about? We're talking about.
No, there's no potentiality.
Please keep quiet.
Yes.
Why do we make choices?
You're critiquing.
Why
you're
do we
critiquing
have
that's like not landing, but it's not landing because there's no potentiality.
That's because it's saying all he's saying is it shouldn't be looked through the human lens. It should be looked through the divine lens. In the divine, will works differently than the human will. This is a brute statement he's making. It's a deep ass cope. I don't know why you can't just keep to plain logic and use will like consistently throughout, instead of freaking demarcating between. Quiet. He's just coping because he wants to freaking. You're laughing. I know why. Why you're giggling. I know why you're giggling. No, I know.
I mean, no, he's not.
You in the middle. Can we stop interrupting her? Yeah, Ghazali's sneakiness in the middle has to show itself because he wants to freaking accommodate scripture.
It's not sneakiness. He's being honest about the fact of his position.
He's making a brute statement.
He's making a brute. Everyone does that.
No, I said Avicenna does not.
Avicenna does. Look, if you ask Avicenna,
he does it. His argument is purely out of logic and rationale. Yes, it doesn't go with the God of scripture. It doesn't go with the literalist language of scripture. Ghazali started panicking, getting insecure. Oh my God, what do I do? This is so far away from the literalist read of the Quran. Let's insert something in. God's will is different from human will, and this is how it is. It's ineffable. Do you think there's honesty in that? Just for once, like, think about these things.
Dude, is that an accurate depiction of Islam? Somewhat, yeah, somewhat. Although, like, she's like kind of she's kind of ignoring some of like the attempts to like answer this issue, but it is somewhat an honest critique, yeah. And
why, Benny? You didn't think I was being honest? You think I haven't studied this?
No, I wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you say about God's will, not the same with what was it? I guess God's will.
Right. I'll tell you what. Look. There are much heavier and problematic critiques that happen from Ibn Sina's account of theology, and there are so many. I mean, from my perspective, and again, I'm not being like.
You know why, Benny? Because it doesn't go with language of scripture, I believe. His literalist.
No. Number one.
That is the only
Ibn
reason
Sina's
why
views.
Ghazali came
Ibn
in
Sina. Hold on.
speaking panicking.
Nargis, I let you critique my view. Now let me tell you the cost of your view. The cost of Ibn Sina's view is that the world is co-eternal with God. Okay.
So
number one. Number two. What do you mean? So you don't like you believe. You say like you believe that gods.
Be honest. Don't use Salafi arguments.
No, Ibn Sina admits this. He admits in his view entails that the world, the creation, everything is co-eternal with God.
Yeah,
like,
but don't come.
bigger thoughts.
I know that. Don't use the arguments to.
That's you.
What is
okay?
Why?
Compared to that, compared to just this,
why is that
just this,
why is that a problem? There's a
just this alone.
In any emanation model, there's a clear-cut descriptor between creation and creator, and that would be contingency and necessary.
It's not enough.
Avoiding
It's
that.
not enough. Just this alone for me is for me to drop. That's and I'm only getting started. Okay. Number two, the Ibn Sina's position entails that God is not only co-eternal with other stuff, but he can only know universals and he doesn't even know particulars. He doesn't even know what I'm saying to you right now. Like that's the kind of that alone by itself is for me to enough for me to drop it.
No, he doesn't. Particulars are not there in the model. It's a model for universals. It's model for principles. It is not to say God doesn't is not a being of particulars. Being as particulars.
Biggest cost. Biggest cost
just
that
change
I
your
could
name to
never.
Salafi Nizam. Just change your name to Salafi Nizam.
Biggest because that I could never ever digest is the fact that the necessitarian God has no will. If God necessarily emanates the world, the first thing to is the necessary, but not necessary. And God has no will, no choice, and no joint genuine agency. He's like
has a choice. He has a choice.
That's it. Like it's just
the choice is always
no,
God. He has a choice. He can choose to be God or not God. He can choose to act against his nature or of his nature. And at all times, God always picks his nature. Because, because that is the necessary choice he makes.
With deism?
This is not deism.
No, this is not. We're not discussing. We're discussing.
Deism is not
so
even you.
No,
I mean,
to create, right?
Yeah.
And let's say he didn't get involved in his creation. Would that be better or worse?
He is the very grounding of this creation. I don't know why you're calling yours deistic. You're calling yours deistic in a wrong way. And Benny Adam, your model is not deistic. Your monad is not deistic. It's the grounding
in a
of
sense, it is.
It's the ground.
Yeah, it also doesn't really get involved in like affairs.
He's not a man. Yeah, he's not in your model of
yeah. So it's kind of like
human being.
Yeah, so basically God does not get involved. That means it's kind of deistic.
No, deism is a very different concept. A deistic model is almost atheist. You don't hold to atheism. It's very very it's like even closer than the jugular vein concept. It's the largest set of existence itself. It is so involved that it is that thing itself. It is existence itself. It can't be any. Every time there is existence in this world, it is grounded.
Religious philosophy that posits the supreme being or creator initiated the universe but does not intervene in operations, miracles, or human affairs.
Yeah, like a human.
That kind of sounds like the Gnostic model.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, your model, the monad, is the grounding of all that there is. It's not this whole model.
Yeah.
Okay. Deism talks about a god which is completely out of it. He creates and goes smokes a cigar and walks away. This god of Gnosticism and this god of ADS is so involved that he is that thing itself.
Yeah, it's not exactly the same, right? But
it is
in
the Gnostic
a sense, it is. Yeah, monad does not intervene in its operations, miracles.
It's not a human. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. The monad does not interfere in the universe.
The monad doesn't have emotions. The monad doesn't freaking act like a human. It shows no. It shows no.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to say. So, like, in a sense, there is a similarity. There's a crossover.
You can, but they're two very different models. Like a deistic god is an asshole. But the Gnostic god, the god of simplicity.
Well, classical theist God is an asshole.
Okay, God have will. Let me say, God have will. God can say Al-Rahman, can say Al-Malik, can say Al-Basit, can say Al-Karim, can say Al-Mubin. I have that will. That's what I think.
Yeah, but
it was almost like it was saying Ibn Arabi's position, right? Necessarily positive.
Ibn Arabi's is
well.
Yes,
right?
yes. Yeah.
So yeah, and this like so that's what I'm just trying to say. Like, is it worse if if he intervenes and he doesn't have a will, or if he doesn't intervene?
Intervening, right? In creation is such a retarded concept that if he has to be a person to do that, there has to be.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't go with our models don't go with the language of scripture.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine. It's better to hold to truth than to hold to a literalist read of a scripture.
Okay.
Yes. You see the 20.
Truth through rational faculties than to freaking try to cope just because scripture.
Okay, so you don't believe that there's in this world.
God is the very biggest set of this world. His existence
intervenes in does miracles.
need to because
What
you say
sifat does that? Like you say, what sifat does that? The 20 sifat does that.
even no, it's
Yeah, 20 sifat does
that's
that.
it's his nature itself.
No,
It's his
the sifat is the subsequence, which means they say ujud. They say kalam, They
yeah,
say
his wujud itself. Yeah.
Yes. No, my point is that subsequent is the subsequent. I mean, is the sifat is let's say I say sugar
is the mahia.
The sweetness. The sweetness you can taste it, Bani Adam. That means it is in action for you to experience the sweetness.
So God,
you are not experiencing the sugar. You are experiencing the sweetness.
Yeah,
the
not
20
the
sifat.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's the sweetness of it.
Yeah.
It's not the sweet, the sugar, right? He is the sweetness itself.
Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but that doesn't necessitate will.
No, why? Why should there be?
Why?
What reason? Why do we need will to make choices? When do we make choices? When we have potential to action. We're talking about an actualized being. You, Hemad. You freaking We're talking about an actualized being. Mars.
No, before. Why do we need will to make choices?
Why do we need will?
How else are we going to make choices?
Exactly. We make choices. We make choices to what? Actualize the potential.
Why do we make choices? Because we live in a free world.
Actualize the potential. There's potential to actualize.
Yeah, there's plenty of potential to actualize.
Okay.
Based on your will.
That it happens to a contingent being, not something that is already actualized, called a necessary being, God.
Okay. So you're saying God's will is different from your will.
Is will itself.
Okay, God's will itself.
Actualize anything.
Will?
Is will itself.
Okay, does he utilize what he has?
Doesn't possess is. There's no possession here.
Does he utilize what he is?
The 20. The sweetness is one, another 19.
Does he have will?
Nothing utilizes. Everything emanates from. He is his nature.
So does God use his nature? This is where Nargis will string up a couple of words together and pretend it.
What is it to use something? No, you Giles. I don't know why.
I think you ended up in the same heresy that you were trying to point out earlier. You're trying to say that God's will is God's will.
I don't know why you find this funny.
For doing it, but the Salafis for doing it, but then you do it yourself.
God. Again, you're thinking. How is it hypocritical?
You're saying God's will is different than our will.
God is his will, I'm saying.
Okay, so God has a will.
That doesn't have or possess anything. Is the thing
It does not have an identity relationship. I think it's very problematic though.
That's fine.
God is equal to will, God is equal to knowledge, God is equal to power. So God is equal to God. It's not saying anything intelligible.
Okay, but does God utilize these?
It's a model for existence. It's not a model for like description. It is saying he is very. Again,
the model is not saying anything informative. It makes God an abstract property and an inefficacious property. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, because you're human, right? You're dying for that. You're dying for that sky daddy, Sean.
No, I'm not. It's the opposite. No, the problem is that you have to have a God that utilizes a will in order to like get divine revelation. Unless it's not coming from.
Say, bro, like I don't know how possession is a need. Like we're trying to obtain like non-composition. We're trying to keep the omniproperty.
No, I'm not talking about your God. Your means and operations of the.
Doesn't interfere. Does not.
Does not. That means it's a deistic. Oh God.
Yeah, that's fine. Just call it atheistic. I don't care. As long as it's
not atheistic. Why you saying atheistic?
Just call it any shit you want. Like it doesn't matter. Call it dog. Call it ant. As long as you get the principle right. Well, you think I don't want a man god, a sky daddy? I also want a sky daddy. I just know it's not in line with reality. You think I don't like libertarian free will? I hate it that I cannot utilize it.
What's a better?
Oh, by the way, I think what I got from ChatGPT.
Right?
What's a better description, Paul? Let's say power and goodness. But if I said
God is equal to power. God is equal to
That is my motto.
wait a minute, perfect goodness. Compared to when I said God exemplifies perfect goodness and God exemplifies perfect power. What makes more sense?
How you're using exemplify?
Oh my God! If you say God is good, you're basically replacing the word good with God. And then
Yeah, that's
you're
right.
adding- like some.
The largest set of goodness itself. You guys.
You're saying X is equal to Y, therefore X is equal to X. This doesn't make sense.
Because existence exists. Yeah. What else is? I'm keeping it.
Makes sense. I mean,
Mean something.
The moment you start adding and subtracting, and carrying over,
the idea is that the idea simply is that for these things to make any sense, there must be some distinction between these powers. So when we say Aristotle is wise, we don't mean Aristotle is equal to wisdom. What we mean is Aristotle exemplifies some kind of wisdom.
When something is all wise, right? Aristotle is wise. That means Aristotle, as a limited being, has limited wisdom. When I'm talking about a limit, one second. This is not when I'm talking about limit. When I'm talking about you don't like it's like limits. When I'm talking about being,
you could still say in the case of God, you could still say he exemplifies perfect wisdom, right? But saying that God is wisdom is tautological. There is no additional information you're giving me here.
I'm saying he's a set of all wisdom. That's what I'm giving you.
It doesn't make any sense though.
I'm saying he's wisdom.
He's also power. He's also supreme intelligent.
Because this would be true for a limitless.
If you listen to logical atoms, you'll understand this doesn't make any sense at all.
Well,
it makes
that you can reduce it to that. That's why existence would be his like ultimate and essential property, right? I am saying
existence is not a property. Existence is a property of concepts, not objects.
Then
it's a higher predicate. It's a higher predicate, not a predicate.
That's fine. So long as what you're forgetting is that you're talking about a limitless being who holds all of that. Please get up on that chair and jump on the bed. I'm talking about a limitless being that possessed all of that quality, right? All of that attribute. When I say something is limitless by virtue of his perfection, right? All of wisdom to which nothing can say I do understand.
You can say all you want. You can describe it in whatever way.
When I say something is all, 1 second.
I understand these things. I'm able to understand these things. So,
rather than reality.
yeah.
But he's a nice guy. I like him, overall. I just think he can get annoying with that sometimes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about it, Dr. Jordan. Edwards put up with a lot worse than you.
Well, it's just so funny how how Clubhouse community has evolved. I mean, Pepe, when I first met Pepe, there were, we had the Jewish rooms going, and he was triggering my people, if you will, if that's what they're called, and now I align with him more than most people on the app. It's just such a funny, it's just funny journey.
You put on the red and blue hat and you actually got to know him. That's why. And then you realize his ideology isn't too far off from yours.
What is Pepe's ideology?
He's always voted Republican as far as I know.
Who was the guy who was a cross country trucker?
Cardano.
Cardano, yeah.
It made that guy cry. I held that record. I made that guy cry and leave Clubhouse. And then he met Sig and KP up in Detroit. And turned out to be a bitch. And then they were kind of like, yeah, he wasn't who he said he was. So we were just kind of laughing about that the other day. It's actually kind of ironic with him.
So he's not a white nationalist, or he's not.
He met KP and Sagan. He was like, I give all that shit up because all my money and all that shit was just bullshit. They were just like, he realized that they were just like, they were fucking screaming in the wind. That whole like white supremacy shit, saving the white race, want purity, like fucking. It's all bullshit. It's like up there with like black people going, "Wow, we was kings once. We invented everything." And oh, by the way, Irish people were black. Like it's all bullshit. Like just basically, we should all fuck until we're the same damn color, and then that's the only way we're gonna end it all.
Yeah, we should all start mixing now.
I already have.
That's my response, dude. I'm fucking dead.
Shit, my daughter was black, white, and Hispanic. The only thing missing is Asian.
Oh my god.
Well, you don't have any Jewish in you, or do you?
Actually, I did my DNA. It came back with 0.014% Jew. So somewhere along the line, like 12 generations ago, someone had a one-night stand in my family tree.
Oh.
Would Hitler accept you?
Yeah, man. You Vikings going straight to the gas chamber. You know what I'm saying? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Blonde hair, blue eye guys going to the gas chamber. Yeah, no, I guess not. But I'm always Irish, so like, I have like a little Italian, a little French, and then I think that makes up about 15%, and then the rest is all Irish. And then English, of course, crossover because they can't determine English from Irish anymore.
So, like, how do you feel about potatoes? I'm kidding.
The irony is, since England like stole all their food from the world, like they don't even have a national dish anymore. Like tikka masala is their national dish. Fucking hate all English food. Like I absolutely I hate bangers and mash. Well, I like fish and chips. I'm not gonna lie, that's the only dish I like. But America does it better. I mean, their food is bland, like their toilet paper, like their women, like their culture.
Wait, do we have a national dish here?
Isn't it hamburgers? But isn't hamburger like from German? Yeah, it's called.
We have several of them. We have the hamburger, the hot dog, ice cream cone, waffles.
But like, hold on. Aren't these like actually, if you go back to it, source it's like European, like German?
I mean, yeah, you got people that mix it, but I mean, they added their flair, but I mean, it's still invented in America. Pizza is not really Italian. Go have pizza over in Italy and find out what's the difference.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I see what you're saying. It's not the same. However, that being said, like the original idea is from like those European countries rather than America. They just have like their own American flair. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, like, we do fried chicken and waffles. We have, what was it, gumbo, jambalaya. What the fuck did Texans eat aside from jalapenos? Well, I mean, tacos, I guess you would say, are kind of a Mexican American thing.
Oh, wait, barbecue's ours, right?
Yeah, barbecue is most assuredly ours. And we have three types. We have the dry rub, the saucy ones up in Kansas City, and what is the other one? Something else.
Style, Memphis.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. California is just like fucking avocados on everything, so they don't count. I mean, apples. There you go.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
Yeah, my thing.
You're the one who started it.
Ice cream cone. I want a bag of peanuts and fucking. I don't want shawarma. Anybody want to do shawarma?
Now I gotta go to bed. I get to pick up before you go to bed. So, like, what have we learned in this room?
We learned a lot about Pepe's emotions tonight.
I overheard him talking. Like, all I heard before I left was Pepe being like, "Charisma is a red flag," and then I think I left, and I was like,
What did you guys fucking do tonight? Come on. What fucking shit did you guys do tonight?
You listened to more of it than I did, Peter.
Oh, I was asleep.
Yeah, I was kind of checked out. But they were just, I mean, it was Pepe talking a lot about his relationships.
"Poor Pepe."
Try telling him. 2 fingers, circular motion. Gets it going all the time, man.
Rabia, can you give us a kind of an account of tonight's show?
Sorry, did you ask me? Hello?
I don't know if she was there. Were you there?
No, I was there. No, I said I was there for like moments, and then I overheard Pepe be like, "Having charisma is a red flag," and then I left soon after. Yeah.
Checking in and out the whole time.
Wait, Wallace, were you there?
Wallace was.
Wait, so like, why is having charisma a red flag? That's what I want to know.
Dr. Jordan was there. Dr. Jordan was a big speaker. There was a debate. Can Dr. Jordan, can you retell kind of what the debate was about tonight?
Oh, yeah. So I kind of got into it with Edward because I just heard Edward, C, and Cool, and Chris, I guess, talking about like giving Bima advice on relationships. And it's not so much what they said, but how they said it. And it's like there's so much nuance to relationships. Like just because someone's been married 30 years doesn't speak. And Edward kind of had been talking about his own experience. I mean, all kinds of things happen to people and out of their control or in their control. And so I kind of got a little triggered by the way he was talking about it. That's how I recall the conversation going. And, I mean, I also don't think that just because people are married means that that's a successful relationship either necessarily. They could be there for all the wrong reasons, or they could be in a position where they're terrified to leave. I mean, it was the way it was talked about that kind of caught my attention.
I think when you talk about relationships, you should name this significant partner or somebody alone. Like you should just like notch that shit out. But I just flip it out on certain people. But you know what? For 4 years, I'll go full tilt and burn the world down for it. You know, some nice notes about somebody else. I got our numbers. You don't know what's going on, and you should probably chill out on trying to push a narrative onto somebody else with regards to their partner.
Well, Rabono Shalom, the Pepe Show is part of the Circus Sideshow Freaks, and I was doing all kinds of stuff, listening and recording from a distance, but everybody has their journey, and talk therapy here on Clown House is cheap. Imagine just sitting down with Sigmund Freud or Carl Jung and little Pepe talking about all his relationships and his career and monologue on Clown House. And so, what I'm trying to say is, in relationships, if we look at the word relation and ships, it's really about contrast or the relationships, you know, your relations. And Clown House is all just people. The app conference call is technically barely a thing. Every person here is a node. You are a network. And some people here only have Clubhouse. You got no other platforms, you got no other networks, you got no distribution of communication. And so, if you want real relationships, you got to be actually open. You have to be transparent. You have to actually use these platforms with your real identity and say what you feel what you say, and move across the face of the earth, in truth. And that is actually high morals and ethics when you're willing to literally bear all. So, ethics and morals and mysticism and Clown House and politics and the future of America and Donald Trump's legacy, Rabono Shalom. Let's talk about Clubhouse relationships. Not everybody here is going to be here in 3 years or 2 years or 1 year, and Clubhouse could shut down at any moment. And you'll get a message saying the app has shut down and Reid Hoffman has had a massive aneurysm from his fourth booster shot. Let's talk about relationships. Every hour that you listen to Pepe monologue is an hour lost that you could have been doing something else with your focused concentration. Hello?
Sounds so much alike at times.
I actually like what Pepe said.
You hate Pepe, John.
No, I do. I actually like Pepe a lot.
No, I'll tell him Kitover. He hates Pepe.
Pepe and I, it's funny because when I first met Pepe, I thought, wow, far different from me. Pepe and I are a lot more alike than most people on here. And I'd actually argue that we each get triggered in similar ways.
I don't hate Pepe. I just don't want to listen to Pepe or record Pepe. If I could mute him and censor him, I would gladly not listen to Pepe.
Yourself if Clubhouse shut down. Out of everybody you've met on Clubhouse, which guy would you say, yeah, that guy's going to probably off himself if Clubhouse ever shut down?
Me. Pick me.
See, that's just ad hominem projection onto John here. Poor innocent John holding a book, just sitting there reading a book. And, other people tell you, Brad, all the time, don't tell them, when they're going to K word or S word themselves. Like, is that really necessary on a social audio conference app to bring up such violent and, horrific rhetoric? Does anyone here think what Brad just said was maybe inappropriate, insensitive, maybe vulgar or profane? And does anyone here think it was projection on Viking's part? Thank you for consideration of my question. I am complete and I have landed my plane.
I think that the funny part of Clubhouse is that it's like Cheers, as we know, right? Like we trigger each other sometimes, but we're all OG. Well, I guess we're OGs. I hate that expression, but we're the fact that we keep coming back and hanging. Like, if you really don't like someone, you often will leave the room. I think is the case for most people. Maybe I'm wrong, but by and large, as much as we all may disagree on different things, blah blah blah, we have stuck it out with each other for a long time. So, I mean, when you think about it, let's say you go into a big go to an event, we'd be far more likely to hang out with each other than we would other people. Because we just know each other's style. It's familiar. I just think it's an interesting.
You would get blocked in the head.
I don't think that's
actually when you and Dr. Adam, the Dr. Adams thing, that I haven't heard. That got pretty what's the word I'm looking for? It's not that it got heated, but it got it got pretty like you guys were definitely venting.
Oh yeah, Adam contacted his lawyer. Are you scared, Brad?
Are you?
Yeah. Oh.
So yeah, Dr. Jordan, I don't necessarily think this place is as special as maybe you think it is. These internet forums have been around for many, many years. I have other stuff like football forums and group that I communicate in. And I've been on social media audio apps prior to Clubhouse, and this is just a phase or a fad. You know, I appreciate the time with people, but I don't know, I don't hold it up in such high regard with as maybe some other people do because it's just another app, man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but how? So, given this experience, are you surprised? Like, have you been on other apps as long as your tenure on Clubhouse, or does that not really even matter?
Yeah, I have.
Got it.
See, Dr. Jordan, I was using the internet for affiliate marketing and media buying and arbitraging and ad networks. And I was on a forum called Wicked Fire with this guy named John Fisher, who was like a very successful online webmaster, and and all these ad networks that would broker direct response advertisements online. And so I met up with all those people. I played poker with them. I went to parties. I went to trade shows for years and years and years. And I'm still connected to all those people on Facebook. But we don't do business anymore, and we don't exchange traffic with each other and arbitrage traffic with each other. And so I don't know how much more you think Clubhouse is going to be anything, because nobody here is even engaged in any kind of actual commercial transaction. So it's really just a short-term entertainment, dopamine fix.
Some business people who I'm friendly with, but I don't actually see.
Well, what I'm saying is real business at scale and full automation, not like, hey, let's sign a contract and wire transfer me.
Get it right. It's arbitron, not arbitrage. You don't use it.
Arbitron, what is that? Like some type of, you know,
What is arbitrage?
arbitrage is just buying low, selling high. It's making a profit off of clicks, revenue per clicks versus cost per click. Have you heard of this little company called Google? It does about 750 billion a year in revenue. Hello?
Something dumbass.
Arbitrage.
Are you done? It's arbitron, is what I was teaching him. So, okay.
I got it. I like the movie. I think everybody likes that movie. With the neon lights and the future technology. But, there used to be Tiny Chat. I don't know, did anybody here use Tiny Chat? Because that was Clubhouse, but with video. And we worked and networked with people that were buying huge amounts of traffic on Facebook, making, retirement kind of money, $20 million kind of money, doing online advertising arbitrage. Hello?
It's a like a whole list of slurs. Don't worry, you can call him a kite, you can call him a tiny hat, you can call him a baby dick. You could call him pepperoni. You guys gotta get creative. Gotta get new. Like this is like someone talking to the system. No whippersnappers.
I'll take it.
Russ Shylock. So that's really, it's like Shakespeare. I like it. I like using your own language, I guess. Like slurs. How does it impact me? Nothing, right? Like good stuff.
Like whether
He ended up like a sort of feeling healing
because there's so many things going on
as opposed to themselves. You know, you're not getting people like it's like it's reality. I love a lot of Jewish people. You are. I am definitely a motherfucker. I won't pretend I'm not, but I defend my people vigorously. I understand that national movement, and then reduced it. I don't. It's based out of hate too. No. But let's be honest. Okay, then don't sit here and say that we're based out of hate. Don't say this is a hate move. This is a.
So Rabboni Shalom, we got Bima and Eddie down there, and Kirill, and then we got Muhammad and Steve. Steve is such a nice guy, and Stinny, who never says nothing but's always listening. Welcome back to Let's Talk About Relationships. Pepe let it all hang out today and talked about, his observations on society and feminism and racism and modern women and society and abortions and femininity and masculinity. He was articulate. He ejaculate. And it was, a typical Pepe show. Rabbono Shalom, the green frog of Clown House. And JB is back too. Jay Breska's back with his banger rooms. Wow. Clown House at its finest. Everybody, including Stephen Powell, the Johnny Carson of Clown House.
What room? Where did JB have a room? What was this room called?
I don't know. I was in it. I clipped it. I can't remember what it was called. Oh, he was talking about how this war is all about oil and nothing else. Well, I'm going on a cruise, and I'm not worried about the hentavirus because I'm an atheist. An atheist that doesn't believe in God. Divorced my wife 20 years ago and joined the lifestyle. I was a swinger! And now I'm a clubhouse ex-atheist, Uncle Steve.
Actually, we're Uncle Steve on Sunday here in LA. It's pretty funny to hear his voice. On he does the radio show with the attorney, and you can't miss the show on Sunday because talk radio, you only a few channels even in LA that people really listen to. So it's fun to listen to catch him on there.
Well, he has made over one. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
We consider doing an hour roundup or a roundup of heard around Clubhouse. I mean, as much as you monitor and follow all the different rooms, like a news hour or something.
No, not really. I mean, honestly, Matt Cool, you, Pepe, Ant, like Beaver, like you guys, have done all the heavy lifting. And it's just all sitting out there on my YouTube accounts. And today I just, turned about, I don't know, 1,000 more to unlisted from private. So there's even more out there now. And there is so much that it's just unwatchable. And I would challenge any of you to actually search John Kitover and watch yourself talking. And then when you watch yourself talking, you'll say, yeah, I don't want to watch this. This sucks. So it's kind of like dating a woman. Like, if it fucking sucked the first time, the second time's not going to get any better. So you just got to consider, if you watch John Kitover Movies Incorporated and you see yourself, you just have to ask yourself, like, was it worth it? And in your memory, is your memory as good as the YouTube video that you appear on? I think that's really, a nice question. Interesting question. There's other interesting questions about, are people compulsive? About what they do. See, Pepe uses a lot of psychiatric and mental health terms, and I just think that Clubhouse proves that, projection is real. Ad hominem projection. Anytime you insult someone else, it's really a jab at yourself. Am I right or am I wrong? Am I right or am I wrong? Hello? Hello?
I can absolutely not, like, I can't stand listening to replay rooms. I definitely will not go out and listen to myself on YouTube. That would be awful. I don't know how some people do it. I only want live action. I got to be here for it when it happens. If not, I'll never go back and listen to what happened yesterday. And I don't like doing the news that way.
You know who's actually extremely consistent is Gary Baumgarten, and technically that's just the 5 o'clock news. So if everybody here at 5 o'clock every day was to open their own room and call it the 5 o'clock news and just do a news broadcast, like you said, a roundup of Clubhouse news or actual news on Drudge Report, etc., it's the same thing. So, but Gary Baumgarten just yells at people, and that's what Steve Appel does. So, I mean, that's their dopamine rush. That's their show. And it works. The 5 o'clock news where you just scream at people, that's because it's really just peak usage when people get on the internet, after they've completed their daily life patterning and life cycling and working, etc. So the 5 o'clock news, is a business opportunity for anyone.
Yeah, I try not to get on this app when daylight's out. I don't know. It just seems weird to be on this talking. This is just like a late night place to talk. Do any of y'all actually listen to replay rooms?
Not unless they involve Monica getting made fun of.
Oh, I'll do. I don't understand it.
But I actually changed my recording studio downstairs because I've been filming politically correct for like, I don't know, 3 months maybe, and other rooms, this room and other rooms. But I basically moved all the cameras. I had like 20 cameras pointed at one Clubhouse account that was on Anon for like a month, and then it, no longer was a subscription, but that account was still not getting kicked from rooms. So I was like, okay, great. So, anyways, got a huge amount, and really that band, aka Goat, there's no way, and there's other people like Breyer, supposed professor. If you really listen to what they say, it's like 10 major talking points. One of them is indigenous rights, obviously, as everyone knows, indigenous rights. Jim Crow comes up a lot. Jim Crow, Jim Crow, Jim Crow. Big one, big one. Immigrant communities, another huge one. Huge one. Student debt, another huge one. Just there's 10 topics, and I'm sure all of you could say, here's another one, here's another one here. Global warming, obviously, environment, huge one. Nothing ever about the debt. Sometimes you get a breakthrough national debt crisis moment in these types of rooms. But again, this is the elite, intellectual, liberal, gay, black Democrat. That intellectual, like Hurricane or Isaiah, aka Goat, and other, academic professors here. And many of them say, I was an economics undergrad. Oh my God. So the great thing about AI is you can just quickly get 10 extracts from any book or any topic. And then everybody's argument here just falls apart. It's really just a show. And so to get gaslit or manipulated or played by somebody like Goat, aka Ban, well, maybe you'll have fun. But when you watch yourself on John Kitover's YouTube account, again, you're going to have to ask yourself, was it worth it? Because when you think back about your experiences here on Clubhouse and then you go back to YouTube and you watch your experience, does your memory accurately match what you see on the YouTube version of Clubhouse? Hello?
I guess that was pretty deep. No one has a follower. You got a lot of crash outs on your YouTube, huh, there, John?
A lot of my own crash outs. I like to clip when I like mock people, and I think I'm like really making fun of people. I like to clip that to store.
Puppy.
I think nobody wants to talk about it, but like if they do want to talk about it, my response is always it's art. Pictures and videos are art. You're a critic. Like Pepe, you guys don't know this, but Pepe and I are actually friends off the app, and we text each other. And he showed me a text that he was having with his father, and it said, "Hey, Dad, I got that clip from that app Clubhouse, and that guy John Kitover who records everything that I say that I hate." And 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 that is, that's the Pepe show on Clubhouse. Hello?
Toilet with all those cameras in the background.
I don't know. He's probably too busy living his best life. And, I got to say that, like, as a son, it's a little bit like embarrassing or shameful to know that, like, your father has disowned you because he thinks you're like an internet clown. But I would just say, well, I'm just saying, like, if you had a son and you Googled him and then you watched his YouTube account, and you would have to make an opinion, right? Like, is my son a clown and a court jester on a social audio conference call app owned by Reid Hoffman that sells all the data, to Tulsi Gabbard? I mean, hello?
Tried beating the hell out of you.
Both my parents, both my parents got some good wallops on me, but my dad never ever like abused me. Like he only like basically defended himself against my attacks, you could say. But my mother most definitely got some good wallops, for some transgressions, and never really fought back. I kind of
Hybrid between Sebastian. Who's that Italian? I can never say his name. Sebastian Mana.
yeah, Maniscalco.
Like Woody Allen or Seinfeld. I mean, because I think you do a good kind of combo of those two.
Hmm.
Sharing.
Well, I think the Dr. Jordan show really about relationships is funny. But see, Clubhouse excels in that already, which is really Black Clubhouse. Black Clubhouse has had every conversation at an infinite, fully automated rate, and relationships is one of their funnest things to talk about. And when you have, the format is essentially what Sig does on here, which is bring in a ghetto ratchet hood rat and let her embarrass and humiliate herself, and then beat her up and toss her to the ground. Something to that. It's cats playing with balls, or men playing with their balls. It's relationships. It's not always pretty because the truth is this app really gives you insight into people's personality, how they talk, how they communicate, how they move across the face of the earth. What is their truth? What is their birth all about? What's their death going to be about? And, then they have to ask themselves, was it worth it? Hello?
siblings, like a brother or sister or anything?
Yeah, I have a sister. She changed her last name. I was like, that's probably a good idea. Wouldn't want to be associated with your brother anymore, whose last name is all over the internet. But there are actually a few other famous Kidovers that I'm sure they're like not too happy that John Kidover dominates the Kidover search. You know?
Like on Christmas or Thanksgiving or anything?
No, everybody's kind of fully decentralized to essentially prevent any gaslighting, or emotional journal taking. So we have all fully distributed and de-assimilated, as far as possible to prevent any type of emotional triggering. And Clown House is really just that. Like, when Pepe says horrifically disgusting, vulgar, profane, terrible things, and nobody says anything, like G word, the J words, he says just actually what I would call like, hard to say. Maybe like TBI. Today he was talking about borderline personality disorder. And, anyways, it's really not quite as bad as with Dr. Adams and Viking here, you know. But I gotta say, for the content, it's very unique. And actually, Marshall Rankin, I know everybody always sticks up for Marshall, maybe because they view him as being harmless. And I agree. I think Marshall Stankin Rankin is probably a harmless individual, but if you were in a hierarchical structure with Marshall Rankin over you, you might not be too enthused with having to answer and work for Marshall Rankin. Just an opinion. Not saying he's a bad guy, just saying I wouldn't want to have to work under him if it ever came to that, which I'm sure it never will. And so, with regards to clubhouse relationships, we are all nodes. And, as John Kidover, I have so many videos of you talking about so many different things. And that's why I say I think every conversation that you could have ever wanted to have has already happened. There's no new conversation that you can have on this app. It's just a pattern. It's just spam. You're going to say the same shit, think the same shit. Unless you read a book. And if you use ChatGPT to communicate with us and just read from ChatGPT as if you're actually talking from, your intellect or your brain without reading from a cell phone, well, that's cool. You do you. Life's a stage. Let's hear you read something and get everybody amazed. Make yourself feel good about what you just read. That's great. And when you leave the gym and you exit that nursery area of the gym to get back in your baby seat with your mommy in the parking lot because ChatGPT made you feel so great. And you said, just ask ChatGPT, put it in ChatGPT, give me the ChatGPT link. Have you heard people on this app just get so upset? Give me the ChatGPT link. Wow. Such strong opinions about so many different topics. Wow, dying on a hill over topic A, topic B, topic C, topic D. Hello?
Yeah, no, you're onto something. Like this is definitely the first stage of letting AI and robots think for us. Like we're already in the first stages of letting coming to it and asking it for suggestions and everything else. To where 100 years from now, the more we evolve this, we're definitely gonna rely on it very, very heavy. Like, what is the next 2 generations gonna do with AI? You know?
Well, I don't think we know what our generation is going to do with AI before we can talk about the next big generation.
I mean, our generation is doing a lot with AI as far as just going in to write essays for us. We're making deep fake edits of people. I just saw a video of Donald Trump and the Ayatollah in a WWE WrestleMania event, and he just hit everybody with chairs. Like, we use it to like make jokes and everything now because it's like brand new to us. But I'm pretty sure within the next 50 years.
You got Kofi and the whole all the people that have semi relation to the whole whatever the 731 thing. That's the correct number. I hate to get the acronym wrong.
5 years.
764. That's the one, right? Yeah, exactly. You've got all of these people that are at the very least tangentially tied to it, and some people that are like directly tied to it. You got fucking what do you got? Stu Peters is another great example of just like an app of a really loud voice in the movement that's just like, all right, what the fuck? And that's, and then we got, let's look at who else is anti-Semitic and oftentimes gets lumped in with us. You got fucking the absolute freaks too, like Sneeko. It's like, well, we diverge more on basically everything else, but yet he'll still get lumped in with us because he might say the same things about Israel or whatever the fuck. But it's all just we don't have anyone that's really that serious is the problem, at the end of the day. And the ones that are serious are fucking complete goobers and usually they're goobers and they have a checkered past, which is the retarded thing. It's like I don't know, it's hard enough I guess to just not be a complete freak. They also have like criminal history or they have civil litigation that they went through because they fucking scammed their like ex-employer or some other scandalous shit all the way from fucking just basic crimes to pedophile stuff. And it's fucking, I don't know, we talk about disproportionately represented, fuck it, it is what it is.
For electoral success, there's one metric that always.
Hang on, Mitch. Hang on. On Shut the Builder, right? Am I gonna be? I have to. Like, I've been really wanting to talk about that fucking guy.
I've been saying that since day one. I'm not saying the same shit you.
Yeah. Thanks, Colin.
I'll say it. Extreme further time, I would not.
Prison Mike says thanks. Okay.
Yes.
You know what Prison Mike is? You know who Prison Mike is? W? Okay, good. All right, go ahead, Prison Mike, if you showed on time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Prison Mike.
In a minute.
So fucking court or fucking I had single fucking brother.
The office was my shit, man. My
Brad. Hold on, guys. Hold on. A fucking girlfriend. So what I found out today is that they actually have a paper conference. Okay, I was at the bar. And these guys are watching it. Yeah, but bro, I swear to God, my life, my life, these guys. It's not. Who's that?
Thunder Mifflin Paper Company over here.
Brother, listen, I swear on my life, dude. I'm at this fucking like side. I'm at this little restaurant or whatever. I'm just ready to go to my hotel or whatever. Upgraded the hotel, and it's because the other one I was staying at was dog shit. So I was like, get the fuck out of this one. So I'm just chilling as I check in. These people come up to me with a freaking, shit around their neck, like a hat. Everyone wears fucking around their neck. Like, who am I? What the fucking hat? What's your name, man? Basically, I'm looking at this shit like I was just like 10 cents. Everyone's like, we're fucking. I'm like, what? They said the paper. I was like, that fucking CIA. Like, be honest with me for a second. Like, swear to God, it's just one of those synchronicities where they literally have a forestry, because apparently the whole paper industry is based on leaves and trees, and the ethic, sourcing, and the supply chain of the trees, aisles and from the different types of paper. How do we move the paper? I went from consensus to the fucking paper conference, and now tomorrow is the fucking cleaning conference where everyone who cleans fucking commercial office buildings, cleaners. So I literally went from consensus. Now, just by the grace of God, meandering around Western Florida, now I just hit 2 conferences. I didn't take a single fucking panel. I didn't fucking need to. It's all about paper and fucking cleaning toilets, bro. Shit's a fucking movie, but apparently Trump and them are up in there. Some cloth talk, they're talking about the futures or the long term of the future. Hopefully they're consulting some wisdom
Lao Tzu, Sun Tzu, Aristotle, Plato. We're not fucking playing now, bro. Yo, let me see the picture in the text and the Nike text, like JD Vance, bro. JD Vance, we dapped up back in 2017 at Startup Week in Columbus. You probably didn't remember this because I was just a little pupil, brother. I was just a little pupil. I was a student, bro. Students, man, you got to study everything. You got to learn everything. You got to learn as much as possible, guys. AGI is real and it's out. And I have early access codes if anybody wants access to AGI. I've been testing it out and it's absolutely unbelievable. Artificial general intelligence is literally unbelievable. You guys might think, oh, he's tapping. No, it's integration. It's literally, it's like a symphony. I've been, I don't even know what to talk about. Why is he black? I think that's a silly question. I think that's a silly question. I think that's a very silly question. About AI.
Like, bro. Okay, so
Like, what nigga talks about AI? I'm like person. I think skin color is retarded because if you guys are not, oh damn, so maybe he's black. He's not like an official black though. Official is cool. Okay. Color, my friendo. God. Well, the fact that you're not operating. Go back to the job. Bro, I know what the holography. I got a laser. My fucking apartment. I'm hologram. Hold on, hold on, guys. W right here would never kill himself. All right, got this. Last night, I had my first wide duck experience at 4 a.m.
who was speaking?
No, that was not me. You would know if it was me. Some people say some. I. Die Lambo attention.
Holy Peter in there. Yes, I never heard. Because only percent Mullah is one of the most proficient ones. I promise you. Try to humiliate, try to manipulate, and try to use each and every technique to manipulate the person in front of them. But they could have not been successful in my case. Maybe 99.9%, but not me. So I think that you have your shot. 100%.
Could you imagine, just to think something for a second, could you imagine the congressman in therapy? He'd be mocking his therapist. It'd be funny, Mr. Congress.
I've done that. I went before a panel of psychiatrists at the VA hospital, and I said, not one of you are even smiling. I was like, am I the only happy person in the room? And then they all started laughing.
What's your diagnosis? Diagnose you with anything?
Well, I'm not sure if you're familiar with HIPAA, Health Information Privacy Rights Act. I think, talking about health issues on social audio apps like Clownhouse, where people can weaponize videos about you, because I put people's name, like Brad Stauffenberger here, yesterday I created a ton of Brad Stauffenberger videos. And Dr. Jordan, I've created tons of Dr. Jordan videos. You can go on YouTube and type your names in, and you'll see John Kitover videos of you, And a lot of the people here that don't use the real information, they're actually really big pussies. 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 Because everybody here probably knows my home address. And, I'm not worried about it. If one of you guys show up, and you got a problem with John Kitover, well, some people leave a postcard in the mail. Some people come back here and say, hey, I'm outside of John Kitover's house and I'd like to file a formal complaint. And, I called the police last night on 2 people who were on my property and they were cutting shit down and stealing stuff and taking shit and they were intoxicated. They had bags full of garbage. and he was an illegal alien. So I called ICE, and the ICE took him away, and I said, "Where are you going to send him?" And they said Alcatraz Island in Florida. I said, "I thought they were shutting that one down." They said, "Oh no, we're going to make sure they go right there, Mr. Kitover," because I got people. Oh, you're one to talk, Mike Allen. I mean, I go into rooms in Anon and I hear you talking with other people. Is that projection? Because,
No, you worry about people coming. Those people you're talking about, are they in the room with you right now?
well, what I'm trying to say is let me put a link in the chat and you tell me what you think your diagnosis of John Kitover is. And I'll let you know whether or not I think your diagnosis is accurate. But watch the video first, and then you tell me. Hello?
But it was like a brain injury from being over in Iraq or something.
No, I never deployed overseas. The psychiatrist said the medication would kill me in the heat. I said I'd have liver failure, kidney failure. You won't make it, John. I said, well, I don't need to go to Afghanistan. Let me get out of here. I'm gonna go to Vegas for a couple of weeks, have a good time. And the psychiatrist was like, thank you, Mr. Kidover. Enjoy your life. I just had a federal disability judge tell me the other day, Mr. Kidover, enjoy your life. I said, you too, Judge. Thank you. He said, no, thank you. I said, no, thank you.
Congressman is smarter than probably some of these memorizing things, and Kitover probably runs circles around them, and so it's probably it'd be entertaining to be a fly on the wall, to be honest.
Yeah, Kitover's pretty smart, no doubt.
Well, anybody who buys cell phones, see, if you were to actually have $1 million and I were to say to you, okay, I want you to spend that million as efficiently as possible to try to make more money. Well, you only got so many options of investment for that $1 million. But again, we're not talking about buying stocks. I'm talking about trying to buy shit in the real world. If you were to go out on Amazon, eBay, the internet, Google Shopping, etc., and try to spend that $1 million, how would you actually efficiently buy shit? And creating a business is very hard. Going $40 trillion into debt is not that hard, apparently, but like creating real value, that's a challenge. And so a lot of people die with millions of dollars in stocks because you can't actually really kind of figure out how to efficiently use that money to try to get a positive ROI. And Clubhouse and cell phones and YouTube and communication networks and advertising networks, those are never going away. People will forever watch videos because it's such a huge compression. The data, the pixels, there's nothing like a video. So, I think my videos suck, but I'm at least, in my opinion, incredibly consistent. And Gary Baumgarten is an example of a guy who is consistent and has boundaries and time limitations, and he does his show, he's in, he's out. I mean, I want a woman like that, in and out, in and out, in and out, disciplined, boundaries, consistency, 5 o'clock news, in and out. Hello?
I think that you did not lose the time to take profile photo because you might have clicked on the plus on each profile, then did not lose the time in a fraction of a second. A screenshot and put it on the profile photo. You are very fast.
I feel like it gets worse every week, Peter. It's harder to. It's. Are you purposely trying to Are you not practicing at all?
Yes, I think that the practice was on other things like sports that made him fast enough to be able to react like.
Nailed it. I walked right into that.
I mean, can any of you?
Wonderful advice.
I mean, I got a question for the room. If you guys were to prioritize, what do you think are the most amazing objects or substances, in reality? I mean, obviously, cell phones are the most amazing thing that we've created to date as a human population. They had toilets in ancient Rome with boilers. That's not new. Mike Allen, what I'm trying to say is basically a cell phone is nothing more than a laptop compressed to about like 1/16th the size of a laptop. And that's pretty amazing that you can surround yourself with like 30 laptops all pointed at you with a lens and a microphone. Video technology, and look at Clavicular. Clavicular made it big as a live streamer on Kick, a platform. Who here on this, George Santos made it to Congress. He got pardoned. Like, at least George Santos from this app took off like an LGBTQ rocket made of solid CUM, rocket propellant. And, solid or liquid rocket propellant. You didn't know George Santos was on this app as a trans? Hello?
Yeah, he told us he was going to run on this app.
Was he your inspiration, Kitover?
What?
No, he's not my inspiration. I'm saying if that's as good as it gets, it's still amazing. Hello?
What? Was that from a TV show? Some character?
No, that's from Jazzy. Jasmine, the Florida Queen. Hello?
If Santos what inspired you to run for Congress, Kitover? You thought you saw him do it? You could do it.
No, no. No, I ran for committeeman. The Republicans here spent $10,000 getting me off the ballot. I run for Congress. They spent $150,000 getting me off the ballot. I'm about to run for mayor. I'm also running for Chicago Public School Board, and they'll probably spend another $100,000 getting me off the ballot. And in the process, I can challenge Mayor Brandon Johnson, and I have an actual methodology on how to do the challenges now because I've done them so many times that there's a possibility I can remove somebody from the ballot. If I do that, now I'm a political player because it's really about ballot access. And as a manipulator of the ballot, I have played the game and I'm going to keep playing the game. People on this app should play the game, but they just come here and play the clubhouse game. They run their mouse, they don't do anything. They do no do. At least I have done the do. And I get compliments. Well, I'm so proud of you. At least you did something. Yeah, that was my slogan. Vote for John Kitover. It's better than nothing.
John, why are they worried about you? They spend money to get you off the ballot, John. What are they afraid of?
Because they control the Central Committee for the Illinois Republicans.
Not what? What's your agenda that they're afraid of?
Nothing. It's a clique, and they want to maintain their clique. I mean, people. Yeah.
Party doesn't really want new blood, even though they advocate. They do. You haven't connected that yet, Mike?
I thought John, like, I could see John being like, I'm gonna indict all y'all motherfuckers. We're gonna open up all kinds of investigations. All the dirt's coming out, and they're like, "Fuck, hey, John."
Well, I've called, for Donald Trump to send in the FBI, the Border Patrol, and ICE and arrest criminal Illinois Democrat judges. That doesn't seem to me out of proportion with what they're doing. We have 200 plus murderers who have disappeared on ankle monitor because the DEI social equity justices, who are all black judge Democrats or female judge Democrats, release black murderers who end up disappearing. I wonder why they want to disappear. But the truth is, they probably shouldn't even disappear because the sentencing is so light now that they've disappeared. Now they're basically, felons on the run and they're scofflaws, and their life is only going to get worse. Hello?
So your earlier point, John, you brought up the greatest invention being the cell phone. I've thought a lot about this, and I think really what's changed in the last 100 years more than anything is the speed of communication. Now, the cell phone plays a part in that, but it's the internet, it's the 24-hour news cycle. The biggest thing that our generation has different than the generations in the past
would be how quick we can communicate. And it's only increasing every day faster and faster. And I think the speed of communication is really the thing that has changed our generation from the previous.
However, there is one challenge for that. The challenge is that the reliability has been decreased since the morality has significantly decreased. In the last times,
Peter, this room is live right now. I can give you feedback immediately. That's what the communication loop is immediate feedback and live. So the room is live, you're live on YouTube, and the truth is 20 years ago when I went to T-Mobile to buy my first Google Android, it sucked. It was like beta. It barely worked. It was nothing. Now we're talking about a communication network and a business that brings in hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which is not going away. All of humanity is and always will be essentially networked through Google, through YouTube, through Facebook, through Meta, through multiple platforms. Maybe this app. I think this app will probably be shut down because that VC boom at the $3 to $4 billion valuation has just deteriorated, and I don't think Cash Patel and NSA and Tulsi and CIA is going to keep buying redundant clubhouse conversations from Marshall Rankin. I don't know. It's just me. I don't think that the NSA and the CIA should be buying data if Marshall Rankin is like the intelligence, that the government is buying from this fucking. Hello?
they are not buying the data, they own the data, NSA or CIA. Would they need to buy that?
I don't know. I'm just saying Marshall Rankin said his favorite professor was his socialist professor. Did you hear him say it? I heard him say it. He's like, my favorite professor was a socialist, hardcore socialist.
Socialist professors should never be in this sentence together. I'm a pretty skeptical person, but I believe he did say that, John.
He did. He did. He also has this horrible life regret about not completing his degree. If I would have just stuck it out a little bit longer and got that degree, my whole life could have been different.
Sometimes I cannot answer my skepticism, and I am thinking that I am taking a risk. However, it is clear that other people can also do that, or have done that. But I am still skeptical.
That's so true, Peter. 100%.
See, the risk is actually that you're inauthentic and that you're insensitive or you are artificial or you filter to such a high degree you can't actually really take in your environment and it's all just push down communication. I see venture capital firms like creating YouTube videos for search engine optimization purposes, and it's just employees talking about whatever the topic of the video is because they realize that like keywords are part of their VC firm or their M&A deals or whatever. I mean, I'm just saying everybody technically is in this content search optimization reality where if you have a business, yeah, whether you like it or not, I mean, it doesn't matter what industry you're in. Ultimately, at some meeting, you need to discuss, what are your keywords? Where do you rank? And what's the content surrounding it? How does it apply to our business or organization? And, there's no real organizing, and it's all entertainment. This app is a slot machine. This app is just a cell phone game. This app is game theory. It's like people going to play Battletech, at the mall in the 90s. But it's now called Clubhouse, where people do online debate and rhetoric and read from ChatGPT in dramatic ways. And they hypnotize you with, their Viking ferocious, dopamine creating rhetoric and screaming and loud miking. Hello.
I don't know about y'all, but I can't stand when they start screaming at each other. I try my best to avoid that shit, but it's absolutely just messy and dirty. And it's like y'all are grown ass people. Like you're screaming at an anon
on the other side of the phone. Like only for your own pride and ego. That's really all it's for.
For my own assurance, I wanted to ask you this: if you opened the door, if you were instead of me, or would have you kept it closed? If somebody, in my case, were facing a big construction, unusual work, in front of his door in the corridor, in a dormitory. It was a healthy question.
Beaver, can you translate for us?
I wanted to ask you if you were in my situation. The question is that I was I woke up with a harsh noise of construction in front of my door, and they were, for example, making the noise of construction, but nobody informed us before by email or out of the usual. It was out of usual, and uh, they also knocked on my door, but I did not open it. Would you have opened it if you were in my case or not? Because I want to know if I am too skeptical or not.
He's worried that the IRGC is out to get him, so he's very he's very nervous.
I get what you asked.
Why would they just kick in your door if they're going to get you there?
No, they cannot.
I mean, it depends on where I would live. When I lived in some pretty tough areas in New Orleans, getting a knock on my door, it depends on what type of the hour, you know. But you couldn't look out. You don't have a peephole.
I am fully alone. No, that's why. Because
you have a peephole in your door.
No, it's just.
But you don't have a way to see who's on the other side of the door from inside.
This store is old school. It doesn't have those lenses on the door to show the other side.
The lens, yeah. Okay. I mean, it's really what your comfort level is. I mean, I don't answer every phone call I get because, damn, they always trying to, scam you or whatever. I don't think you can be too skeptical if you feel like it depends on your safety and security.
Peter, you're like Mr. Bean. You're like the Iranian Mr. Bean. I could just see you like flying back to Tehran and coming on Clubhouse, and we like send you instructions on what to do, and you're like, "Oh my God, I think the IRGC is following me. I'm in my taxi headed to my hotel. Please tell me what I should do. I'm very nervous."
Cannot do shit inside Berlin. They may have hired some kind of proxies because they can access digital banking like Ethereum, Bitcoin, and think they can pay the proxies and in that neighborhood. For example, like the other projects that they have been trying to do, like some of them on Nvidia, some of them on non-Nvidia. One of the most important one of the Argentinian prosecutors who were trying to prosecute big bombing of 3 decades ago, who were assassinated when she was on the watch in the capital of Argentina 10 years ago about. And another one, I think, was Charlie Kirk. Another one was trying to assassinate twice by those Azerbaijani judo players. And they cannot kiss my ass themselves. They can just use the money and resources of the country against the country. And that's the thing. We need to hunt them down.
Bro, that kiss my ass part came out perfectly. Like, you've nailed the kiss my ass phrase. Everything else we got to work on, but the kiss my ass thing, I got that one.
And Peter, I think you're good, but stand your ground, right? I don't want people knocking on my door either. I hate what's
The arm is that kind of warm arm. It is some kind of cold arm. I have kitchen knife, but it is a very sharp one.
You got to be quick. Then you take one out. Then you got their gun, right? So now you're all right. And then go out swinging, buddy. I think they
You get to with cuteness. You'd be so cute.
Go swing.
Apples. Collect a bunch of apple seeds and then offer them like tea or whatever the fuck y'all drink, and then boom, done. Put a bunch of apple seeds in their shit. They're done for. I saw it on Ozarks. I don't know if it works.
Peter, they would see you in your construction hat, and they would see how cute you are, and your voice, and then they would just feel so overwhelmed with cuteness that they wouldn't hurt you. They would let you go.
It would be pretty hard to hurt you, Peter, once you if I'm talking to you in person. I was like, oh my god.
So with cuteness, they would be more brutal because they feel that you need to be, for example, like us.
They would see you like a cute little puppy that's injured, and they would pet you and let you live.
I hope so. But there was one Iranian executed today, Ehsan Afroshte. His first name was like mine. I was Ehsan before Peter. And he was going back, he landed inside the international airport of Tehran, and they detained him since then, and he was in some kind of solo cell, and he was under mental and physical torture by now in the last 1.5 year, and today morning, early morning, he was executed. He was 1 year younger than me, and if you see the face, his cuteness is more than me, I promise. Worse, I think, but he was too cute. Let me share the link in the chat so you see the guy.
Don't underestimate your cuteness, Peter, but I do think it might be a bad strategy. You ever thought about being a spy? Like pretending to be on their side and then boom, gaining intel and fucking putting one of those things in your room where you have like a big thing on your wall and you got a bunch of yarn like connected to a bunch of fucking thumbtacks and shit, and like fucking, next thing you know, like 10 years later, there's a movie about you and shit. Fucking Peter, the cutest spy ever or some shit. I don't know. Think about it, whatever.
Because I am not on mission. I am on my own command.
Got a boy.
I command myself. The S-file that commands him.
You come on what? That's impressive.
He said he came on himself.
He said space.
You have that kind of distance?
We like shoot it up in the air and like put your face underneath it. I think this.
Let me check this out, Peter, see if they're copy. No, Peter, this guy doesn't have your cheeks and your cartoonish vibes.
Nice to know, thank you. Because this was my intention to become as comic as possible, because I still want to remain a child. And those pills, if they can reverse engineering to be a child, I want to be.
Like I think like
I didn't get that one.
He's saying those pills that reverse aging, they'll make him a child again. That's what he wants.
Yes, 14 years old. To go inside alley and play football and break the windows.
Bro, Beaver, did I stumble across this one thing? So I watch these fucking weird ass videos on YouTube every night. Like not every night, but like when I'm getting ready to go to bed. They're like these fucking like the I don't know. It's like there's like 3 people that do it that I've found so far. They like look at like 10-second, 20-second conspiracy theories on like either TikTok or YouTube Shorts or blah blah, right? And they just kind of like blast through them all. They don't really talk about them. They don't really do it. They just let you hear them all. And it's fucking wild. Ted's Terror Tale's a good one. And then the other dude's like I Trek, and then the other dude's fuck, I forget the other guy's name, but whatever. The one I fucking heard. So these billionaires or whatever, they're working on these things where like they have like young bodies. It's like a body, like a clone body that doesn't have a brain. So it's like a 10-year-old body, and they're gonna implant their brain into the new body, right? It's like a brain transplant, and basically their brain will now. It's like remember that whole like the whole thing like I wish I knew what I knew now when I was younger.
Yeah.
So yes, like now they're gonna literally have their brain go back and being a 10-year-old, and then the body, and then once they activate the body, it ages. So like they basically just are a 10-year-old again, and then they age and they do it again and shit. It's fucking crazy. Kind of like The Island. You ever seen the movie The Island? Where like they have a bunch of clones, and then the rich just use them like they need a liver, or if they need a kidney, or if they need a lung. They have a bunch of clones of themselves that just go and take a lung, or they'll go and take a liver, or go and take whatever. But it's like they're building these like clones without brains, and they're gonna put their brains in the new body. It's fucking crazy. And there's like investment for this. I forget the company. I'm gonna find the company, but like yeah, there's like investment for it and everything. They're already working on rats. They're already doing it with rats. They clone like rats without brains, and they're trying to transplant rat brains into other. It's fucking nuts. With the whole reverse aging thing, I've heard that one, and then the blood transfusion. So they take like it's like an 80-year-old person will take like a 20-year-old's blood, and they'll like put the 20-year-old's blood into the 80-year-old body, and the younger blood will like regenerate shit. That's fucking crazy too. Yeah.
I have a news topic if y'all want to discuss it. Anyone else want to finish up that thread with mine?
No, please don't. Go ahead, Joe.
So about 4 or 5 years ago. Oh no, let's see. Two to 3 years ago, I read on Twitter this this account called Clandestine. I don't know if y'all know him. Clandestine was discussing that in Ukraine there was American-funded biolabs that were doing gain of function to different strains of viruses, and the rumor was that this was part of some of the stuff that Hunter Biden was involved with. Well,
real quick, Joe, what's the gain of function thing mean exactly? Like it's stronger?
Yeah, it's where they change the molecular structure of the virus to.
So they take the virus and make it
weaponize it.
Okay.
Weaponize it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, during the heat of all this, and it might have been even prior to that, prior to 23, it might have been 22. And this was Twitter 1.0, I guess is what they call it. Clandestine was his account was deleted after this. And, this was during all the COVID hype. I remember reading about it, and I talked to Naveen about it for a while. And I'm like, man, do you hear what they're saying about this shit? Of course, I try not to get up on this app and like spread a bunch of stuff. I read a lot, but I don't talk about everything I read. And sure enough, here today, it was announced by Tulsi Gabbard that they are investigating 120 different biological laboratories overseas that have received U.S. tax dollars for decades. Gabbard told the New York Post on Monday that her team is going to identify where these labs are, what pathogens they contain, and what research is being conducted to end dangerous gain of function research that threatens the health and well-being of the American people in the world. A few days ago, I was reading Clandestine's. He was talking about this, that this was going to get released, and he had actually been brought in by the Trump admin, I don't know, a year ago or so, and he shared all this information with them. And he eventually got back on Twitter once Elon Musk bought Twitter and stuff like that. But look, a lot of that COVID era, man, it's just more and more information is coming out. People that were trying to get honest reporting out, and that they were getting deleted and censored, and it's coming to fruition, or at least, you know, he declined clandestine didn't know what they were doing in these labs. The labs really do exist, and here we have been funding this for years. I guess the report is that it goes all the way back to the Cold War era with Russia, that we were funding these labs. So this has just been something that I guess the American public, I mean, I never heard about it till the COVID era. What do y'all think about that? American tax money's been funding gain of function for virus research. For example, I think you're so right there. Why are you crying about the IRS? It's that simple. Sometimes I can't. It's just history. But what do y'all think? Y'all have any comment about tax dollars going to gain of function?
Well, all you gotta do is talk to an intellectual, elite, liberal Democrat to tell you that everything you just said has been debunked. It's all a conspiracy and a lie. And, it's just ridiculous because we have a $1.2 trillion military industrial complex budget. A lot of that goes for biodefense weapon systems and offensive bioweapon systems and chemical weapon systems, etc. It's part of our weapons of mass destruction stockpiles sitting in multiple countries around the world, prepared for all eventualities. And, I just got to say, Peter, if you want to go back to Tehran or Esfahan, you want to come on Clubhouse, and you want to talk about the situation, I think we would all really enjoy that. And I'd be willing to pitch in $1 to get you on a flight, to get you back into Iran. So you could do on the ground observational studies, and research and inform us about what's going on. Would you be open to possibly going back to Iran if we could fund your trip from Berlin to Tehran?
I think that you need to if you fight for yourself, you might need it more than me, because you are athlete, a sportsman, and you are able to do this with very fast reactions. If you want to keep that standard of reactions, you need to spend your money on your health. And for the other thing, I don't need the money for ticket. I need money for living. Like, for example, when I work, I take salary, like that kind of money, real money, not money for tickets, I am not that poor. And in that, like other elements that you expect. But going to Iran and Tehran, I am proud to be there. But in a safe situation, if I go there, they would take my liver out of my body when I am still alive.
Well, they can't take out your liver. What they would do is take out your second kidney.
Did you re-ask the question? No, hero.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's announced that she's investigating 120 bioengineering labs that American taxpayers have been funding for decades, that they were doing gain of function in. How does it make you feel that I didn't know about this prior to the COVID era? It hasn't been talked about much. I guess it dates all the way back to the Cold War era. What's your thoughts on it?
I think we should investigate it. It's our money.
Yeah, the spin would be, because it's always been the same spin, that they use these labs to determine new strains of viruses so they can then create vaccines before those strains get out. However, there is a agreement. I don't want to frame it the wrong way. That countries are not supposed to be doing this. Like, this is like highly unethical and very risky. But it's getting closer to find out that America, China may be likely that China was right when they said, "Oh no, this is actually an American virus." It might not have originated here because it'll all end up tying back into what they were doing at the Wuhan eventually. I believe. So, what a crazy era COVID was.
Bro, do you know what I found out or whatever heard about? And it's true. There in I think it was 2018 or 2019, I forget what it was. There was the military games. Have you heard about this? So there's this thing called like the military games where like, different militaries from all around the world send, it's like American Ninja Warrior, so to speak, right? They send a bunch of their military people, they do like obstacle courses and different challenges and blah blah. And there's a winner or whatever. Well, the one in 2000, I think it was 18 or 19. It might have been 19. In 2019 was the last one they had a military games at, and guess where it was? In fucking Wuhan. So they had all these people from all over the world in their militaries. They went to Wuhan, and I'll look it up real quick on what date when the date was. But it was like I think it was 2019. It's fucking wild.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, it's fucking.
There was definitely some orchestration that went on with that era, especially when the videos they were releasing early on during the virus. We were seeing people dead in the streets. All that came out to be fake from B films and stuff like that. That there was definitely a propaganda arm that was advancing this.
Yeah, so it was the 7th Military World Games, first international military multi-sport event held in China. It took place from the 18th to the 27th of October 2019. So it's like right, and then COVID was announced in like March 2020.
Oh, December. It started to spread in China during the Chinese New Year. The reason they call it COVID-19 is because I think it was discovered in December of 2019. So that's just months before the release of it.
Yeah, they're all in like literally Wuhan, China, October 18th and 27th, 2019.
Literally, Nancy Pelosi in January is walking around San Francisco saying, "Don't be racist. Don't worry about the bird flu. There's nothing coming from China. Don't be racist." I mean, do you remember that? And then Melinda French Gates, Bill Gates' wife, goes on Good Morning America and shows America how to wash their hands to remind us that this is how you successfully wash your hands in the event of a pandemic. Scandemic. Finally, Melinda French Gates knows that the Epstein files are going to embarrass the ever living shit out of her, and possibly, uh, actually end with Bill Gates and her in jail. And so they got a divorce because that separation of assets protected at least half of the fortune. Hello?
Hello. I do remember the Nancy Pelosi going down to Chinatown. And let me tell you, they've memory hold that story. If you try to go out and find it, it's very difficult to find the links. It's still out there. But anytime you try and talk to a leftist or a Democrat about this shit, oh, they don't remember it at all. That never happened. What are you talking about?
Yep. Then on Trump because he was shutting down the travel and everything. And then you look at China, and in China, if you were in China, you could travel anywhere else you wanted to, unless you were in Wuhan. Only Wuhan. You were not allowed to leave Wuhan or go anywhere else in China. But like if you were in like Beijing, you could go to somewhere else in China, like no problem. But like you could not leave Wuhan. So they restricted